It's not any of the new ones. He wouldn't say, though, if the cameras were or were not working. Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell said that the attack was not being investigated as terrorism, but she was not ruling anything out.
Being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray.
The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end.
New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims. Is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient.
Now, the NYPD does have a photo of the suspect, but we still do not know his identity, and we do not know the motive. Of course, we will stay out here and have the very latest at 5:30. Teresa, back to you inside.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Mayor Adams remains under quarantine with COVID, so he's not at the scene in Brooklyn, but he and his team have been monitoring developments in this investigation throughout the day. He spoke from Gracie Mansion earlier this afternoon. Take a listen.
We would not allow New Yorkers to be terrorized, even by a single individual. NYPD is searching for the suspect at large, and we will find him.
The mayor added that it is important for anybody who knows anything about this individual involved in this shooting to contact police. He also says it's too early to know whether or not this was an act of terrorism.
And President Biden, while in Iowa today, also reacting to the tragedy in Brooklyn.
My wife Jill and I are praying for those who are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them.
The president says his team will stay in close contact with the NYPD and the FBI.
Well, the patient count keeps climbing from today's attack. More than a dozen people are being treated at local hospitals.
All right, Arthur Chen live outside NYU Langone, Brooklyn, in Sunset Park, where most of the victims were taken. Arthur.
Steve, Teresa, as we try to assess how many people were hurt by this, there are some discrepancies over the numbers, so let's get into that right away. At the scene, officials said 16 people were treated, 10 of them had been shot, and 5 of them were critically wounded. That was at the scene there, but here at NYU Langone, as we stand here, at least 21 victims, they say, walked into their ER here alone. As we tried to put together how that might have happened, a lot of individuals fled the scene there and made their own way to the hospital. There was also an R train going in the other direction, and transit workers made the quick and prudent decision to take people and get them out of there. Well, 2 stops on that train puts them here at NYU Langone. One of the cases here, we're told through a source, is critical. I was going into surgery the last time we spoke with that person. At the scene, the FDNY commissioner described the injuries in addition to the at least 10 people who were shot.
For a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
Now, additional victims were brought themselves to Maimonides Hospital, Kings County Hospital, and New York Presbyterian. When this call first went out today, the FDNY teams that were responding were told that it was a fire or smoke condition they were responding to in the subway. Once they arrived, they realized they're actually responding to a mass shooting. A short time ago, the head of the Firefighters Union spoke with us about the altered mindset today, given the gunman is still out there somewhere and clearly dangerous.
Well, until this man is caught, we're all going to be on high alert. You know, any run, that you don't know exactly what you're going to, potentially going to be another incident. So, we're going to keep our ears open and hope for the best. But no matter what happens when the bell goes off, we're going to go.
Now, given this is all evolving still, the latest numbers is that 16 individuals were treated at the scene, 10 from gunshot wounds, 5 were in critical. But just as an example, one of the hospitals alone says 21 people were treated in their ER. 10 have since been released. That means 11 are still being treated here. We're live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Arthur.
Subway riders who were able to escape the rampage are speaking out tonight about the terror of being caught on the train as those shots rang out and the sheer mayhem on the platform after they got away.
All right, Chris Welch here now with One Strap Hanger's harrowing story. Chris.
Yes, Steve and Teresa, how many times have any of us seen a packed train approach the platform and you decide to wait for the next one in the hopes that it is less crowded? That is exactly what Kenneth Foote Smith did. But that second train, what was supposed to be an easy end train to work, turned into an ordeal that he says gave him the worst feeling of his entire life. Kenneth Foote Smith's morning commute begins at Brooklyn's 59th Street subway platform, but before it had even reached the next stop,
I hear this loud bang, almost like glass shattering, but all I know is that it wasn't a normal subway noise. The train keeps moving, and then everyone on my train car runs towards the front, like whole mass herd runs towards the front.
That's because he could see through the train's connector doors that the car behind his was filling up with smoke.
Thick white smoke, so it's not gun smoke. I knew immediately. I'm like, that's not a gun going off in there.
Presumably, that was a smoke bomb thrown from a canister, and the train then came to a stop mid-tunnel.
And then we hear pop, 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 3 or 4 quick pops back to back.
Gunshots.
Screaming doubles, the panic of the guy trying to open our door.
Passengers in that car trying to open those connector doors between cars, but they wouldn't. He remembers seeing those desperate to move to his car.
And the 4 or 5 faces squished against the door behind him, banging as smoke is filling up behind them. It's getting harder to see them, and there's nothing I can do. That was maybe the worst feeling of my entire life, was helpless. People were panicked. And that man's face, I guarantee, I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still. And it's that traumatic.
Video posted to social media captures the moment the train finally pulled into the 36th Street station when the doors open.
I saw the people bloodied, dragging themselves out, stumbling over each other. I saw people who were already injured get pushed over and lose crutches.
Now, he debated making a beeline for the stairs when those doors opened or getting on and approaching our local train heading into the station. The conductor on that train yelled to everyone in there to get on, and that is exactly what he did. And then Kenneth Foote Smith continued on his morning commute, still making it in to his Manhattan office. Steve,
what a way to start the day. Indeed. Crazy, Chris. All right, thanks. So breaking news right now in Brooklyn. Police are on the scene in Gravesend where they are checking out a U-Haul van that may be possibly linked to the suspect.
Let's go live to Dan Rice and Sky Fox HD. Dan, what can you tell us?
You're looking down at Kings Highway between West 3rd and West 4th Streets. Just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, police spotted, or somebody spotted, I should say, this white U-Haul van that they have been looking for a good portion of the day. They believe this is in connection with that shooting on the subway earlier today in Brooklyn. The plates do match what the description of the van was put out there earlier there. You can see that van parked on the side of the road. Now, we can tell you right now that there's a large area of Kings Highway shut down here from West 2nd to West 5th Street. Police still waiting for more crews to arrive on the scene to investigate the situation. But again, the van is suspected of being connected to the incident on the subway in Brooklyn here earlier. Has been found on Kings Highway. We'll keep you updated as more details become available. Let's go back inside to the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Dan. Well, as you can imagine, today's shooting wreaking havoc on the subway system as many lines remain suspended and delayed tonight.
This horrific attack is also putting the city on a heightened state of alert at a time when so many New Yorkers are already anxious over crime and the continued surge of violence underground. Antoine Lewis live at Atlantic Terminal with the serious fears from riders about their safety. Antoine.
Also, a lot else going on in addition to that, Teresa. So let's tell you what's happening right now behind me. Dan Foley is giving you a look at these shuttle buses that are still in play here in Atlantic Terminal, simply because they're substituting for the lines that are still impacted by the events of the day. So what you're looking at is people down at Dean Street. We're at the intersection of Pacific and 4th on the opposite side of the center of the terminal, right next to the Models, if you're familiar with the landscape out here. Those buses there are lined up. They're taking places of the lines, as I mentioned, going on to Bay Ridge, going on to Coney Island, all of those there. Again, substituting for lines that are no longer being used right now, to which there are still several. Strap hangers coming in and out of the Atlantic Terminal subway station saw message boards like this, letting them know about the service disruptions between Brooklyn and Manhattan and the reason why.
So I heard it from the other people who was there. They said somebody got shot at Sunset Park.
Transit officials quickly took the D, N, and R trains out of service as soon as the events at the Sunset Park station started to unfold Tuesday morning. Commuters having to find alternate means of travel. The MTA gave courtesy passes to those with interrupted commutes and provided shuttle buses from the Atlantic Terminal in place of subway lines not running because of the investigation.
For the R-Line shuttle, straight ahead.
I'm trying to get down further near Coney Island.
You understand what's going on and the reason why, right?
Yes, sir.
I've been here since 8:30. I'm gonna go home.
Increased police presence seen at subway stations across the city Tuesday. Here you see officers inspecting the Union Square subway platform. These are MTA officers standing guard in the Atlantic terminal near the Barclays Center exit. The police presence was a constant throughout the day as New Yorkers had to assess their own feelings on taking the subway this evening.
There are a lot of police around. It's a scary time.
I think it brings a fear to, everybody that's dealing with public transportation. Who wants to go through this? Who wants to not feel safe inside their own environment?
But 27-year-old Andre Cottle was deeply honest about how he feels.
I'm all right, but it's really messy. I don't normally have anxiety, but because of this, is just messing with my anxiety and stuff. Is making me, while I'm traveling down there, because I was down there for a little bit, all I could think about is the possibilities and what could happen and stuff like that.
Now, as you come back to us live, Foley is giving you a look right now at one of the, again, the shuttle buses right there. This gentleman is trying to find out. Dan, pan over just a little bit to show where that one's going, right? Just a little bit more. And you can see right on the side here, Stephen, this is in place of the R train that will be going down to 95th Street. So he's going to go across Pacific right now to pick up the other people. He's going to get behind the other buses back there and pick up those that are waiting down at Dean Street where we are. We mentioned there are still several lines that are still impacted. So we want to let you know this. The B and the W are still suspended. The D, N, and R partly suspended. Again, those were the major three that were impacted by the events this morning around 8:30. F and M have been rerouted, but for all the very latest, go to the MTA's webpage and, of course, check in with us on our website at fox5ny.com. We're live in Brooklyn. Stephen, back inside to you.
All right, thanks, Antoine. Amtrak increasing police patrols around city train stations. The agency releasing a statement saying Amtrak is saddened to hear about the incident in Brooklyn this morning, and our hearts go out to the MTA customers and employees and their families. Amtrak has increased its police presence on our trains and stations, including New York Penn and Moynihan Train Hall, and the Amtrak Police Department will continue to.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. We were taking in some of that coverage from Fox 5, and we'll get back to that in just a little bit. Lost the shot there for just a moment, but of course we got you covered right here when it comes to all of the breaking news when it comes regarding this New York City subway shooting that happened earlier this morning at rush hour, and learning that at least 28 victims were taken to the hospital there, waiting for an update on that number to get a firmed up number. And then the Skyfox visuals showing us this U-Haul that is in question, part of the investigation possibly that the police are investigating right now. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More coverage coming. wait here for an update from NYPD police on the subway shooting from earlier. I want to play out the the last one that we had which was the first news conference just a couple hours after the incident played out. Let's bring that to you, and then as we await the new one, we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
You're going to hear from First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo, Governor Kathy Hochul, Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell will outline the events as we know them. Laura Kavanaugh, the First Deputy Commissioner and Acting Fire Commissioner, will walk you through casualties. Jen Oliver from the MTA will give us the status of the system, and then we'll be able to entertain some limited questions. There will be another briefing later this afternoon where we'll be able to update that, and then additional briefings as needed. First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo.
Thank you, John. So from the very minute this incident occurred, the mayor and I have been on the phone monitoring the situation constantly. We have worked with all of our agencies, the FDNY, NYPD, OEM, all of the agencies who have worked really hard together, and we continue to throw all of the city's resources at this situation. We've made all of the resources available, and we'll work with the Office of Emergency Management for any additional needs. I'm going to ask the Police Commissioner, Keyshawn Sewell, to speak to you and give you an update on the events of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here to update New Yorkers about an active shooting incident that took place this morning inside the 36th Street subway station on the N line. I want to begin by assuring the public that there are currently no known explosive devices on our subway trains, and this is not being investigated as an act of terrorism at this time. We can also report that although this was a violent incident, reportedly we have no one with life-threatening injuries as a result of this case. This investigation is only hours old, so please note this information is subject to change. Just before 8:24 this morning, as a Manhattan-bound N train waited to enter the 36th Street station, an individual on that train donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform. Again, we will describe him as an individual. He is being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray. At this time, we are working with our federal partners where we are asking for the public's help. Anyone with information, videos, or photographs, no matter how insignificant they think it may be, is encouraged to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. All calls are strictly confidential. I'd like to turn it over to the FDNY to give information about the victims. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The governor would like to speak now. Governor Hochul, my apologies.
That's right. Good afternoon. This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that's to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation, but we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. This morning, the FDNY received reports of gunshot victims in the subway. Thanks to their quick response, we were able to treat 16 patients. 10 of those patients are suffering from gunshot wounds at this time, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition in our local hospitals.
Can you say that again?
Yes, we have 16 total patients. 10 of them are suffering from gunshot wounds, and 5 of them are in critical but stable condition at this time. I'm going to pass it over to the MTA for an update on our subways.
Okay. First of all, we have to thank the NYPD and the FDNY and the whole team who've done so much to protect us and help immediately to recover from this situation. And I also need to acknowledge the MTA workers who had the foresight to immediately move a train that was on the platform, the R train, out of the station so it could carry people to safety. That was smart thinking. Right now, B service is suspended, W service is suspended. The D and the N and the R are running with suspensions and some shuttle buses. And folks should check the website for latest. Obviously, it's a disrupted day, but a lot of the system is in fact running. I just want to say one thing on a personal note, which is on 9/11, I stood on 4th Avenue and watched people, New Yorkers, come back from that tragedy. And I watched New Yorkers help each other and storekeepers walk out and give people water. That was the same thing we saw on the platform today. We saw New Yorkers in a difficult situation, an emergency, helping each other. That's the subway riders. That's who New Yorkers are. Every day they're showing people in the subway, which is our public space, that New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims, is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient, just as they are in every emergency, and we thank them for what they've done, and we thank the governor and the mayor for their leadership in all of our recovery from COVID and from every one of these challenges.
So just to reiterate, we're going to be very limited in what we are able to answer in questions. Just to also underline our partners here, we got Mike Regan. Mike Regan is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the FBI and NYPD. John DeVito from ATF, who's helping us with tracing efforts and investigation. He's the Special Agent in charge for New York City. We have the Brooklyn District Attorney, Eric Gonzalez, who is also here. And, of course, Chief Ken Corey, Chief of Department, and First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban. We'll start off with questions for the police commissioner.
Was the shooting on the train? Was the shooting on the train or on the platform? Was the suspect on the platform or in the train? And did it all happen in the 36th Street station, or what happened down at 25th Street?
The suspect was in the train car. The shooting began in the train car.
Commissioner, can you give us some more detail? Exactly what happened in the car? Did the suspect say anything? What type of weapon did he have? And what was going on inside the car as this all happened?
So, as I stated before, we're only able to get limited information because it's under investigation. As the train was pulling into the station, the subject put on a gas mask. He then opened a canister that was in his bag, and then the car filled with smoke. After that, he began shooting.
Guys, one time! Guys, one time!
Hang on.
Commissioner, does this appear to be random? Any idea why this individual did this and did this here?
We do not know the motive at this time, but we're not ruling anything out.
Do you know if the security
gunshots? Are they shrapnel wounds? What are the other injuries that were not gunshot?
We want the fire department.
There are a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
When you say shrapnel, what would the shrapnel come from?
It could be from anything. It's still under investigation at this time, so it could be a grazing from a bullet. It could be from the panic after following the incident.
Not from an explosive device?
Not at this time.
Any idea the suspect where they left the train tracks?
You stay there. You can find him some more.
Any idea of the whereabouts?
That's subject to investigation. We're endeavoring to determine that right now.
Okay, Josh.
Why were the trains not?
Commissioner, why do you connect this more to the litany of gun violence and not terrorism at this stage? Why rule out terrorism?
I'm not ruling out anything. We're determining what that motive is, and we'll find that out as the investigation
Were
continues.
the victims taken to one particular ethnic group?
No, sir. The victims have a variety.
Is anything else recovered down there?
Hang on. We got time for about two more.
Why were the trains not shut down immediately? And if they were, could it have been easier to catch the suspect?
That's not the case.
How were the other 5 in the subway station?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Were the cameras working in the subway station?
That's under investigation as we speak.
Do you suspect if it's an MTA worker, given that they were wearing a construction vest? Or
We have not
possibly another city worker or something?
We have not identified the subject. He was wearing a green type construction.
Governor Hochul, do you want to comment?
So that was the first and only so far update there from officials. We are expecting it sometime this hour. We were told at the earliest it was going to happen at 5 p.m. Eastern. Still waiting on that, but I want to continue to bring you more breaking news out of New York. Not a good day for New York there, as we are now learning that Lieutenant Governor Benjamin resigns following that campaign finance indictment where we heard of the bribery allegations. This is a statement from Governor Kathy Hochul saying, "I have accepted Brian Benjamin's resignation effective immediately. While the legal process plays out, it is clear to both of us that he cannot continue to serve as Lieutenant Governor. New Yorkers deserve absolute confidence in their government, and I will continue working every day to deliver for them." So we are actually going to take another quick 2-minute break while we do wait for that latest update out of New York City with the subway shooting. We'll have it for you as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. out on the East Coast, where we continue to give you updates really all day today on the mass shooting that happened at the New York City subway. For more information and updates, we go live right now to Fox 5's Arthur Chin with the very latest. Arthur, first just tell us where you're at and what you're seeing all around you today.
Well, we've been both at the scene where the shooting took place, and right now we're at NYU Langone, which is in the Sunset Park section of Brooklyn. For those unfamiliar with New York, it from here is about a 20-minute ride into Manhattan, and it was 8:30 this morning at the peak of this morning's rush hour that commuters were on their way to work. This is a northbound train, so going from Brooklyn northbound towards Manhattan. The communities out here are primarily Latino and Asian. Right now, we do not know why this individual targeted this particular train at this particular time, but witnesses say there was an individual who has been described as a 5'5", stocky, presenting a black male who had a bag on him. He opened the bag. There was a device that he detonated there that was essentially a smoke bomb, and once that was lit, he started opening fire in that subway car. So the video that you have seen of people pouring out onto the subway platform and collapsing onto the platform was at 36th Street here in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Now, right now, police are still looking for the gunman that we just described to you. He was said to be wearing a gray sweatshirt and a green construction vest of some sort. There is a U-Haul truck that they have been looking for. We have confirmed that police believe they have found that truck, although it does not appear at this moment if anybody's in there. We have a crew there, so we'll update you if there's an update to be given there. As for the number of people hurt, that number is evolving. At least 29, a police source tells us right now, at least 29 people have been hurt. 10 of them were shot, and 5 of them were in critical condition last we checked. That number is in flux because some people made their own way over to hospitals. They're spread out at 4 different hospitals at this point, all trauma cases to our knowledge. But right now, police certainly focused on finding this gunman, as New York is very edgy about this person still being out there and being a very clear danger to the public.
Absolutely. This manhunt has obviously been going on now for hours, and it seems like that smoke device that he used was really in play for him to escape and really cause this mass confusion for riders, and then the shooting as well.
Yeah, very effective. And, you know, later on, we're going to see exactly what the motivation is here. The police department says right now they are not investigating this as a terrorism case, but they say they are not ruling anything out. That was a little bit of a source of confusion. I would interpret that as right now they are just trying to catch this individual, and then they will assess what the motives are. But certainly there was planning. It appears that there was planning involved here. And Mike, I should mention a weapon was recovered at the scene. It appears to be a Glock, and there were additional magazines. We have reports that the weapon actually jammed, so there would have been a lot more people shot and potentially a lot more human damage done here, if not for the fact that the equipment for this individual failed. Also recovered on the scene were other devices, including other smoke devices and a couple of other things where they're right now trying to suss out what belonged to who.
And lastly, Arthur, do we have any sense of just how quick this all happened? Because we heard reports earlier that there was another train in front of the train in question here, and so there was a short delay for them to get to the platform. And is there any sense of just how this all played out in real time?
Absolutely, Mike. This played out very quickly is the understanding that we have right now. As soon as they came onto the platform, things moved very quickly. Witnesses tell us that help was on the way. There are a couple of fire units that are within blocks of that, and the police precinct is actually around the corner from that subway station. Some of the victims actually walked into that police precinct. There was also a southbound R train going in the other direction, and the transit crew made the very prudent and quick decision to take people on board and to get them out of there. 2 stops on that train puts them right here at NYU Langone. Perhaps one of the reasons why they have at least 21 victims who have come into their ER as a result of this. Mike?
All right. Well, you guys will continue to stay on top of it. Been doing a great job all day today. Arthur Chin with Fox 5 in New York, breaking it all down for us at this hour. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
And of course, we continue to wait for that latest news conference. As soon as it happens, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break, reset things up here, and we'll be back with you in just 2 minutes.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have been on full coverage, breaking news mode throughout the day out in New York. We want to take you out to a live look of a U-Haul that is now under investigation. This has the same license plate that was connected to the suspect in the mass shooting from earlier at a New York City subway. We're also awaiting a press conference that we're now hearing has been possibly moved back an hour, but don't worry, here on Live Now from Fox, we can always cut in and go into that in full, so you won't miss a beat from officials. We are on the edge of our seat waiting for the latest developments as the manhunt is still underway. But let's kind of backtrack as to what happened earlier when all the chaos broke out. We know that neighborhoods and businesses had to stop what they were doing and figure out what was going on. It was complete chaos, complete mayhem. Fox 5 in New York sending out reporters to several different places, speaking with people who were around the area that everything was shut down. Here's that.
A young lady that was in here, probably in her early 20s, had blood all over her sneakers. She couldn't stop shaking. She was crying hysterically.
Owner of Al Sadi Food Salad Juice on the corner of 26th Street and 4th Avenue, Suleiman tried to calm down that young woman who just fled a smoke-filled, bloody subway car on a Manhattan-bound N train.
The person was right next to her who got shot.
Also trying to get someone from the hundreds who'd suddenly filled his shop and the sidewalk out in front of it to explain to him what just happened to interrupt Tuesday morning's rush hour.
Imagine just 1 second it was calm, because we're actually a new store, so we're not even known. And 2 seconds later, we just see 100 people outside, 30 people inside the store, and they're just running away. You know, they don't know where they're running from.
I just saw a bunch of cops go by, ambulance, firefighters.
The manager of J Diner at 24th Street on 4th Ave, Eddie, can walk to work, but his mom and sister use the 36th Street subway station every morning and every evening to get to and from their jobs.
Right away, I was calling them. My calls did not go through. I started getting a bit worked up, you know.
After a solid hour of worrying, Eddie eventually received confirmation his family members had made it to work and out of the subway unscathed.
When they finally called me back, it was just breathtaking.
People from out of state were texting me by 9:30, like an hour later. People in Florida being like, "Are you okay?"
Vincent decided to work from home Tuesday, but knew many from his neighborhood and those around it who encountered the underground chaos during their morning commutes.
Mass pandemonium, couldn't get people off the train because people were taking photos and videos and stuff like that.
Vincent, Eddie, and Suleiman all admitted Tuesday morning's mass shooting had led them to reconsider when and if they had to ride the subway.
I am, man.
I just got my car like literally 3 weeks ago.
I mean, I'm gonna have to get on it. It's my only way of getting to work, but it makes you pause for sure.
In Sunset Park, I'm Matt King, Fox 5 News.
And many surrounding schools also having to go on lockdown because of all this. Remember, they didn't know where the suspect went, so kids being brought into the situation as well. Here's that side of the story.
The school was very swift to notify us that all the students were safe. But, you know, it's always a little scary when there's an active shooter.
Students at the Little Brooklyn Pre-K Center, just one of many schools told to shelter in place shortly after a gunman opened fire at a subway station in this Sunset Park neighborhood. Emily is the mother of 4-year-old Ezra.
It's nauseating. Yeah, I was really concerned.
Luckily, Ezra took the lockdown in stride.
Kids are refreshingly resilient.
The school's chancellor, David Banks, releasing a statement during the school day saying, quote, "We are working closely with the NYPD and school leadership to ensure that every school has the supports they need as we work to ensure the safety of our school communities." Hours later, the shelter-in-place order lifted.
There was a lady standing next to me who was like covered from the waist down in blood, somebody else's blood. That she was been on the train and the person next to her got shot.
Stephen was waiting at the bus stop when he learned what happened from people who were on the subway during the shooting. Minutes earlier, he had dropped his daughter Claire off at pre-K when her school went into lockdown.
I'm scared all day. It's like, you know, I felt she was probably safe here at the school.
And so once again, those schools have since reopened. I believe we'll get back to you on whether or not school's going to be shut down for the rest of the week. But what was shut down is many of the train services here. A lot of passengers stranded and delayed for hours. Here's that.
Strap hangers coming in and out of the Atlantic Terminal subway station saw message boards like this, letting them know about the service disruptions between Brooklyn and Manhattan and the reason why.
So I heard it from the other people who was there. They said somebody got shot at Sunset Park.
Transit officials quickly took the D, N, and R trains out of service as soon as the events at the Sunset Park station started to unfold Tuesday morning. Commuters having to find alternate means of travel, the MTA gave courtesy passes to those with interrupted commutes and provided shuttle buses from the Atlantic Terminal in place of subway lines not running because of the investigation.
For the R-Line shuttle, straight ahead.
I'm trying to get down further near Coney Island.
You understand what's going on and the reason why, right?
Yes, sir.
I've been here since 8:30. I'm gonna go home.
Increased police presence seen at subway stations across the city Tuesday. Here you see officers inspecting the Union Square subway platform. These are MTA officers standing guard in the Atlantic Terminal near the Barclays Center exit. The police presence was a constant throughout the day as New Yorkers had to assess their own feelings on taking the subway this evening.
There are a lot of police around. It's a scary time.
I think it brings a fear to, everybody that's dealing with public transportation. Who wants to go through this? Who wants to not feel safe inside their own environment?
But 27-year-old Andre Cottle was deeply honest about how he feels.
I'm all right, but it's really messing. I don't normally have anxiety, but because of this, it's just messing with my anxiety and stuff. It's making me, while I'm traveling down there, because I was down there for a little bit, all I could think about is the possibilities and what could happen and stuff like that.
And Fox 5 in New York also speaking with a passenger who was on the train. Before we get to that, though, I want to take you out to some live aerials at that UPS truck there, or I'm sorry, that U-Haul truck that has now since been the center of the investigation. Again, the license plate matching the license plate that was connected to the suspect vehicle. And since then, there's been a surge of officials showing up there, the FBI showing up, police showing up, and possibly some evidence being taken off here as there's been an increase in focus on this area. As we've been reporting, the manhunt still underway for this suspect. All we really know at this time is it's a 5'5" black male who took off in a gas mask, also disguised as a construction worker. Still no other details in the search that's underway here. And we are awaiting the latest update. We heard from Governor Hochul earlier. We've also heard from Mayor Adams. And that is the U-Haul truck that is the focus right now with the investigation here, as I believe they've completely shut off this road. So as our aerials continue to stay here, we're going to stay on this topic. Want to go out to a conversation our teams in New York had with a passenger who heard the shots ring out at the subway station earlier. Take a listen.
Kenneth Foote Smith's morning commute begins at Brooklyn's 59th Street subway platform, but before it had even reached the next stop,
I hear this loud bang, almost like glass shattering, but all I know is that it wasn't a normal subway noise. The train keeps moving, and then everyone on my train car runs towards the front, like whole mass herd runs towards the front.
That's because he could see through the train's connector doors that the car behind his was filling up with smoke.
Thick white smoke, so it's not gun smoke. I knew immediately. I'm like, that's not a gun going off in there.
Presumably, that was a smoke bomb thrown from a canister, and the train then came to a stop mid-tunnel.
And then we hear pop, 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 3 or 4 quick pops back to back.
Gunshots.
Screaming doubles, the panic of the guy trying to open our door.
Passengers in that car trying to open those connector doors between cars, but they wouldn't. He remembers seeing those desperate to move to his car.
And the 4 or 5 faces squished against the door behind him, banging. As smoke is filling up behind them, it's getting harder to see them. And there's nothing I can do. That was maybe the worst feeling of my entire life, was helpless. People were panicked. And that man's face, I guarantee, I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still. And it's that traumatic.
Video posted to social media captures the moment the train finally pulled into the 36th Street station when the doors open.
I saw the people bloodied, dragging themselves out, stumbling over each other. I saw people who were already injured get pushed over and lose crutches.
So once again, just terrifying moments for those passengers. That man seeing the suspect himself. Well, the manhunt still underway. The suspect still at large, and the investigation still underway as well. We want to stay in New York for this next story here. Quite the day for officials there. Take a listen to this. New York Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin resigning today in the wake of his arrest in a federal corruption investigation. Governor Kathy Hochul announcing this today. This is yet another political crisis for her 7 months after she selected Benjamin as a partner to make a fresh start in an office that has already been rocked by scandal. Benjamin, a Democrat, accused in an indictment of participating in a scheme to obtain campaign contributions from a real estate developer in exchange for his agreement to use his influence as a state senator to get a $50,000 grant of state funds for a nonprofit organization that developer controlled. He faces charges including bribery, fraud, conspiracy, and falsification of records. He pleaded not guilty today in court at an initial appearance in Manhattan. He was released and bail was set at $250,000. The terms of his release call for his travel to be restricted and bar him from returning to the state capitol in Albany. He submitted his resignation to Governor Hochul hours earlier. Want to bring up for you a statement from the governor. Says, I have accepted Brian Benjamin's resignation effective immediately. While the legal process plays out, it's clear to both of us that he cannot continue to serve as lieutenant governor. New Yorkers deserve absolute confidence in their government, and I will continue working every day to deliver them. So this a big announcement coming in from New York. Two lawyers representing Benjamin did not immediately respond to messages seeking comment from them, remaining quite quiet. Hochul in September, taking Benjamin, then a state lawmaker, to serve as second in command when she became governor, taking over for, of course, Democrat Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo resigning amid allegations he sexually harassed 11 women, which he denied. Hochul, also Democrat, was Cuomo's lieutenant governor. She's now running for governor in this year's election with Benjamin as a running mate. This is all that we're getting from the governor in here. Who is going to replace Benjamin is the next question, and we'll be on that as we track all of this news out of New York here on Live Now from Fox. Well, I'm Daytona Everett. We want to go out to some of the remarks from President Biden today. We are hoping to get this news conference out of New York. We had one hours and hours ago, so a fresh one will definitely give us more insight into exactly how many people were injured in the shooting, because that number, there's a lot of speculation and confusion surrounding that, but we do know quite a few people, over a dozen, are being treated in local hospitals. Well, President Biden weighing in on the shooting in New York at that subway today. He was speaking in Menlo, Iowa. It was a Manufacturing in America event, kind of touting his Build Back Better plan, but he had to address the situation, the tragedy. He praised the work of first responders and passengers that tried to save their fellow civilians on the train there. We want to go out to some of those remarks, and we'll also be popping into some of the coverage with Fox 5 in New York as they have reporters out and about speaking with residents who are reacting to the situation that unfolded this morning.
Made that commitment. I don't think anybody heard it, but we're back. We're back. And my name is Joe Biden. I work for Congressman Axney. There she is. I learned a long time ago when she says, I just say yes. I say yes right off the bat. I tell you what, she is one hell of a champion for you. I mean it. I mean it. You ask anyone, if you ever come to Washington, walk into the Congress, say, you know anybody from Iowa? The first thing they'll say, they'll mention her name. Anyway, she said, thank you. Thank you for your friendship. To start, I'd like to say a few words about the mass shooting in New York City subway this morning you've all read and heard about. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them. My team has been in touch with Mayor Adams and New York's police commissioner, and the Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the NYPD on the ground. We're going to continue to stay in close contact with New York authorities, and as we learn more about the situation over the coming hours and days. And something could have broken between now and the last hour. I haven't heard the news. I haven't spoken to anyone on my staff. But we're not letting up on it until we find out and we find the perpetrator. Now, to the reason I'm here today, I want to thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Congresswoman Axney. When you hear about progress we're making in Iowa on everything from biofuels to bridges, you can thank Cindy. That's what you know. I'm not joking. I am not joking. There was no fence at the White House high enough to keep her out. All kidding aside, Cindy, you're doing one heck of a job. Thank you so much. I also want to say a special hello to someone who really wanted to be here today. And you think I'm kidding. He's the guy that brought me to the first biofuel plant in Iowa years ago. Your former governor and my Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today. He went to a press event in Washington, and like 2/3 of the people who went, I think, they got COVID. He's doing fine, spoke to him, but he couldn't be here. But I'm here today to talk about the work we're doing to lower costs for American families and put rural America at the center of our efforts to build a future that's made in America. And that's not hyperbole. It's about being made in America. A lot of that has to do with this industry. I just had a chance to see the work you do here and turn more than 40 million bushels of local corn into 130 million gallons of ethanol a year. That's a lot of gallons. We want to see facilities like this all over the Midwest, and here's why. First, it supports farmers and the farm economy. You know, everybody thinks Delaware is a big industrial state and banking state and DuPont. We have a $4 billion industry. It's called agriculture in Delaware. And it's mostly, we have more chickens in Delaware, broiler chickens, than you have in the entire Midwest, I think. But all kidding aside, it is a big industry in Delaware. And my state, everybody thinks is an industrial state. It's a very rural state. The largest city outside of the main city of Wilmington, Delaware, is almost 150,000 people, is 20,000 people. It's a rural state. And so we understand about getting the rural communities engaged and being able to make it generally. And all that corn in the silos is from farmers within 60 miles of here. Knowing you have a buyer gives farmers something they don't often have: peace of mind, certitude about where their product can be sold and to get a fair price for it. Second, it creates good-paying jobs. It's estimated there are over 400,000 jobs directly and indirectly supported by this industry nationwide. There's a lot of people. That's a lot. And a lot of paychecks, and good, decent paychecks. Third, it reduces our reliance on foreign oil. By adding this fuel to our gasoline, 10% or 15%, even more, stretches the supply. And fourth, it gives you a choice at the pump. When you have a choice, you have competition. When you have competition, you have better prices. In addition to all that, you get less harm to the environment, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and you get even byproducts like grain here, which goes into animal feed and which helps cattle producers and lowers their cost. This is an industry with a tremendous future. I've set a goal of zero carbon for aviation sector, for example, by 2050. I've spoken with the leading heads of all major airlines. It's going to require billions of gallons of sustainable aviation fuel. And you simply can't get to net zero by 2050 without biofuels. Aviation. Aviation is the case where you blend in a little bit of biofuel, It's where it's called drop-in, meaning 100% biofuel. You don't need to take my word for it. Take the word of the CEO of American Airlines, who said, sustainable aviation fuel is the cornerstone of our strategy, end of quote. And the CEO of United Airlines, who called the first biofuel-powered flight a significant milestone for our efforts to decarbonize our industry. To bring that future within reach, I proposed a sustainable aviation fuel tax that we brought together the government's agencies, aircraft manufacturers, airlines, fuel producers, airports, advanced, cleaner, and more sustainable fuels for American aviation. That's how we're going to get there. And we can. We're in the cusp of so many significant things that are going to happen in this country, not just in the fuel side, but in the next 10 years. Your children are going to see more change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 40 years. That's how rapidly technology is changing. So this industry has a role to play in a sustainable energy future. But I'm here today because homegrown biofuels have a role to play right now, as we work to get prices under control and reduce the costs for families. Look, I grew up in a family, not a joke, where if the price of a gallon of gasoline went up, it was a conversation at our kitchen table. It mattered. It mattered with my mom and dad. It made a difference. We felt it. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. The two largest grain producers in the world, China and, Ukraine and Russia, are not doing.
We've been listening in to President Biden there. We'll get back into his remarks, but want to let you know it's the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Fox 5 in New York following the manhunt underway in New York City for the mass shooter here. We'll go into their coverage just briefly.
Expected to survive. This was a horrific attack, but authorities believe this rampage could have been much worse. Law enforcement sources telling Fox 5 the suspect's gun jammed, preventing him from firing any more shots. And as the manhunt continues, police are investigating a U-Haul truck found in Gravesend, Brooklyn. It's believed to be linked to this morning's attack, that discovery being made just a short time ago. We have team coverage of reporters covering all of the late developments, but we begin tonight with Jessica Formoso, who is live at the scene in Sunset Park with the very latest on this investigation. Jessica, what can you tell us?
Teresa, we've been here since this morning, and this is still an active scene at this hour. Police calling it an active shooter situation, and that is because the shooter is still on the loose. Now, it was pandemonium down on the subway platform here on the 36th Street subway station in Sunset Park. Police say it was a little before 8:30 this morning when the gunman wearing a gray hoodie and a green construction vest was riding the train. This was a Manhattan-bound N train, which was entering the station. All of a sudden, the suspect put on a gas mask. He took a canister out of a bag, opened it, and that's when the train filled with smoke. He then opened fire, striking 10 passengers in the train and also on the platform. About 22 people were injured. 5 are in critical condition. Law enforcement sources telling Fox 5 they found a gun at the scene. That gun had 3 extended round magazines. One of the magazines jammed in the gun, which prevented the suspect from firing more rounds. Police are now going through MTA video to determine where the gunman got on and where he got off. Earlier today, the mayor did say that there was a malfunction with the camera system at this particular station. It's unclear at this time whether it was just one camera that wasn't functioning or all of them. An MTA source telling me that the camera system at this station is an antiquated camera system, meaning it's not one of the new ones where they can see video in real time. He wouldn't say, though, whether or not the cameras were or were not working. Police Commissioner Keishant Sewell said that the attack was not being investigated as terrorism, but she was not ruling anything out.
Being reported as a male black, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall with a heavy build. He was wearing a green construction type vest and a hooded sweatshirt. The color is gray.
The people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. no more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end.
New Yorkers of all varieties can come together in small spaces and get along and create something bigger. That's what we remember in these emergencies, as well as the tragedy and the thought for the quick recovery of the victims. Is New Yorkers are incredibly resilient.
And we are told also by the MTA that right across the platform from that N train, an R train pulled up at that time, and the conductor and operator of that R train acted quickly. They told everyone on the platform to get on, and they took off. Now, we do know that police has a photo of the suspect, but we still do not know his identity. We're hoping to know more in that presser in about 30 minutes or so. But again, we also don't know the motive. We'll have much more coming up. Teresa, back to you inside.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Now, aside from the 10 people that were shot, more than a dozen others were injured in the chaos that followed. Let's go live to Arthur Sheehan, live outside of NYU Langone, Brooklyn, in Sunset Park, where most of the victims are being treated. Arthur, what can you tell us?
Teresa, I can tell you that a law enforcement source just told us right now that there are at least 29 victims as a result of this mass shooting. There have been different numbers, and let's get into that discrepancy right now. It was at the scene earlier today that officials said 16 individuals were treated at the scene. 10 of them had been shot. 5 of them were critically wounded. But many of the people who were hurt made their own way to the hospitals. You heard Jessica explain right now, one of the trains came in and made the quick decision to get people out of there. That's one of the reasons those individuals might not have been counted. Officials here at NYU Langone tell Fox 5 that at least 21 victims have come in through their emergency room alone. Now, one of the cases that came in here, we're told through a source, is in critical condition and was going into surgery last we checked. Back at the scene, the Fdny commissioner described the injuries in addition to the at least 10 people who were shot.
For a variety of other injuries, from smoke inhalation to shrapnel to panic from the incident.
Now, additional victims were brought to other area hospitals. They include Maimonides Hospital, Kings County Hospital, and New York Presbyterian. So 4 hospitals taking in trauma victims. One of the reasons why those numbers continue to evolve here. A lot of people make a point, though, that the help came very quickly in this case for the victims. There are witnesses who say that the NYPD and the Fdny were there almost immediately, in addition to the transit workers who rendered aid, and most importantly, fellow New Yorkers came to the help of those who were wounded, helping make the situation better. In the beginning, we were told that 2 people were in life-threatening situations, but that has improved, and we wonder in part if it's because of all the interventions that were in place today. But right now, for an update, we have at least 29 people wounded. That number may go up as we get a better grip of what is going on today, and as we await an update from officials that should be happening any time now. We are live right now in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Arthur Sheehan, Fox 5 News. Teresa, back to you.
So many helpers and so many heroes today, Arthur. Thank you. Mayor Adams addressing safety concerns that commuters might have about riding the subway tomorrow morning, saying security will be increased in the system.
I have a lot of faith in the transit police personnel that are assigned there. We're going to double the number of uniformed personnel during the evening tour.
The mayor remains under quarantine with COVID, and he's been monitoring the developments on the attack from Gracie Mansion. Meantime, the White House has been in contact with Mayor Adams. President Biden also reacting to the tragedy today in Brooklyn.
My wife Jill and I are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them.
The president says his team will stay in close contact with the NYPD as well as the FBI. Many schools in the area of the subway shooting were ordered to shelter in place. School officials are working with the NYPD to make sure that all of the students were safe. One parent had just dropped off his child at pre-K and was waiting at the bus stop when he saw a woman who had been on the subway.
And there was a lady standing next to me who was like covered from the waist down in blood, somebody else's blood. That she was been on the train, and the person next to her got shot.
My goodness, many students and parents are very anxious. They had to wait hours before that shelter in place was lifted. Well, this shooting wreaking havoc on the subway system. Many lines remain suspended. Others have been rerouted. There are still delays even at this hour. Our coverage shifts to Antoine Lewis, who is live at Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn with where service stands tonight and also how riders are reacting. Antoine.
Well, riders have concerns, which you'll hear about in just a second, Teresa. But right now, what you can see behind me, shuttle buses that have been deployed since very early this morning, once the D, N, and R lines were taken out of commission. Now, these buses here are replacing the R lines here southbound from the Atlantic Terminal, Barclays Center Terminal here. So that's where the people are boarding. That's where they're getting on now. As you pointed out, though, there are still several lines that have been impacted. Strap hangers coming in and out of the Atlantic Terminal subway station saw message boards like this, letting them know about the service disruptions between Brooklyn and Manhattan and the reason why.
I heard it from the other people who was there. They said somebody got shot at Sunset Park.
Transit officials quickly took the D, N, and R trains out of service as soon as the events at the Sunset Park station started to unfold Tuesday morning. Commuters having to find alternate means of travel. The MTA gave courtesy passes to those with interrupted commutes and provided shuttle buses from the Atlantic Terminal in place of subway lines not running because of the investigation.
For the R-line shuttle, straight ahead.
I'm trying to get down further near Coney Island.
You understand what's going on and the reason why, right?
Yes, sir.
I've been here since 8:30. I'm gonna go home.
Increased police presence seen at subway stations across the city Tuesday. Here you see officers inspecting the Union Square subway platform. These are MTA officers standing guard in the Atlantic Terminal near the Barclays Center exit. The police presence was a constant throughout the day as New Yorkers had to assess their own feelings on taking the subway this evening.
There are a lot of police around. It's a scary time.
I think it brings a fear to, everybody that's dealing with public transportation. Who wants to go through this? Who wants to not feel safe inside their own environment?
But 27-year-old Andre Cottle was deeply honest about how he feels.
I'm all right, but it's really messy. I don't normally have anxiety, but because of this, it's just messing with my anxiety and stuff. It's making me, while I'm traveling down there, because I was down there for a little bit, all I could think about is the possibilities and what could happen and stuff like that.
So as you come back to us live again, these right here are passengers taking one of the shuttle buses. They're going down to 95th. They're going to Bay Ridge, a little bit further on to Coney Island. Over to my right where we are, that's Charles. He's waiting for the next group to shuffle out. Then he will move his bus across Pacific to pick up the next group of passengers that are getting off of work, that are coming in or being rerouted here along there. So that's what's going on there. We also promised you a couple of updates I want to be sure I pass on to you. The B&W are still suspended. DNR between Brooklyn and Manhattan is partly suspended. The MTA says go check their webpage. Also, we want to let you know that the F and the M, there have been some reroutes there. Check their webpage for sure if you're looking about trying to commute, leaving work now, like around this hour. But this is the very latest. And again, if you are somehow in this terminal, the Atlantic Center, Barclays Center Atlantic Terminal, and trying to find a shuttle bus, then they're on the outside of it, and also right here where we are, Pacific and 4th. That's the very latest from where we are in Brooklyn, T. We're going to send things now back inside to you.
Good advice there, Antoine, for people to just check before they go, because it is quite chaotic. Now, staying where Antoine is, the Brooklyn Nets, which is right where he is, set to host a play-in game tonight at the Barclays Center. The team releasing a statement saying its thoughts are with those that have been affected by today's tragic event. The team is advising anybody that is attending tonight's game to arrive early, and you should expect an increased security presence. A first-hand account detailing the terrifying moments when shots rang out on the subway this morning.
It's like glass shattering, but all I know is that it wasn't a normal subway noise.
Coming up next, you will hear from a passenger on that train who is telling his story about those terrifying moments. And shocking news in New York politics, Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin resigning after being arrested for campaign finance fraud. We will have those details.
We've been listening to Fox 5 in New York with their coverage as they have reporters out on the scene. They're still extremely chaotic and still an investigation underway as there's manhunt for the suspect in this, and this complete street blocked off because of a U-Haul truck, a suspicious U-Haul truck that they have attributed to the suspect with matching license plates here. We have not gotten any more details on if someone was inside of that, if they have found any evidence from there. We are expecting a press conference here any moment. We're saying probably in the next 3 minutes or so, maybe the next 15 minutes, but when it starts, we'll of course bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're gonna take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you out to this live look as we are awaiting the latest press conference from New York City officials here from the NYPD as the investigation is underway, a manhunt underway for the suspect in a shooting this morning here. I want to bring in David Katz, law enforcement expert, CEO of Global Security Group. David, thanks for being with us here on the line. This is going to start probably in the next couple of minutes, so we'll talk to you leading up to this. But there's several different scenes that are active right now, including this one where there's a U-Haul truck and the street's completely blocked off. They are attributing this truck to be associated with the suspect. What is going on down on the ground, and what communication is underway between all of the different jurisdictions here?
Jersey State Police, you're going to have FBI, ATF, and God knows how many other three-letter agencies that are going to be assisting in this investigation. From what I see on the ground, if they have the U-Haul, which they clearly do, the reason they cordon off the area is because they're suspicious that it may be wired to explode or ignite, because that would be consistent with undetonated devices if that report was in fact true. So they're being very, very cautious. If they can get inside the van, obviously they'll be able to get some forensic evidence, and they probably, I'm making a bit of an assumption, but if they have the vehicle, they have some information on where it came from, the place it was rented, who rented it, unless it was stolen.
Yeah, that's right. And if it is stolen, I mean, how difficult is something like that to track down? How would that look like?
Well, even if it is stolen, let's presume that was the case. They're going to be able to track the movements of that vehicle from wherever it was taken from. There are license plate readers all over New York City. Many NYPD PD vehicles have them. They're placed all over the city, bridges, tolls, tunnels, all those things are equipped with them. So they're going to be able to track, at least with fair degree of accuracy, where the vehicle went once it came in. Did it stop anywhere? Did the individual get out? If the individual got out, you have a photograph. Went through a tunnel or a bridge or something like that. You got a good picture of the suspect. If it was rented, you got details relative to the rental, the actual rental, ID, credit card used. So they probably are putting together quite a nice little package of information at this point.
And we are getting in right now, David. There are some reports that indicate it was a rented vehicle. This is preliminary reporting, and we'll be hearing more about this in the press conference, I'm sure. So would that lead right to the suspect if it was indeed rented?
Well, I mean, now you ask the question, what was the ID, credit card, driver's license that was provided? Was that in fact accurate? So if let's go with the first probability that the documentation used for the rental was by the individual and is accurate, then you have a pretty solid indication of who perpetrated this incident. On the other hand, was it rented by a friend? Was it an accomplice? Was it someone who was an unwilling or unwitting accomplice? So a lot of possibilities, and kind of, too early to know for sure, but, we can certainly speculate.
And I want to pull up a photo really quickly for everyone to see. This is reportedly the bag that the suspect had on the subway here. There's fireworks and smoke. Obviously, we know smoke was deployed as kind of like a distraction for people who were on the subway. We also heard that his gun was jammed at one point. In seeing all of this evidence, what does that make you infer about the suspect?
Less likely it was professional, and more likely the opposite. Former Commissioner Kelly noted earlier today that he took particular interest in the fact that smoke was used. I think when the commissioner was making that assessment, the report was it was like one of the military grade smoke canisters where you pull the pin and you deploy it. They're launchable. They're used in crowd control and other operations. That would indicate a non-civilian user. But my thought when I read that report was, well, yeah, but you can go to any fireworks store. I live now in the great state of Texas, and you can go anywhere and get smoke bombs. And that bag looks like that individual made a stop someplace and got exactly just that. And
in hearing everything that the police have been reporting here, I mean, let's be honest, they were inside of a subway. He got off several shots, but now at least 29 people were injured. No deaths at this time. Do you suspect that we will have some fatalities in this, as I think they say 5 are in critical condition?
May God's grace protect those who are injured from that. So, I mean, I can't opine on that, but I certainly hope not. I will tell you that based on what I see, it looked like a Glock pistol. There are extended magazines. The most common is a 33 round extended magazine that fits a Glock pistol, a 9mm. Depending on which one it was, whether it was which manufacturer, they can be either fairly reliable or notoriously unreliable. I would make one observation: since the weapon malfunctioned, you're probably dealing with someone who's not particularly adept at handling firearms. I would opine also that someone who is really quite tactically sound would never want to use an extended magazine like that on a crowded subway platform or in a subway. Why? Because it sticks out of the bottom of the magazine well about that far. And if you bang it on somebody, someone grabs it, it's not the tactical choice. You'd want to have a flush magazine mounted, or there are a number of different possibilities. But that one indicates just someone probably with not a great deal of firearms experience who figured, well, I have a Glock pistol, I'll be able to have 33 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber, I won't have to reload as rapidly, which also suggests the supposition that person was not very adept at reloading.
Yeah, and here we see, again, for everyone who is just tuning in right now, we are awaiting a press conference, hopefully to happen in the next 10 minutes or so from the New York Police Department. Just the latest update, we'll be getting updates on the amount of people who were injured and the investigation underway, and we have law enforcement expert David Katz here on the line. David, let's talk about the fact that this all happened in New York City, not an ideal place for pandemonium and chaos here. Lots of people who described running off of the subway, and now still an active investigation, and they're searching for that suspect. There's a manhunt. So what do you do, especially in crowded locations like New York City, when something like this breaks out? How do they keep control?
I mean, how does law enforcement keep control?
Right.
Well, the first thing they're going to do, they're going to set up a perimeter and not allow additional people to go into that area. Trains are going to be rerouted, bypass that spot. If you think about it, excuse me, every single shell casing that was ejected out of that weapon, that's evidence. There may be fingerprints on those. They have to be gathered. There may be other evidence that the shooter might have dropped something, clearly did. So, they're going to have to comb that entire area because that's now a crime scene. I've always thought, and I think I opined on Fox years ago, that the outer boroughs, the subway stations in places like Brooklyn, like Queens, the Bronx, you have far lower or far lesser police presence. If you go down, to, let's say, 42nd Street, 34th Street, 72nd Street in New York City, you're going to see a pretty considerable contingent of law enforcement. The outer boroughs are a little more accessible and a little less well defended. So I think that's something that needs to be factored into preventing these incidents going forward.
It also makes you wonder, eyewitnesses who saw everything happen and were maybe on that subway, how do you control that in getting them for interviews? Because they're going to be the ones who truly know what happened, what went down. One of the passengers that our Fox 5 team spoke with saw the suspect himself. So how do you know, how do you grab someone for interviews when there's so much going on and it's active?
That's all after the fact. I mean, obviously, the people who are injured are accessible to you, but how many people were on that platform in that car who just as soon as they got to ground level, they took off? So, I mean, can you track each and every one of them down? No, you really can't. But you can just make it very, very clear through the press, through social media. If you were on the train, if you were on the platform, we want to talk to you. no matter whether you think you saw something or not, we want to talk to you. So that's the way they'll get those people in. And this is not really rocket science. I'm sure they've done this all already.
So here we go. I do think that the press conference is going to be starting here in the next minute. There's been some movement inside of the room there. Leading up to it, though, there were reporter questions about surveillance video that may have been captured on the subway. Well, reportedly, some of those video cameras were down. They weren't working. They weren't able to get the footage back immediately. How much of a loss is that for investigators and for the police department?
That is just, think about that. That is just absolutely outrageous. We're not talking about your private residence where one of your cameras goes down and I'll get to it when I can. We're talking about video cameras that are maintained by the MTA. They're supposed to be, the police have access to those. That's critically important, not only for major crimes like this, but for minor crimes as well. This cannot be allowed to happen. And whoever was responsible for that particular station and those cameras, I hope they're held to account.
Yeah. Do you find that peculiar that the one time that they are, looking for this surveillance footage, and this isn't the first time that a crime has happened on New York subway stations? We've been hearing about assaults on the subways in even just the past few months. Surveillance-wise, I'm not sure if you would know the answer to that, but, how often are those checks?
Excuse me, they know when a camera goes down, presumably they're monitored. There's a person in charge. They know when they go down, but this is a bureaucracy. It's not like you get on the phone, like, camera 2216, that's on, get down there right away. No, we'll get to it. Someone's on vacation. Someone's not on duty. This is, it's the typical administration, the bureaucracy. Those are the reasons why these things happen.
And once again, we are taking a look inside of the NYPD headquarters where they are going to be holding a press conference here, giving us more details on the manhunt underway, and also a live look overhead at this U-Haul truck where the primary focus has been in watching what they have revealed. And I'm sure, David, we have not seen everything. But do you feel like they have any sense of where this suspect may be? Other than this scene here, we don't see anything else cautioned off. Is this person, this suspect, long gone by now?
I really have no way of knowing. There are too many variables. It is certainly possible, if the person had a good plan in place, that they could have walked out of this subway station, gotten into the vehicle, driven to a bus, driven to there are so many ways to move around Manhattan. Could have taken an Uber, and then from there, well, the sky's the limit, really. You get to the bus station, get to the train station. Excuse me. So that's a possibility. It's also a possibility that he's still local, holed up to from where his residence in a friend's place or rented or a motel room. So there's so many possibilities. Thinking about it, if that was me, I would probably plan on getting out of the city first, getting out of New York City, where it would be a little more difficult to be picked up. So, that's kind of the working hypothesis that I would probably start with, but there's really no way of knowing. I suspect they have a great deal more information than they're telling us. And, and the reason for that is, why would they disclose information that might prevent the person from being apprehended? Like, oh, we know the person, we know where they're going. They wouldn't say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's been several hours now, and you'd think in a large city, going back to the surveillance video question that I had before, with some of them being down, you'd still think that there would be at least some videos and possibly a photo released to the public at this time. Is that pretty normal at this point to have something like that released to hopefully assist in the manhunt? And then this also begs the question of the possibility of metal detectors now in the future on New York subways.
They'll never put metal detectors on subways. The reason is, just think about this. Think about how many times you've been through a metal detector at an airport. Before that, you're stripping down, you're taking off your belt, putting things in a little dog tray, and then goes through the, one detector you walk through. Imagine doing that for 3 or 4 million people every single day, and having enough entryways going through metal detectors where you could keep the line of traffic moving quickly, briskly, and then deal with, okay, what do you get? A weapon. Now there's an arrest. You get somebody who is, they don't have a weapon, but they have keys. That's not going to happen. There's other technology that's being explored that's constitutionally questionable, but I think that maybe ultimately in some place down the line that might be an issue. With respect to your question about the video, they have video on the guy. There's no question about that. That guy, he wasn't walking in, pardon me, terrible allergies. He wasn't walking into the subway with a gas mask on. Now, he might have had his COVID mask on, that's a possibility, but at some point he walked past the camera someplace on the way to the subway station, when he got out of the car, when he rented the car. They've got this guy in video for sure.
Well, once again, just want to reiterate for all of our viewers who may be tuning in right now, this press conference has now been pushed back for an hour and a half. It's 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's 6:30 out on the East Coast, and we are waiting for them to update on this. We've heard from Governor Hochul. We've heard from Mayor Eric Adams, who is currently in quarantine because of COVID-19, and they are still kind of reiterating the same talk about legislation, gun laws. This coming, of course, one day after President Biden's introduction of gun legislation with prohibiting ghost guns. Interesting timing on that, David. What are your thoughts on what the conversations will be following this for the rest of the week and for the next month, I would imagine?
I saw the governor, right after this happened, make a statement. How, my gosh, we in New York are sick and tired of seeing crime lead the headlines. You're kidding, right? This is not a bank robbery. This is not a mugging. This is not a sexual assault. This is someone who perpetrated an act of domestic terror in a crowded subway. If you're suggesting to me that banning the president's, ghost gun legislation, would that have stopped this incident? No. Just for example, I'm willing to go out on a limb here that this perpetrator did not have a license for that pistol. But even if he did, that 33-round magazine, that is illegal. It's a felony in New York State. Well, that law didn't make a difference. It is an absurdity. My suspicion is that this particular individual is not new to the criminal justice system, and I would suggest I don't know, but there are probably some issues that might have given rise to someone saying we need to watch this person. Maybe there's some conduct. Maybe there's social media posts like this. That's a likelihood. But if if your first reaction to something like this is, well, we've got to take ghost guns off the street. Well, my question is this: every time I hear a gun legislation being proposed, first question: if that law had been in place, would that law have prevented this attack? And I have never yet, ever seen a situation where the answer was yes. If that law had been in place, well, this attack wouldn't have happened. It's just, and that's why I think the governor went right to that as a talking point, because, well, it's timely. And the police commissioner, same thing. The first thing she said was, we're not investigating this as a terror incident. You're kidding, right? It wasn't a stick up. The person that deployed smoke was wearing a gas mask. What do you think it was? Now, it may not be foreign inspired terrorism, but it was certainly an act of domestic terrorism.
So do you believe that sentiment could change, that this could ultimately turn into a domestic terrorism act out in New York, especially in such a large city and such a confined space?
The JTTF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, FBI run, they are there right now. They're not there because it was a purse snatch. They're there because they suspect some sort of, that could be a lone wolf. It could very well be something not related to a political form of terrorism. I mean, if you recall, the FBI closed the investigation into the Las Vegas shooting without determining motive, which it's mind-boggling. How do you close a case until you know what prompted that miscreant to take that action? So they're going to find a motive here. If the motive is somehow political, well, it's terrorism. If it was a disgruntled employee, what are they thinking? It's a disgruntled employee. I mean, it's something. It's going to be something related to domestic terror.
Okay. Well, of course, we'll be hopefully getting more details on this, and maybe they will loop that back in and relabel it here. But if you were part of law enforcement there, Don, on the ground, what are next steps in this investigation? What are they going to be addressing here?
First and foremost, they have to get the shooter in custody. And I'm not saying anything. I mean, that's the complete focus of law enforcement officers on the ground right now. They're going to get him in custody, or if he resists, they're going to do it. Take whatever action is needed to make sure that person doesn't hurt anyone ever again. If they have the person identified, and I guess they'll let us know at the press conference whether that's the case. If they have an ID, well, then there's no shortage of investigators, or bodies for the investigation. You're going to have a bunch of investigators tracking down the movements of that person for the last couple of weeks, months. They're going to do social media, or Google, email, text messages. They'll get every electronic posting that person might have made on social media. So they'll be they'll be going at the same time in a parallel investigation. But first and foremost, they have to get this guy in custody.
All right, I just want to listen in here really quickly, David, as some people were heading up. I think they were getting mic checks here for this press conference.
3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. It's a mobile.
Okay, so they are getting mic checks here, and I think it's supposed to be starting in the next couple of minutes. We're going to sneak in one last commercial break. Hopefully on the back end of this, we'll be getting the latest update from the New York Police Department, as we have not heard from them for a while here. The investigation still very much underway and active. David Katz here on the line. Stick with us. We'll talk to you in 2 minutes. Back here to Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting the latest press conference at the New York Police Department here. They have been getting mic checks and they have been getting ready. We'll hopefully be getting details on how many people are injured in this shooting, solidified numbers, more on the investigation underway, as we've had aerials almost all day over a U-Haul, a suspicious U-Haul, and still, as far as we know, the manhunt underway. Well, we want to go out to some of the remarks from officials a little bit earlier here. Let's listen in to Mayor Adams, the mayor of New York City, who spoke out about the tragedy.
fellow New Yorkers, since early this morning, my team and I have been in constant communication with NYPD, FDNY, EMS, emergency management, and multiple other city agencies, as well as state and federal officials. First, let me say, we're praying for all New Yorkers who were injured or affected by today's attack. So far, we know that we have a multiple number of injuries, including victims of gunshot wounds. I wish to thank all of the first responders who responded to the scene or at the local hospitals, helping in today's incidents. You are what make New York the greatest city in the world, and I thank you for supporting your fellow New Yorkers. To today's incident, as of now, we have not found any live explosive devices, but the suspect in today's attack detonated smoke bombs to cause havoc. We would not allow New Yorkers to be terrorized, even by a single individual. NYPD is searching for the suspect at large, and we will find him. But we ask the public to come forward with any information that may help us in this investigation. They can simply call 800-577-TIPS, 800-577-TIPS.
And law enforcement expert David Katz joining us here on the line as well. David, Mayor Adams there in a virtual press conference because he is quarantining because of a COVID-19 diagnosis. But the real key soundbite, I think, he said New Yorkers will not be terrorized. Was this strong enough sentiment from the mayor here as he's dealt with quite a few situations, quite a few shootings in his city?
Look, I know Eric Adams is former law enforcement. I know people who know him personally and know he was a good cop. Problem is the idea that New Yorkers are not being terrorized on a daily basis apart from this, well, that's simply not true. I know people who are every single day. This one doesn't want to go on the subway because there was a stabbing yesterday. This one, this one is afraid because something else happened. There are homeless encampments in front of their building. Until the city of New York changes the way, go back to community-based policing, go back to with the broken windows law enforcement philosophy, where people are arrested for crimes and prosecuted. Plus, this insanity with bail reform. How many more stories do we have to listen to that someone was pushed on a subway track or someone was sexually assaulted or stabbed or shot, and lo and behold, 2 days before that, the same person was arrested and released because there's really no meaningful detention anymore prior to trial. I mean, there are, but I mean, the number of criminals or suspects who are rolled right back out onto the street, it's insane. Recidivists. There's no mystery here. Enforce the law. We can do. How do we know we can do this? Because for the past years before the de Blasio administration, New York City was the safest large city in the United States. That's no longer true.
And of course, Mayor Adams, just the latest in succession for this mayor position out in New York. He followed de Blasio. We also have new administration when it comes to governors. Governor Hochul now taking over the position for Governor Cuomo. And she also responded to the shootings, and we'll get to that in a second here. As we are hearing, this is going to start in a few minutes, but could be pushed back a little bit longer. I mentioned the fact that there were some passengers who were able to see the shooting and hear the shooting and even see the suspect. I want to play out for you a story from our Fox 5 team, and then would love for you to respond to it, David, on how they can utilize victims and eyewitnesses like this for the investigation.
Kenneth Foote-Smith's morning commute begins at Brooklyn's 59th Street subway platform, but before it had even reached the next stop,
I hear this loud bang, almost like glass shattering, But all I know is that it wasn't a normal subway noise. The train keeps moving, and then everyone on my train car runs towards the front. Like, whole mass herd runs towards the front.
That's because he could see through the train's connector doors that the car behind his was filling up with smoke.
Thick white smoke, so it's not gun smoke. I knew immediately. I'm like, that's not a gun going off in there.
Presumably, that was a smoke bomb thrown from a canister, and the train then came to a stop mid-tunnel.
And then we hear pop, 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 pop. 3 or 4 quick pops back to back.
Gunshots.
Screaming doubles, the panic of the guy trying to open our door.
Passengers in that car trying to open those connector doors between cars, but they wouldn't. He remembers seeing those desperate to move to his car.
And the 4 or 5 faces squished against the door behind him, banging as smoke is filling up behind them. It's getting harder to see them, and there's nothing I can do. That was maybe the worst feeling of my entire life, was helpless. People were panicked. And that man's face, I guarantee, I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still. And it's that traumatic.
Video posted to social media captures the moment the train finally pulled into the 36th Street station when the doors open.
I saw the people bloodied, dragging themselves out, stumbling over each other. I saw people who were already injured get pushed over and lose crutches.
Okay, so that story from our Fox 5 team, pretty difficult to hear as that man was able to witness some of these passengers on the train that was involved, describing the smoke bombs that they saw and describing people trapped inside, unable to get off. What's your reaction to hearing this witness sound?
Human beings are suffering, are being placed in situations that no one, certainly no one, 8:30 in the morning on their way to work, should have to deal with. You know, they just horrifying. You know, I understand. You know, we don't want people moving subway car to subway car because allowing easy access to cars, that you know how that's turned out and what the reason is in the past for that. The simple answer is people go into the space between the cars and they get injured, they fall off. So we don't want people, as a rule, going between the cars. But goodness gracious, you're in a subway car, you are stuck. Now I do know apparently during the shooting, the shooter had a malfunction that was not immediately cleared. I'd like to know more about that. If anyone actually tried to disarm him or attack him at that point, it's possible they didn't even see because the smoke was so heavy. But you know, just absolutely horrifying. And I understand this gentleman's reaction to that trauma.
And they also had to shut down some of the lines here as the investigation was underway, as schools were underway, many of the kids having to be locked in because they just didn't know where this suspect was. We want to listen in to businesses who had to close down, and we're speaking to people who were passing by who saw everything as well. Here are those stories from down on the ground earlier as we await this press conference. Again, when it happens live, we'll take it for you here on Live Now from Fox.
I had a girl, actually a young lady who was in here, probably in her early 20s, had blood all over her sneakers. She couldn't stop shaking. She was crying hysterically.
Owner of Al Sadi Food Salad Juice on the corner of 26th Street and 4th Avenue, Suleiman tried to calm down that young woman who just fled a smoke-filled, bloody subway car on a Manhattan-bound N train.
The person was right next to her who got shot.
Also trying to get someone from the hundreds who'd suddenly filled his shop and the sidewalk out in front of it to explain to him what just happened to interrupt Tuesday morning's rush hour.
Imagine just 1 second it was calm, because we're actually a new store, so we're not even known. And 2 seconds later, we just see 100 people outside, 30 people inside the store, and they're just running away. You know, they don't know where they're running from.
I just saw a bunch of cops go by, ambulance, firefighters.
The manager of J Diner at 24th Street on 4th Ave, Eddie, can walk to work, but his mom and sister use the 36th Street subway station every morning and every evening to get to and from their jobs.
Right away, I was calling them. My calls did not go through. I started getting a bit worked up, you know.
After a solid hour of worrying, Eddie eventually received confirmation his family members had made it to work and out of the subway unscathed.
When they finally called me back, it was just breathtaking.
People from out of state were texting me by 9:30, like an hour later. People in Florida being like, "Are you okay?"
Vincent decided to work from home Tuesday, but knew many from his neighborhood and those around it who encountered the underground chaos during their morning commutes.
Mass pandemonium, couldn't get people off the train because people were taking photos and videos and stuff like that.
Vincent, Eddie, and Suleiman all admitted Tuesday morning's mass shooting had led them to reconsider when and if they had to ride the subway.
I am, man.
I just got my car like literally 3 weeks ago.
I mean, I'm gonna have to get on it. It's my only way of getting to work, but it makes you pause for sure.
In Sunset Park, I'm Matt King, Fox 5 News.
Okay, so that report from Fox 5's Matt King earlier, as NYPD is now stuffed with press inside trying to get the latest details on this mass shooting, as we've really only heard the minute details from people who actually witnessed it, who were inside of the subway, inside other trains as well. We have David Katz here on the line. And David, I want to play out also a portion from the latest press conference with Governor Hochul, as we've been talking about how officials are addressing the situation underway. We briefly touched on the executive action from President Biden yesterday concerning ghost guns. So quickly here, stay with us. We're going to listen in to the New York governor.
That's right. Good afternoon. This morning, ordinary New Yorkers woke up in anticipation of a relatively normal day. They left their homes en route to school, en route to their jobs, and to a normal day, as I mentioned. That sense of tranquility and normalness was disrupted, brutally disrupted, by an individual so cold-hearted and depraved of heart that they had no caring about the individuals that they assaulted as they simply went about their daily lives. This individual is still on the loose. This person is dangerous. They're asking individuals to be very vigilant and alert. You'll get more reports on specificity as the day goes on. So this is an active shooter situation right now in the city of New York. I just got off the phone with the mayor. He's recovering well. He is monitoring. He's actively engaged in the situation. I wanted to let him know that the people of the entire state of New York stand with the people of this city, this community, and we say no more. No more mass shootings. No more disrupting lives. No more creating heartbreak for people just trying to live their lives as normal New Yorkers. It has to end, and it ends now. And we are sick and tired of reading headlines about crime, whether they're mass shootings or the loss of a teenage girl or a 13-year-old. It has to stop. I'm committing the full resources of our state to fight this surge of crime, this insanity that is seizing our city, because we want to get back to normal. It has been a long, hard 2 years. That's what we crave, that sense of stability and normalcy. And this is what the mayor and I are going to continue to work toward. And I thank the partners, the brave people of the MTA, the first ones who had the sense, the drivers of the train, to leave the station to make sure no more victims could be hurt. The NYPD, FDNY, state police, everyone involved in this has one purpose, and that's to stop the insanity of these crimes. You'll hear now from our fire department. I want to thank them for being there to help us diffuse a volatile situation, but we'll be giving continued reports as this day unfolds. Again, we ask everyone to be careful, be cautious, report what you see. It is likely that someone out there listening to this is going to help us lead us to that individual. You have a description of what they're wearing. You know the details. But this is the day we pull together as New Yorkers, united in a common purpose to say no more. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as the governor of the state of New York, working with our local partners right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. This morning, the FDA...
Okay, so again, Governor Hochul at that latest press conference with the NYPD, with investigators there, and hours later, not really a whole lot of other information. Want to bring in a law enforcement expert, David Katz. David, thanks for sticking around with us as we are still waiting for this press conference. It's supposed to be starting here at any time, hopefully within the hour, as we're heading into the 7 o'clock hour out on the East Coast. But Governor Hochul saying that New Yorkers need to be careful, be cautious. She says, report what you see. This was not, well, it started off as a normal day for many, but ending in really a horrific tragedy here. David, what were your thoughts on Governor Hochul's remarks after hearing those from Mayor Adams, too?
You know, it's the idea that the governor would stand up in front of a press conference and start talking about enough crime. Isn't it enough? Don't New Yorkers have to deal with enough? We have, life is hard enough as it is, right? You shouldn't be afraid every time you leave your house. You shouldn't be thinking to yourself, you know what, it's getting dark. I can't afford an Uber, but I don't want to get on the subway. Why do we have to make these decisions? And I'll tell you why. Because if Governor Hochul really wants to make a difference, why don't you eliminate the insanity of bail reform that has gripped New York State? Why don't you have prosecutors actually prosecute crime? If you have a violent criminal, do you think by simply adopting a progressive approach or alternative-based sentencing, you're going to stop that person from harming people? Do we have to? How many times do we have to hear stories about, you know, well, this person, this individual perpetrated a crime, and look at the 15-page rap sheet that this person has. That's the problem. And if you're equating this as common crime, this, I think, we're going to find was a lot more complicated than that. But this is an aberration as far as New York City is concerned. The real horror is everyday life for people, especially in high crime communities. Help them. The NYPD is more than capable of enforcing the law, of investigating crimes. But if you have a prosecutor who won't prosecute crimes, prosecutor who says, well, you know, this type of crime is no longer a felony, or resisting arrest will no longer be prosecuted. That's the answer to your question. And until we change that way of thinking, crime is going to continue. So I urge the governor to rethink some of those priorities, like bail reform, like alternate sentencing for violent offenders, not juveniles, not people who commit nonviolent offenses, but I'm talking about violent offenders who have by their conduct shown that once they're released, they're going to do it again. And then they're released again, and it will continue to harm people. Every single victim, every person who's harmed, that's a life-changing event in many cases. That's the horror. That's what needs to be changed.
And once again, we have a live look from inside of the NYPD here. Just want to recap for everyone who maybe hasn't been following this all day and is just joining us, hoping to listen in to this press conference, which we have been waiting for. It's been pushed back and delayed for about 2 hours now. There's still a manhunt underway. Police are inspecting a U-Haul potentially used by that suspect. There's at least 29 victims that have been taken to local hospitals. Again, emphasizing at least 29. That number could change in this press conference. 5 of the victims, at least, in critical condition. We've heard from Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan, who was there and was reporting about all the ambulances bringing people to specific local hospitals. There's also been items that have been recovered at the scene, including weapons and a bag here. I want to flash for you on the screen what we have. This is reportedly fireworks that were utilized by the suspect here. And we're getting in preliminary reporting that possibly we have more information on the suspect here. Maybe that's what is delaying this press conference. We don't want to speculate too much, but we are coming up on the top of the hour. We're about 2 minutes out from the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. So we've been taking you through every single step of this official reaction, even as high as up to President Biden reacting to this today, weighing in Iowa at an event saying that he praises the work of first responders and passengers that tried to save their fellow civilians, and those stories likely to come out in the coming days here. We have David Katz, who is on the line, and there's a little bit of speculation as to, again, those injuries, David, and I think that's where everyone's focus is at here. But all officials, even Governor Hochul, just outlining how proud she is of law enforcement that got to the scene so quickly. If you could just share for a moment here what it takes to be a first responder in situations, in tragedies like this.
Well, I'm very proud and privileged to my business partners are former NYPD officers. The other senior in our company, Mark Novak, is a retired detective captain. We have a couple guys who were senior officers of the Fdny. Most of them, in fact, all of the guys in my office responded to 9/11. Many are still feeling the health effects of that response. No one does first response like New York City. I mean, if you think about it, unfortunately, New York has been the site of many tragic occurrences, but each one has taught lessons. I mean, you probably could go online and find like the first World Trade Center bombing. The response there was chaotic. You can see pictures of it. They actually use it in classes to talk about how things were done as opposed to how they are now. Now you have incident command. You have the National Incident Management System, where all the working parts are coordinated. Police, fire, emergency management. In the subway, you need MTA. If power needs to be cut, you need the utility companies. You have federal partners. All that is managed and coordinated, and really, New York City does an incredible job. But more importantly, you never see, at least in New York City, the police or firefighters hesitate for 1 second before they run to the scene of danger. And that's why I'm very, very proud to know so many people who have dedicated their lives to that.
Well, David Katz been joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We so appreciate you and your expertise, and stick around with us as we are going to, of course, go into this press conference whenever it does start. But we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including out of Georgia, which is kind of pertaining to the situation here. Governor Kemp signing a bill allowing Georgia residents to carry handguns in public without a license or background check. That went into law today. The Georgia Senate passed the legislation at the beginning of April, sending it to the governor's desk for signature. Here's the latest from Fox 5 in Atlanta.
With the stroke of a pen and a round of applause, Governor Brian Kemp signs what conservatives call constitutional carry into law. Under the new law, eligible Georgians no longer need to get a weapons carry license and undergo a background check in order to carry a concealed weapon in public.
SB 319 makes sure that law-abiding Georgians, including our daughters and your family too, can protect themselves without having to have permission from your state government.
Supporters point out that people still have to pass a background check in order to purchase a weapon at a gun store. But opponents argue background checks are not required for private gun sales and say the new law opens up a dangerous loophole.
This legislation would potentially allow individuals with a criminal history who purchased a gun through a private sale to legally carry a hidden loaded weapon in our communities.
At a news conference just about a block from the bill signing, Democratic state lawmakers accused Kemp of supporting the change because of his tough re-election bid. Former U.S. Senator David Perdue is running against Kemp with the backing of former President Donald Trump.
I think that's great. It's too bad it took 4 years to get it done, and it's too bad it took me getting in the race for them to get any energy to get that done, but I'm glad it's getting done.
And back out to New York now, where the press conference room has had a little bit of movement here. We're seeing more people take their seats as the media is sitting, waiting for answers when it comes to the manhunt underway for this mass shooter suspect, who, as of right now, has not been identified and has not been taken into custody. Many officials speaking about this today, the mayor of New York, Mayor Adams, Governor Kathy Hochul, as well as the president himself, I want to go into just some of those remarks from President Biden today as he was in Iowa for a completely different reason. He was talking about manufacturing in America, touting his Build Back Better plan. Let's listen in to the president just momentarily.
President Joe Biden.
Thank you very, very much. Now, as I was campaigning here and I made that commitment, I don't think anybody heard it, but we're back. We're back. And my name is Joe Biden. I work for Congresswoman Fdny. There she is. I learned a long time ago when she says, I just say yes. I say yes right off the bat. I tell you what, she is one hell of a champion for you. I mean it. I mean it. You ask anyone, if you ever come to Washington, walk into the Congress, say, you know anybody from Iowa? The first thing they'll say, they'll mention her name. Anyway, she said, thank you. Thank you for your friendship. To start, I'd like to say a few words about the mass shooting in New York City subway this morning you've all read and heard about. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them. My team has been in touch with Mayor Adams and New York's police commissioner, and the Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the NYPD on the ground. We're going to continue to stay in close contact with New York authorities and as we learn more about the situation over the coming hours and days.
Good evening. I'm John Miller, Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence and Counterterrorism. We're here to provide an update on the ongoing investigation into the shooting that occurred earlier today in Brooklyn. We're going to hear from Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keechant Sewell, Chief of Department Ken Corey. We have First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban here. Chief of Detectives James Essig will update us on the investigation. We also have Assistant Director in charge of the FBI, in charge of the New York office, Mike Driscoll, and the JTTF efforts with the NYPD that are ongoing, as well as the Special Agent in charge of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, John DeVito. But we'll begin with word from Gracie Mansion from the Mayor of the City of New York, Eric Adams.
We can't hear him. He's talking. We can't. He's talking, but we cannot hear the mayor.
Work on the audio on our end.
Mm-hmm.
Is his audio going out on the
Thank you all for your patience.
We're having an audio difficulty, so what we're going to do is regroup here. We're going to cut to the police commissioner, and when we resolve the audio problem, we'll bring the mayor back.
Okay. Thank you all for attending this evening and helping us get this information out to the public. It's so important. We are truly fortunate that this was not significantly worse than it is. As we reported this afternoon, a man who was traveling on a Manhattan-bound N train opened 2 canisters that dispensed smoke throughout the subway car. He then shot multiple passengers as the train pulled into the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. 10 people were injured by gunfire, and an additional 13 were either injured as they rushed to get out of the train station, or they suffered smoke inhalation. Some good news is that none of the injuries appear to be life-threatening. As detectives processed the crime scene, they recovered a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and a hatchet. Also found is a liquid we believe to be gasoline and a bag containing consumer-grade fireworks and a hobby fuse. About an hour ago, detectives located a U-Haul van in Brooklyn that we believe is connected to the suspect. At this time, we still do not know the suspect's motivation. Clearly, this individual boarded the train and was intent on violence. We are conducting a highly coordinated investigation that includes NYPD detectives, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the ATF, who have been instrumental in tracing the firearm and ballistics. The suspect is a dark-skinned male and was wearing a neon orange vest and a gray-colored sweatshirt. We do have a person of interest in this investigation, but we need the public's assistance with additional information. We're asking anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. We know this incident is of grave concern to New Yorkers. We cannot lose sight of victims in this city. We will use every resource we can to bring those to justice who continue to prey on the citizens of New York. I'll ask Chief James Essick to come in and give details of the investigation.
Good evening, everybody. Today at 8:24 a.m., aboard a Manhattan-bound N train, 10 people were shot, 7 males, 3 females, and they were removed to area hospitals. An additional 13 people suffered injuries related to smoke inhalation, falling down, or a panic attack. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary, and it's subject to change right now. As that N train was between stations 59th Street and the 36th Street stations, seated in the second car in the rear corner was a dark-skinned male. Various descriptions of his height are given. He is heavy-set, wearing an orange-green nylon-type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. As the train approached the 36th Street station, witnesses state the male opened up 2 smoke grenades, tossed them on the subway floor, brandishes a Glock 9mm handgun. He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people. The male then fled the scene, and detectives are actively trying to determine his whereabouts. Recovered at that scene was a Glock 17 9mm handgun, 3 extended Glock-type magazines. 1 was still in the weapon, 1 under a seat, and 1 in a backpack. We had 33 discharged shell casings, 15 bullets, 5 bullet fragments, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, a hatchet, a black garbage can, a black milk-type style rolling cart, the gasoline, and a U-Haul key. The U-Haul key at the scene led us to the recovery of a U-Haul van a short while ago in Brooklyn. The male, who we believe is the renter of this U-Haul in Philadelphia, is a Frank R. James, male, 62 years old, with addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. We are endeavoring to locate him to determine his connection to the subway shooting, if any. The 2 crime scenes, the subway and the van, are very active and are still being processed. We are asking for anyone's help with information, cell phone video, witness information, or if they can identify the perpetrator or the renter of this vehicle, to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. There is a $50,000 reward out right now. $25,000 from the New York City Police Foundation, $12,500 from the MTA, and $12,500 from the TWA Local 100. I just want to assure everyone that we in the NYPD have all our resources working this, along with our partners in the FBI and the ATF, to find this perpetrator. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mike Driscoll.
We're going
Oh,
to
the
go
mayor?
back to
Okay.
the mayor,
Okay.
assuming we've resolved that issue.
Mr. Mayor, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chief. As we indicated, today was a difficult day for New York. And days like these are playing out too often in cities across America. As mentioned this morning, we witnessed an act of violence and evil in the heart of Brooklyn, where a shooter attacked a subway car full of innocent people at the 36th Street station. We saw a quiet Tuesday morning turn the N train into a war zone as a smoke bomb was detonated and multiple shots rang out. We witnessed 20 individuals have been injured so far, as it was mentioned. And thanks to the quick thinking of the MTA crew and the bravery and cooperation of passengers, lives were saved. And thanks to our first responders, the injured were quickly taken to area hospitals, and all of them are expected to recover. You know, I have been realistic and outspoken about my commitment to protecting public safety. I stand by that and will continue to do everything in my power to dam the rivers that feed the sea of violence. But this is not only a New York City problem. This rage, this violence, these guns, these relentless shooters are an American problem. And it's going to take all levels of government to solve it. It is going to take the entire nation to speak out and push back against the cult of death that has taken hold in this nation. A cult that allows innocents to be sacrificed on a daily basis. A country where buying weapons of mass destruction is as easy as picking up a piece of plywood or a garden shovel. A country where there are more guns than people. There are over 400 million guns in this country alone. The U.S. gun homicide rate is 26 times that of other high-income countries, where over 100 people die in gun violence every day. Guns are the leading cause of death for American children and teens, like the 16-year-old baby we lost in the Bronx. From schools in Columbine, Sandy Hook, and Virginia, to music festivals in Las Vegas, to nightclubs in Orlando, to movie theaters and yoga classes across the nation. These killers have used weapons of mass destruction to massacre innocent people. They control no armies or military forces, yet these individual killers terrorize our nation. I've often said that this city is not going to adapt to dysfunction. Ending gun violence means changing gun laws. We cannot clean up a flood when the water is still pouring into the basement. And we can never stop the killing if we cannot stop the guns. To be clear, we will not surrender our city to the violent few, and we will not surrender all of America to this cult of death. The sea of violence comes from many rivers. We must dam every river that feeds the greater crisis. That is the work of my life, this administration, and this police department. I will not stop until the peace we deserve becomes the reality we experience. You have my word as a former police officer, a fellow New Yorker, and your mayor, that we will end this epidemic, and that will capture the individual responsible for today's attack. We will capture him and prosecute him to the full extent of the law. Thank you, NYPD, FDNY, our first responders, and the collaboration from the federal government, the state, and city agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Assistant Special Agent in Charge at the FBI New York office, Michael Driscoll.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start by expressing our hopes and prayers that the victims of this event will enjoy a quick recovery. They are our primary focus right now. I also want to echo the thanks for the partnership, to the NYPD, the ATF, and all the partners who are contributing to this investigation. Right now, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force is fully engaged with this investigation, providing assistance through manpower, technical assistance, and basically everything we can throw at it. We expect the process to be a long one as we gather all possible information to track down all possible leads. And I would encourage you, as it was mentioned earlier, to please reach out to the NYPD tip line at 1-800-577-TIPS. And I would also add, as frequently the case in many of our current investigations, everyone's got a cell phone in their pocket. There's a lot of video out there. If you have digital information that you'd like to share with us in connection with this investigation, please visit fbi.gov/Brooklyn shooting, where you can upload that information. So we are seeking the public's help. You heard mentioned before of a name of possible interest. Videos would be particularly helpful, or any other additional witnesses who have yet to come forward that can provide information that might help this investigation. So thank you for your participation, and I thank everyone for their partnership in the course of the investigation. Thank you.
We'll take a couple of questions.
Commissioner Sewell, is it the belief that he fled on foot after abandoning the van, or not?
We are not sure where he went at this point. That is subject to investigation. We have a number of resources that are combing on foot and doing video canvases as well to determine where he went.
I'm sorry. Commissioner, you posted videos online talking about being a victim to the mayor's mental health programs. Can you talk to us about this? Do we know to the department?
So based on some preliminary information, there were some postings possibly connected to our person of interest where he mentions homelessness, he mentions New York, and he does mention Mayor Adams. And as a result of that, in an abundance of caution, we're going to tighten the mayor's security detail.
Yeah. So just to be clear, so this person, Frank James, he's not the person of interest that is in custody at this moment?
I'm going to have to answer that.
We have no one in custody at this time. No. We are looking for Frank James. We know he rented this U-Haul van. The key of that U-Haul van was found at the crime scene in the subway.
And Mr. James made those social media posts?
We're pouring through that, but yes, correct.
And you believe he was the one in the train? Is that correct?
We are looking to determine if he has any connection to the train. We know Mr. James rented that U-Haul truck in Philadelphia.
And Mr. James made those threats online that the commissioner was just speaking about?
Okay.
So we're not calling them threats. He made some concerning posts, or someone made some concerning posts. We cannot attribute it to that individual yet. That's under investigation. But again, in an abundance of caution, we're going to tighten the mayor's security detail. That's all.
Rocco, Daily News.
Does he have any connection at all to the transit system? Is he a TA worker and any connection whatsoever to that subway station?
That is subject to investigation. We don't have that information yet.
Does he have a criminal record?
John Doyle, CBS 2.
Does he have a criminal record? What is his exact connection to
Mr. James is just a person of interest we know right now who rented that U-Haul van in Philadelphia. The keys to that U-Haul van were found in the subway in our shooter's possessions. We don't know right now if Mr. James has any connection to the subway. That's still under investigation.
Chief Essek, do you have any what we call robust DNA evidence from the crime scene of the van?
The crime scene's still being processed now. The van is being processed, and the subway crime scene is being processed. But it's too early right now to tell.
City, Kenny?
Can you explain where this U-Haul was located? Was it nearby? And also, I know you said you're investigating these videos, but can you confirm that it was him in the video or people that he knows? We're just trying to make that connection.
The video, the YouTube videos and the videos on there's a man who posted there, Frank James. We're still working to see if that's our person who rented the video.
And where was the U-Haul located?
Kings Highway in Brooklyn.
Kings Highway in what intersection?
30 West 4th and Kings Highway.
Is there anything more you can tell us about the content of the posts? And I know you said it wasn't a direct threat against the mayor. Can you tell us anything he said about the mayor that caused you to leave up the security detail?
There were general topics of concern, and I don't want to go into too many details about the mayor's security detail. We're just doing it just to be on the safe side.
And just any other details about homelessness? You mentioned that you posted
Complaints about homelessness, complaints about New York, nothing in general. I'm sorry, just general comments that cause us some concern that are subject to investigation at this point.
Next question.
Why were there no working surveillance cameras in the station? Why did police radios not work in the station? And how much did those factors hamper this investigation?
Yeah, we know that there were 3 stations that the video wasn't working. We're still investigating that to see why or how those, whether it was a mechanical problem, electrical issue, why those videos weren't up.
And the police radios?
There was no issues with police radios in the
Reports that one of the first officers on scene said his radio wasn't working, and he told one of the teenagers there to call 911.
Yeah, so patrol officers, so officers who work topside, if you will, in patrol precincts, when they go down the station, they have to switch frequencies. It's a UHF versus VHF. So if they didn't switch the radio over to the VHF frequency, they would not be able to transmit down in the subway station. So it's user error. It wasn't a problem with the actual radio.
Bloomberg News.
How many officers are assigned to the 36th Street station, and were there any officers in the station at all?
So we don't typically assign officers to subway stations. Officers patrol on a rotating basis. They ride trains, they come out, they patrol the stations. Patrol officers from the precincts stop, go down, they do station inspections. We've been doing that since January, so that station was patrolled several times today. There were no officers present in the station at the time of the shooting, but it had been patrolled several times on this calendar date prior to the shooting in the early morning hours.
Next question.
What do we know about Mr. James and his local ties to New York City?
Jimmy?
We know Mr. James has addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. As far as New York, it's still under investigation, but he's just a person of interest right now in this case.
Is it clear when he entered the station, and is he on video anywhere after the fact?
We know the shooter was entered the station on Kings Highway. So we're asking for anybody who knows from Kings Highway to 35th Street is 8 stops. Anybody who sees him with any information, please call Crime Stoppers.
When was James last seen? Is that clear? Is he on video at all?
We literally have hundreds of detectives out in the field right now pouring through video at train stations, the egresses, the recovery sites of the vehicle. So we hope to have clearer pictures of who we believe is the shooter.
2 more questions. CNN?
About the weapon that was recovered, has that been traced back to Mr. James at all? And is there any likelihood that, or how confident are investigators that he is the same person that pulled the trigger today?
As far as pulling the trigger, that's still under investigation. As far as the firearm is concerned, we know it's not part of a multi-sale. We know it's not stolen. We're working with our partners in the ATF to track back to the point of sale and then move forward on that gun.
Last question. Your physical description of James, does it match the description that's already been put out today?
Again, as I said, there was 2 smoke grenades thrown. We have various descriptions of height. I gave the description out of the man with the vest. We're looking through all possible leads on our person of interest.
I think if you look at our social media, you'll see 2 photos of the person of interest. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you guys for making that work.
And as they mentioned, they have been active on social media. We had that tweet from the NYPD that was pulled up there. Again, this is person of interest, Frank James. He's not in custody at this time, but he is reportedly the renter of the U-Haul that all that focus has been on. We were showing you aerial pictures of the U-Haul a little bit earlier here. We're also getting in new information about the injuries here. I want to bring back in law enforcement expert David Katz. David, thanks for sticking with us. This has been a massive update from New York officials there. They're saying that there were 10 people who were injured by gunfire, by gunfire, yes, and then 13 other injuries, some of those being smoke inhalation, panic attacks, and whatnot. But I want to dive straight into now this person of interest situation we have going here. They couldn't confirm, again, that Frank James was the actual shooter, but they are looking to get him into custody. Is it far-reaching to say that he is their suspect?
Well, I mean, I think the nexus clearly is, well, you have several. Number one, the key to the van is found at the crime scene that was in the possession of the shooter. The van was rented by Frank James, as far as what the NYPD is putting out, and then beyond that, you have similarities in stature and ethnicity between the described shooter and the picture I'm looking at now. So, this person of interest for sure, suspect quite likely.
And we want to go back out to some of the aerial views of the U-Haul there out in New York City. There's also been descriptions of the suspect. We're now hearing a neon orange vest, a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a construction helmet. Also interesting, David, which I think you could comment on pretty well, the weapons that were there and the amount of casings discharged, 33. He also had a black garbage can. He had fireworks, 9mm handgun, gas, and a hatchet. What were your thoughts in hearing all of this that he had in possession?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly the 9mm and the loaded extended magazines are a concern. The gas as well, of course. But something I guess most folks wouldn't pick up on, that magazine, it holds 33 rounds. Typically, and by the way, and during the briefing, they said 33 rounds were discharged. An experienced shooter would have had 34 rounds in that weapon. In other words, someone who knows their way around guns will chamber a round, holster it or secure it, and then the one round that is now down in the magazine would be replaced. So the 33 round magazine would be in the weapon along with the round in the chamber. Apparently Mr. James or the suspect or whomever didn't do that. So that suggests to me a lack of tactical knowledge. Apparently there were 2 loaded magazines that were recovered at the scene in addition to the empty magazine in the weapon. For some reason, the shooter did not get the chance to reload and continue firing. Thank God. But that's interesting. But clearly, with that much ammunition and in that, you have 33 rounds discharged. Thank God, only 10 people were struck. Only 5 were struck seriously, and all will, God willing, will make it. That also strikes me as someone who has very, very little skill with firearms. However, that being said, when you are in an enclosed space like that, you don't really have to be good. You have it's the proverbial fish in the barrel. So very, very, obviously concerning. Thank God he wasn't any better than he was.
Yeah, no life-threatening injuries, which is huge for this, and also no motive for the suspect. We have no suspect in custody, only that person of interest, Frank James. And now law enforcement providing a pretty hefty reward here, a $50,000 reward. They're also asking for anyone with cell phone video or evidence or information to give it to them. They do know that he fled the scene here. But one thing I wanted to touch on, because it was something that we talked about, was the surveillance video. So a reporter asked about that, and they said 3 of the stations did not have working video, and they're investigating if there was mechanical issues because of that. But they do say they have hundreds of detectives who are down on the ground looking through other video cameras here for a clear snapshot of who their suspect is. So confirmation, 3 of the stations didn't have working video.
Like I said, you're talking about a huge bureaucracy. You're talking about, just if you can imagine, a camera goes out. Okay, the problem has to be identified. A crew has to be dispatched. Well, we have a crew working over here, but it's almost quitting time. We don't have authorization for overtime. I mean, you can imagine in a system as large as that, how difficult it is even to change a simple camera. So, but I know that train line really well. That was the N train. If you got on at Kings Highway, that particular area is going to. I'm quite sure that station had cameras functional. That's kind of a big one. Kings Highway is a main artery. Plus, in the area of the station, you've got a lot of locations, a lot of shop stores. you're going to get good camera footage on this guy. Maybe not in the subway station, but ancillary to the subway station, or the road he walked up after he parked the van. You're going to get good footage of him.
And we'll be looking out for that as only right now. This is the photo that has been released by the NYPD of Frank James here. Last question for you, David. We appreciate you being with us here on the show. The commissioner mentioning social media posts from Frank James here about Mayor Adams and homelessness and topics concerning New York. And now there is a major wave of security for Mayor Adams. He's obviously quarantined with COVID-19, but security detail now being sent over to the mayor. What did you make of that, pulling that in as possibly evidence, I guess you could say?
I mean, it goes to mental state, goes to possible motive. I mean, I think it is prudent to put extra bodies on the mayor's detail. If this is the shooter, with the level or the lack of level of skill that clearly we're seeing, I'm quite sure the mayor's current detail could handle any eventuality. But better safe than sorry. One thing, if you have a minute, I'd like to mention, when the mayor did first thing, let's talk about guns. If only an out of New York City resident was not legally authorized to carry a gun in New York. If only high capacity magazines were not authorized or legal in the state of New York. Wait a minute, they are illegal in the state of New York. Once again, I get back to my central question: what legislation would the mayor or any other politician suggest that would have prevented that incident from happening today? The possession of that weapon, the possession of that magazine, clearly the use of the magazine, and most likely the purchase of the weapon were all illegal. And that weapon being in New York was really super illegal. What else do you want to do? What law would have stopped that? That's the problem. It's always they're platitudes, and there's nothing really behind it, because criminals will find a way. Period.
All right, law enforcement expert David Katz here with us today. We appreciate it. We'll be speaking with you soon, and hopefully we'll be getting more details in on this investigation for a motive and for a suspect in custody. We appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Thank you for having me.
And I want to flash again for you this latest update from the NYPD, this tweet coming in to us, and hopefully we'll be getting more tweets through the rest of the night here. This is the only person of interest, no one in custody, especially not a suspect. This is Frank James. He reportedly rented the U-Haul that everyone has been talking about today and investigating, renting it in Philadelphia. But back to the suspect, where we're hearing it was a man of varying heights, could be 5'5", but a dark-skinned male wearing a neon orange vest, a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a construction helmet here. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching Live Now from Fox. A lot of you joining us here today for this breaking news, and we appreciate you being with us. Live, raw, and unfiltered. That's how we always do it, moving around to the top stories of the day, and that's what we're going to do through the evening here. We'll be bringing on more experts, and we'll be staying up to date with the NYPD on any new details that we have. I do believe that's going to be the last press conference of the day, but we could have another one if more discoveries are made here. And again, that $50,000 reward for anyone with information on this cell phone video, and we'll be bringing that to you through the rest of the evening here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. 2 minutes. Back here to Live Now from Fox, we want to go out to the latest event. President Biden speaking in Iowa today about manufacturing here in the United States. We'll also be speaking about high inflation numbers, what economists have to say about the future of the United States.
President Joe Biden.
Thank you very, very much. Now, as I was campaigning here and I made that commitment, I don't think anybody heard it, but we're back. We're back. And my name is Joe Biden. I work for Congresswoman Fdny. There she is. I learned a long time ago when she says, I just say yes. I say yes right off the bat. I tell you what, she is one hell of a champion for you. I mean it. I mean it. You ask anyone, if you ever come to Washington, walk into the Congress, say, you know anybody from Iowa? The first thing they'll say, they'll mention her name. Anyway, she said, thank you. Thank you for your friendship. To start, I'd like to say a few words about the mass shooting in New York City subway this morning you've all read and heard about. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them. My team has been in touch with Mayor Adams and New York's police commissioner, and the Department of Justice and the FBI are working closely with the NYPD on the ground. We're going to continue to stay in close contact with New York authorities, and as we learn more about the situation over the coming hours and days. And something could have broken between now and the last hour. I haven't heard the news. I haven't spoken to anyone of my staff. But we're not letting up on it until we find out and we find the perpetrator. Now, to the reason I'm here today. I want to thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Congresswoman Fdny. When you hear about progress we're making in Iowa on everything from biofuels to bridges, you can thank Cindy. That's what you... No, I'm not joking. I am not joking. There was no fence at the White House high enough to keep her out. Not. All kidding aside, Cindy, you're doing one heck of a job. Thank you so much. I also want to say a special hello to someone who really wanted to be here today. And you think I'm kidding. He's the guy that brought me to the first biofuel plant in Iowa years ago. Your former governor and my Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Unfortunately, couldn't be here today. He went to a press event in Washington, and like 2/3 of the people who went, I think, they got COVID. He's doing fine, spoke to him, but he couldn't be here. But I'm here today to talk about the work we're doing to lower costs for American families and put rural America at the center of our efforts to build a future that's made in America. And that's not hyperbole. It's about being made in America. A lot of that has to do with this industry. I just had a chance to see the work you do here and turn more than 40 million bushels of local corn into 130 million gallons of ethanol a year. That's a lot of gallons. We want to see facilities like this all over the Midwest, and here's why. First, it supports farmers and the farm economy. You know, everybody thinks Delaware is a big industrial state and banking state and DuPont. We have a $4 billion industry. It's called agriculture in Delaware. And it's mostly, we have more chickens in Delaware, broiler chickens, than you have in the entire Midwest, I think. But all kidding aside, it is a big industry in Delaware. And my state, everybody thinks is an industrial state. It's a very rural state. The largest city outside of the main city of Wilmington, Delaware, is almost 150,000 people, is 20,000 people. It's a rural state. And so we understand about getting the rural communities engaged and being able to make it generally. And all that corn in the silos is from farmers within 60 miles of here.
Okay, so we've been popping in and out of this event that was from earlier in Menlo, Iowa. President Biden visiting the Hawkeye state there, touting his administration's green energy policies. Also commented on the very high inflation number we got from the Consumer Price Index for the month of March, 8.5%. We'll be talking about inflation in just a few moments here. But another looming supply chain crisis is almost here. We know the extreme strict COVID-19 lockdowns that are happening in Shanghai, China. That is really the global center of the supply chain. Well, it has been hit so hard, and the delays could get worse even more this spring. It's why certain shipping ports across the country are now working to increase capacity. Joining me from one of those smaller ports, Fox News multimedia reporter Stephen Goen. Stephen, what have we learned, and how are they increasing capacity?
Well, Andrew, here's what we know. About 2 ports on the West Coast in California, they handle 40% of the nation's imports. You know, that's close to you, but not close to the rest of the country. And those ports have been backed up for a while now. So we're seeing small ports try to pick up the slack. And the good news is it could actually help bring some costs down. After months of shipping backlogs, some of the nation's small ports are trying to help ease the supply chain crisis.
We like being busy.
Opening their doors to the container ships, avoiding congestion and days-long waits at major U.S. hubs.
We end up seeing some ships that diverted from the coast, and a couple ships came all the way around the Panama Canal.
At the Port of Cleveland, a small inland port along the Great Lakes, cargo volume increased nearly 70% last year, partly because the capacity was just there.
What you don't see behind me is a bunch of ships sitting out in harbor. Because of that, we offer companies the opportunity to be able to procure goods quicker and get them on and off ships quicker.
Across the country, other small ports are fighting for more business. Experts say that competition could get some products to the store cheaper and faster.
That's a win for the consumer.
Though others could be delayed if alternate ports are far from the final destination.
Right now, any one disruption has a huge impact on just about the entire supply chain. It's really fragile.
A supply chain already struggling to unload thousands of containers on both coasts. Now with shipping gridlock only expected to get worse in the coming months, it's prompting small ports here and around the U.S. to invest in infrastructure to keep up with demand.
It's about being prepared to deal with the cargoes of today and the cargoes of tomorrow.
There's some big benefits until you get to run to the same problem in the other places. To be able to be responsive, that's critical for them.
Now here at the Port of Cleveland, there's a $20 million infrastructure plan underway. The goal is to build new docks, try to attract some new business as well. They're also trying to create jobs, Andrew.
Stephen, thanks so much for that story. We'll be in touch with you again if anything changes. Have a good night. Okay, right now, as you know, we've been talking about these inflation numbers all day, and 8.5%. That's the number that everyone is talking about because you were paying more for items, of course, last month, but we're getting a better sense, an idea of how much more a lot of these items are, including food, including energy, natural gas, oil, and the like. Well, earlier today, I spoke with economist Michael Santo. If there are any glimmers of hope in these numbers today, here's my conversation. And joining me here on Live Now from Fox to discuss the latest inflation numbers for the month of March, Michael Santo. Michael, as always, good to see you. 8.5% from last month. That's the highest in some 40 years. What does this say? I believe the last time we spoke was for the February numbers. Those were 7.9%, but inflation ramping up here.
Well, some of it is, in fact, food and oil. So that's related to the prices in Ukraine. This still may be one of the worst numbers that we see in the long term. So we may be at the top of inflation. So it's not too much of a surprise at this point.
Do you see any kind of recession signals in the near term because of this?
In the next year or two, yes, because as it's often described, the Fed policy is intended to get this inflation under control and prevent it from becoming runaway inflation, are like tapping on the brakes, and the brakes will slow down what is partly an overheating the economy. And many of the economists right now feel that the Fed was a little bit slow, which means that there's a little bit of a higher cost to getting under control. And so the Fed actions could trigger something like a mild short-term recession.
You know, barring what the Fed is going to do to try to get this under control, policy-wise from the Biden administration, what do they have at their disposal to get this under control? They're talking about this a lot. The administration was preparing for this really, really bad number today. But policy-wise, what can they do?
It's a difficult position for any president. A lot of the key tools for combating inflation are controlled by the Federal Reserve, which is ideally politically independent. Excessive fiscal spending, governmental spending could worsen it, but I don't think that that's the biggest problem anymore. And we've also exposed major problems in the global supply chain, which could take a long time to fix. So they have to put a brake on consumer spending, and a lot of that power falls upon the Federal Reserve.
So with inflation rising, we're also seeing wages still rising, but they're not catching up to inflation, essentially canceling out those gains with wages. But we're also seeing a very strong job market. How do those two reconcile themselves?
Because there's major problems with the supply chain, and it's like one black swan supply crisis after another, the latest being the Ukraine war. I'm afraid we could see other things, Shanghai under lockdown, so that's going to bite too as far as supplies globally. So there's a series of snafus in the global supply chain creating major shortages, which leads to price rises. And it's hard, employers don't want to completely keep up when, first of all, they're facing other costs because everything's going up. So it's harder for them to pay more, and they want to protect their profits and sometimes occasionally their solvency. But there is a bright side to this. And a lot of the power to fix this is in the US economy itself, which is a market-based economy, and rising prices create a rationing mechanism, a critical rationing mechanism. So the higher prices force American consumers to try to find other ways to do things more effectively, cheaper. If one thing goes up, they'll find something else. If wheat goes up, they'll eat something different. We're part of the largest economy, richest, most advanced economy. The consumer, American consumer, is also very robust in shopping decisions.
And just to reiterate, let's go over some of these numbers. So the consumer price index, it increased, like I said, 1.2% in March from last month, 7.9% to 8.5%. The increase is the largest since Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, the monthly increase that is. But it is the fastest increase since January of 1982. There's a lot of numbers in there. Do you see kind of any glimmers of hope in these numbers as we go into the month of April?
Yes, absolutely. If you look at the core inflation, take out the food and energy, which is being affected by the war in Ukraine, it doesn't look quite as bad.
All right. So excluding food and energy, the increase, like you said, over the past year, that's 6.5%. So not as bad as that 8.5% number. What will you be looking out for in the weeks ahead?
Just hopefully that the rate of inflation slows down, and hopefully things in Ukraine and around the world don't get worse, and that there's improving supply chains. Also, there was just too much stimulus. There was a certain amount of panic around March and April of 2020, and the amount of stimulus that both the Federal Reserve and Congress put in retrospect, is starting to look excessive. But it was an unprecedented pandemic, and there's often a side effect to any policy or medication you give, and now we appear to be feeling it. But it's not. It might not be an easy route for us right now, an easy path for us to go. There isn't necessarily any magic, quick, painless solutions to this.
That's right, and of course the effects from the pandemic still ongoing. As always,
Michael Santo, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation there. Live now look at the White House at this hour. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour there in the nation's capital. The Biden administration trying to get out ahead of these really bad inflation numbers, touting what the administration is trying to do to tamp these numbers down. But we'll see how the American people responds. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left to get to, including yet another story out of New York at the highest levels in Albany state government there. The lieutenant governor resigning today after he was arrested in a campaign finance scheme. We'll be talking about that a little later on. We'll also be remembering the life of the actor and comedian Gilbert Gottfried, dead today at the age of 67. So more on those top headlines after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just got this shot in. New York Governor Kathy Hochul speaking out. Let's listen in.
We got a lot of high fives and good job, Governor, which I appreciated. And you can see it in their eyes. They will not bow down. They are tough. They've been through so much before. But I will let Jano speak to his ridership. He knows them better than anyone. But I just thought it showed what New Yorkers are made out of. And we want them to continue coming back. The last time there was a mass shooting on our subway system, I believe it was 1984. So I don't want to act as if and treat this as a normal experience on our subway. This is a rarity, but one incident like this is one too many. Jano,
how about the video? I think the governor has handled it exactly right on. The vibe from New Yorkers is, we're not backing down. We're going about our lives. New Yorkers have just been through COVID. They've overcome Superstorm Sandy. They've been through the financial crisis, 9/11. They are incredibly strong. But they're also mindful of the need for all of us to team up and increase subway safety. Governor, Mayor Adams made a commitment to subway safety before this event. We've heard from all the levels of government that commitment is redoubled today, and we've seen it even before this event. More cops on the platforms, more cops on trains. Mayor Adams has said he's going to go even further today. I think that's going to make a difference. It's already started today. How about the video cameras not working in the subway station where the incident happened? Well, we have 10,000 cameras, almost 10,000 cameras in the system, up from 3,000 only a few years ago. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars. We have 600 cameras just on the section of the N line in Brooklyn. premature to say which cameras were exactly right and produced the best evidence, but the whole system is really, of cameras is really working. It's producing a lot of arrests. When bad guys do stuff, we always seem to get a picture. The cops today were looking at cameras up and down the system because they wanted to see where this criminal had entered the system, as well as where he may have left. I think it's a big help over the long run.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. All right. Thank you.
What's about now the Passover?
Pardon me?
Now there's being Passover.
Now it's Passover.
Would it be more cops?
Yes, there'll be more police on the streets for sure. It's something we take very seriously as we head into the holiday season, Passover, Easter to follow. So there will be more police to protect people. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right.
So let me clarify. 2 people still here?
Yes. Yes. Just the children came here. So yes. Yes. Two. We may be making the rounds. We're trying to get updates as the situation unfolds, and so we'll try to visit more patients and their families. And really, all I wanted to do is extend the love of 20 million New Yorkers to all of them and give them a virtual as well as a personal embrace. It was very important to me just to see the moms at their time of great stress. There's nothing more frightening for a mom or a dad than to see your child injured. I've had children injured before, and it just hits you right here. So I just wanted to give a little comfort to a mom in need tonight. Thank you.
About the rest of those hospitals, how many patients left in the other hospitals? How many patients are hospitalized?
Do you have any information on this?
No, we don't. We have a little bit, but it's many people are. Many of the patients are being released now as we speak. So there are ones at Lungo and there are ones at Methodist for the other 2 hospitals.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
Hey, Ken? Yeah, but the care
New York Governor Kathy Hochul there speaking outside of one of these hospitals, and there were several where victims were transported today after this subway shooting. I'm not entirely sure which hospital. It looks like NYU Langone Health, but we're hoping to learn more from officials a little bit later on tonight. Let's put up the photo Crime Stoppers put out of the person of interest. His name, Frank R. James. He's not being named as a suspect, just as a person of interest in the shooting here. Of course, the U-Haul is the focal point, is at the center of the discussion, and that U-Haul was rented by Frank James in Philadelphia. So if we get any more details or if he is taken into custody a little bit later on, we'll be bringing on law enforcement experts to describe the manhunt underway. It looks like now doctors are speaking outside the hospital, talking about their experience with the patients they treated today. And actually, no, we just lost the shot there. So if we do get any more official statements in from New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and NYPD Commissioner Sewell, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It's going to be a busy night as this investigation is well underway. Let's move to politics right now, just briefly. Former Vice President Mike Pence speaking right now at the University of Virginia. Let's listen into that for just a little bit.
Nuclear program. And in Europe, Russia launched an unconscionable war of aggression against the brave people of Ukraine. You know, Karen and I visited the Ukraine border just a few short weeks ago. And I will tell each and every one of you what we saw there. Throngs of women and children fleeing from the heartless and mindless violence being inflicted on the free people of Ukraine was something I never thought I'd live to see. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are inspiring the world, and we must continue to stand with them in defense of their freedom. You know, I met President Zelensky when I was your vice president. I knew he had a quality. But I must tell you, to see him taking the stand, the courageous stand at great personal risk that he's taken to lead his people, It's deeply inspiring. I've also met Vladimir Putin. I've stood toe-to-toe with him, and I've told him things he didn't want to hear. And let me tell all of you, Putin only understands strength. And America must meet this moment with American strength. That means more military aid to the brave and courageous Ukrainian military. That means more economic sanctions on Putin and his regime. And let me also say, it means more humanitarian aid. And I would not miss the opportunity tonight to say to all of you and those that might be looking on across the country, if you have not yet made a contribution to one of the many relief organizations that are risking their lives to provide food and medicine and water to the people of Ukraine, do it now. Let's stand with them and make sure they have the ability to survive and fight for freedom. So it's a challenging time for families in our economy. It's a challenging time on the world stage. And here at home, one of the most troubling developments this past year has been the Biden administration's all-encompassing assault on culture and values. Under the Biden administration, wokeism is running amok in our public schools and universities. Patriotic education has been replaced by political indoctrination. They abolished our 1776 Commission and authorized the teaching of what's known as critical race theory in our public schools. Critical race theory actually teaches children as young as grade school to be ashamed of the color of their skin. But let me be clear. Critical race theory is nothing more than state-sanctioned racism, and it should be rejected by every state in every city in this country. And I don't have to tell conservatives on this or any other campus in America. In the midst of that assault has been an assault on free speech. Nick spoke about it just a few moments ago. I heard there was a little bit of controversy preceding my visit to the University of Virginia. But let me say, I'm incredibly proud. Incredibly proud to be standing in front of all of you, this conversation tonight. I'm incredibly proud of the team at UVA, Young America's Foundation. And let me also express my profound gratitude to President Ryan and the 17 faculty members who stepped forward and stood up in defense of freedom here at the University of Virginia. I mean, the antidote to cancel culture is freedom. The antidote to woke America is freedom. First Amendment of our Constitution reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition their government for redress. It's all here. This was fought for at the founding of this nation. It's crafted carefully by the genius, largely of Virginians. And it's been defended by every generation ever since it's worn the uniform of the United States. And that's where we need to repair in these divided times. I mean, the founder of this university, Thomas Jefferson, wrote, and I quote, "As long as we may think as we will and speak as we think, the condition of man will proceed in improvement." Mr. Jefferson was right. as long as we may think as we will and speak as we think, the future will always be brighter. When he founded this great university, and I know tomorrow is Founders Day, he declared this institution will be based on the illimitable freedom of the human mind. And let me say to each and every one of you, your presence here tonight continues Mr. Jefferson's legacy from the founding of this university forward, and I'm grateful. I mean, freedom of speech is the God-given birthright of every American, and we can never let the woke left take it away. Thankfully, I'm proud to report that the American people have been stepping up for freedom, just like courageous voices did here and did on other university campuses where I've had the privilege to speak. And parents are beginning to take back our schools. I don't know if you noticed, but a Republican by the name of Glenn Youngkin was elected governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia just last year. And I was in Loudoun County a few days before that election. I'm telling you what, that election was about education freedom. It was about empowering parents. People of Virginia can be proud. But it's not just happening in Virginia. I got to tell you, I was in San Francisco not long ago, just a couple days after the most liberal city in America literally recalled 3 school board members who cared more about renaming public schools than reopening public schools. Turned them out. The American people are stepping up. And the truth is, where many on the left have spent years agitating for a culture war, it looks like they got it. And it looks like they're losing. Because this generation, I believe, is a freedom generation. And the truth is, every one of you must be prepared to stand on the ramparts of freedom in your life. I spoke to a young man at a reception just before we came over, and he said, you know, there's this thing that I read over the weekend about students on campuses around the country tend to self-censor because they feel they don't want to speak out in class if they share a conservative worldview. He says, what do you suggest? And I said, speak up and smile. And that's what all of you need to do. And when you do it, I want you to know, young men and women, you're going to be standing proudly on the legacy of people like Jefferson and Madison. One who founded this university, helped found this nation, and another who is the father of our Constitution.
Former Vice President Mike Pence just moments ago at the University of Virginia speaking to students there, talking about the war in Ukraine, talking about the accomplishments of the Trump administration, talking about the current politics of the day. CBS News was also reporting that he visited the Heather Heyer Memorial in Charlottesville as well today. Of course, Heather Heyer was that young woman who was tragically killed in that car attack after the Unite the Right rally back in June of 2017. Pence took a moment today to go down there and visit the mall where Heather Heyer was slain and to sign the wall where it's a public plaque in honor of her life and memory. That's according to Pence's former chief of staff at the White House, Mark Short. Right now, we want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be touching on yet another major story, especially in the world of entertainment. Gilbert Gottfried, the actor and comedian, dead today at the age of 67. You might not have always recognized his face, but you never mistook his voice. We'll be going out to Los Angeles for a look back at his life in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We got the sad news today that iconic comedian Gilbert Gottfried died today at the age of 67. You may not have always recognized him visually, but you never mistook his iconic voice. He was really ubiquitous on television, seemingly popping up everywhere. Talk shows, game shows, cameos on shows, and the like. Joining me now to discuss his life even further, we're being joined by Fox 11 reporter in Los Angeles, Christina Gonzalez. Christina, how are you remembering him tonight, and what are his fellow comedians saying?
You know, people showing up at comedy clubs like the Laugh Factory here are saying, you know, 67 is just too young for this man, for anybody, especially for this man. And they are as heartbroken as the comedians inside, Paul Rodriguez among them. Listen. Gilbert Gottfried, R.I.P., on the marquee of the Laugh Factory, where Paul Rodriguez was still in shock.
We knew that he wasn't well. He had canceled some jobs, but we didn't know he was this ill.
Gottfried's family confirming his death in a tweet citing a long illness, which his publicist confirmed to be type 2 myotonic dystrophy. He had just posted this selfie with fellow comedians Bob Saget and Louis Anderson, who recently passed away.
Yes, it is kind of eerie, you know. 22 has been a terrible reaper for stand-up comics. We lost Bob and Louis and Betty.
I remember doing the roast of Bob Saget.
Gottfried appeared on Fox 11 speaking about Saget's death.
And they asked him what it was like being roasted. And he said, well, I enjoyed it because I was surrounded by wonderful people and Gilbert Gottfried.
His sarcasm as much his signature as the voice.
I am so sad right now because all I remember is that parrot from Aladdin.
Look at this, I'm so ticked off that I'm molting.
I mean, that crazy voice that he had, that like, you know, intensity and, you know, right away, like he just, you know, he was very lovable, even though he said shocking things.
You know what a moron is? That's what your dad is. Anyway.
A fixture in films and TV shows, well respected within the comedy community and more.
The world's going to miss him because that's a guy who made you laugh every time out at a time when people really need to laugh.
And you know, MD, the condition he had, actually it's a very rare genetic disorder, and sometimes it does cause cardiac arrest. I will tell you, he is survived by his wife. He also has 2 young teenagers. 2 children, and of course legions of fans all over the world. So very much missed. What a sad year this has been. We're feeling it here. Live in Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys in the studio. Andrew.
Christina, thanks so much. And I think a lot of his fans had no idea that he was suffering from this illness. Some of his fellow comedians knew about it, but they didn't think it would take him this soon.
Because it doesn't. I mean, the disease, the condition, you can live with it. In some cases, it causes problems. And he had it for years, but lately he hadn't been doing well. They just weren't very public about it. And it's just tragic. It's tragic. It really is. But yeah, most fans didn't know. A lot of fans didn't even know that he's Affleck, the doc, remember? The commercial. So they didn't put it together. And suddenly they're like, oh my God, that's right. So just so, I mean, such a voice that we are going to miss.
Christina, thank you so much for that remembrance. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
And right now, we just want to throw up that tweet that Gilbert Gottfried posted some months ago. It was included in Christina's story, but it is just so eerie. I mean, really, he was paying his respects to both Bob Saget and Louis Anderson. And of course, their deaths came not too long ago. And then, of course, now Gilbert Gottfried is gone. It's quite prescient of a tweet there, but eerie still nonetheless. A very tough year for legends in comedy that are now gone. We'll be talking about this a little later on tonight. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, more news out of New York State. Of course, we are following all the latest when it comes to the investigation in the Brooklyn subway shooting, but turmoil in the upper echelons of state government today. Lieutenant Governor resigning. We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. New York Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin surrendered to federal authorities this morning to face bribery conspiracy charges tied to an alleged campaign finance scheme. We also know that a little bit later on today, he resigned his position from Lieutenant Governor. We have the statement in from New York Governor Kathy Hochul announcing this, saying she has accepted Brian Benjamin's resignation effective immediately. While the legal process plays out, it is clear to both of us that he cannot continue to serve as Lieutenant Governor. New Yorkers deserve absolute confidence in their government, and I will continue working every day to deliver for them. Right now, though, we are getting a statement in on behalf of Brian Benjamin from his attorneys. I'm going to read it in part. Quote, "There has never been a federal case like this in America. Brian supported a $50,000 grant to Friends of Public School Harlem. Every dollar was to buy supplies for public school students in Harlem. There was nothing inappropriate about this grant. After today's charges, Brian will resign his duties as Lieutenant Governor and suspend his campaign. He will focus his energies on explaining in court why his actions were laudable, not criminal. He looks forward to when this case is finished so he can rededicate himself to public service." And right now, we want to just show you the press conference from earlier today as members of the Southern District Attorney's Office of New York announced these charges. Brian Benjamin surrendered to authorities earlier today after this all came to light. This is a stunning fall from grace, but let's go out to that press conference now from the Southern District of New York as they announce these charges.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We've been closely monitoring the unfolding situation in Brooklyn and are deeply concerned about the innocent victims, as well as the scourge of gun violence in the city. So that was the reason for the delay, and thank you again for your patience. Good afternoon. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Today, we announced that Brian Benjamin, the Lieutenant Governor, the state of New York, has been indicted for bribery and related offenses. Mr. Benjamin surrendered to law enforcement this morning and will be presented this afternoon before Magistrate Judge Wang. This is a simple story of corruption. We allege that Benjamin struck a corrupt bargain with a real estate developer referred to in the indictment as CC1. Benjamin allegedly directed a $50,000 state grant to a nonprofit organization controlled by CC1. And in exchange, Benjamin received tens of thousands of dollars of campaign contributions from CC1. Those contributions were directed both to Benjamin's state Senate campaign committee and to Benjamin's New York City Comptroller campaign. Taxpayer money for campaign contributions. Quid pro quo. This for that. That's bribery, plain and simple. But that's not all. We also allege that Benjamin repeatedly lied to cover up the bribery scheme, including by falsifying campaign forms and misleading city regulators. And we allege that Benjamin repeatedly lied on the vetting forms that he filled out before he was appointed lieutenant governor. That's a cover-up. Now, public corruption erodes people's confidence and faith in government. But the Southern District of New York will never give up on trying to root it out. Because our obligation, our only obligation, is to uphold the rule of law. Now, the charges that I'm announcing today reflect the hard work not only of the women and men in my office, but also the hard work of our partners in law enforcement at the FBI and the New York City Department of Investigation. And to my left is Michael Driscoll, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's New York Field Office, and Jocelyn Strauber, the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Investigation. And I want to thank them and their teams for their dedication and professionalism in seeing this investigation through. I also want to acknowledge and thank the career prosecutors in my office who are handling this matter. David Abramowitz, Tara Lamort, Allison Moe, Jared Schaefer, and their supervisors, Rebecca Donaleski and Tom McKay, the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit. I now want to invite up our good friend from the FBI, Michael Driscoll.
Thank you, Damien. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. I did want to start by just making some brief comments about the events in Brooklyn this morning. The FBI's and NYPD's Joint Terrorism Task Force is made up of over 50 agencies, and we are fully engaged on this investigation. It's still very much in its early stages, but our focus right now and our thoughts and prayers are with the victims. We're following every viable lead, and we will continue to do so with the NYPD and our other city partners. I expect evidence collection for this event will take some time, but we're grateful for the residents and the witnesses who've already stepped forward to help, and I look forward to more assistance as we proceed. If you do have information to provide relevant to the attack, please reach out to the NYPD tip line at 1-800-577-TIPS. And it's vitally important this time that we don't inadvertently disclose information that could inform the subjects, so I will defer any specific questions regarding the events to the press conference that the Commissioner held just a few minutes ago. And I don't expect to be able to answer any real specific questions about the events at this time. Regarding today's indictment, in early 2019, Brian Benjamin began planning his campaign for New York City Comptroller, while also running for re-election for the New York State Senate. In order to procure funding for this campaign, as alleged, Benjamin asked an individual, identified as CC1, as Damien noted, to procure several small donor donations. In exchange for these donations, Benjamin used his official position as New York State Senator to allocate discretionary funding to an organization controlled by CC1. Again, that is your quid pro quo. Throughout the course of this scheme, Benjamin remained aware of at least some of the fundraising efforts, and accepting numerous small donations on its own is not illegal. But it is, however, illegal to exploit one's official authority by allocating state funds as part of a bribe to procure these donations, and to engage in activity to then cover up that bribe. As alleged, Benjamin's conduct directly circumvents those procedures put in place to keep our system fair. And for those reasons, he's facing federal charges today. This remains very much an ongoing investigation. And I do want to thank the support from the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically Damon Williams and his team, the Chief of the Public Corruption Unit, Rebecca Donalowski, and Tom McKay, Assistants United States Attorneys David Ronowitz, Tara Moore, Allison Moe, and Jared Schaefer, the Department of Investigations Commissioner, Jocelyn, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your support throughout this investigation. And I do want to highlight the work of FBI's Public Corruption Task Force. Their focus, their efforts, their concentration is ensuring that systems like this remain safe. And this is the perfect example of their work. So I'm very proud of the work they've done and very grateful that they continue to do it. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Michael. I'm Jocelyn Strouber, the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Investigation. DOI worked alongside the dedicated prosecutors of the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the investigators of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on this significant investigation. In fact, this investigation reflects the power of partnership between law enforcement and our shared commitment to follow the facts without fear or favor wherever they lead. As today's allegations underscore, public funds that support grants cannot be used as currency to boost a candidate's fundraising, and candidates must provide accurate information regarding their contributions and how they are made. Honesty on these issues is not negotiable. The charges also illustrate the importance of compliance with city campaign fundraising rules and candor with the New York City Campaign Finance Board, which enforces those rules. That board is vital to maintaining integrity and transparency in campaign fundraising. The lies and deception alleged here frustrate its work and deprive New Yorkers of accurate information with respect to political contributions. I thank U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, FBI Assistant Director in charge of the New York office Michael Driscoll, and their outstanding teams for partnering with us on this matter. And at DOI, I want to thank Senior Investigative Auditor Jeffrey Freeman and Senior Inspector General Andrew Sine for their work on this investigation. Thank you.
Happy to take some questions.
Was it just this one grant, or
Nick's going to call me.
was it just this one grant? Because my understanding is that this had been allocated previously by the state senate to the same organization years past.
So,
is that any bearing on the case?
The indictment specifies one grant. I'm not going to be able to get into any details beyond what's in the indictment, but our investigation is, of course, continuing. Next question.
Willie, the forfeiture in the indictment, would that cover funds, the matching funds as well, or just the money that was just the donations themselves?
So I don't want to get into the nature of the forfeiture that we will be seeking. I think it's best left for our future legal filings. But I think it is also fair to say that the indictment specifies that there is a $50,000 state grant that was not distributed ultimately. But beyond that, I'm not going to get into the details. Next question.
Sure. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you first came to be suspicious of this fundraiser. There was some other reporting, you got noticed about it, was it another tip? How did you first come to become suspicious?
Well, I can't speak to how and when we started our investigation, but I can say you reference a public reporting. I know the city had an article on January 4th of 2021. That was not the basis of our opening the investigation, but of course that article was made in the indictment. Next question.
Was anybody else involved from the Harlem office? You don't know the statement.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Anybody else from the Harlem office involved? Talking to the state senator?
So I'm not going to be able to speak to other people who may or may not be involved in the scheme. The indictment does speak about the Lieutenant Governor, of course, and CC1, but beyond that I can't get into details of who else was involved in the scheme. Next question.
All right, Smith from the city. So your investigation was ongoing when the city reported on some of these dubious donations. But my read of the indictment is that Benjamin continued to interact with that developer and solicit more donations from him after the public report. What do you want to say about the reasonness, the chutzpah, whatever?
Well, I think it is our I don't want to characterize the indictment. I think it's a serious offense, of course, that we've laid out. Any public corruption offense that we bring is a serious offense. I'm not the first U.S. attorney to identify corruption offenses from this podium, and I'm certainly not going to be the last. But you read the indictment correctly. The city article came out on January 4th, and there are facts that continue to be laid out after that date. Next question.
Last question.
There was a vetting process that was in place for Governor Hochul's team to determine, whether Brian Benjamin was fit to be lieutenant governor. Did her campaign or her office in any way contact you or any of the other investigating offices about this ongoing investigation given the timeline?
I can't speak to contact that we have or have not had with the governor's office. What I can speak to is what the indictment does set forth, which is evidence of repeated or allegations of repeated lies that the lieutenant governor told in connection with the seeking the office of lieutenant governor at the time.
Can you speak to any involvement that Senate Majority Leader Andrew Stewart Cousins had in this scheme? Were you investigating her and is she being interviewed?
So many questions in there. I can say that this indictment is about one person, Brian Benjamin, and the actions that we allege that he took that amount to bribery and other offenses. I'm not going to get into anyone else who is identified in the indictment or not identified by name.
What, if anything, do you say about somebody who is Mr. Jordan in an office or potentially run for re-election alongside Governor Cotton, just last week she said that he might have been hospitalized?
I think you'd have to direct those questions to the governor. I heard earlier today that she intends to address the allegations, and so I would talk to her about that.
Is there any legal requirement that you set aside?
Our indictment levels serious charges against him, but any decision about whether he remains a candidate or not is up to him and other people. That's not for us to say.
Two more questions. Sir, my read of the indictment is that $50,000 state grant never actually got delivered. Is that going to be an issue in the case here that there's no flow or whatever, that like the money never even got delivered?
Will it be an issue? No, it is not a legal impediment to this indictment. As we allege, the lieutenant governor, when he was a state senator, took official action in his capacity as a state senator. As a matter of law, we don't believe anything more is required.
Talking to fact, this is the first case, and look at the last case. I know you want this to the indictment, but what's your feeling about the fact that we've had a string of corruption, and what does it say about the state government that we have?
Look, I think it is fair to say, as I said before, I'm not the first U.S. attorney for the Southern District to announce charges from the podium, and I won't be the last. But public corruption remains a problem in New York. It is a bipartisan problem. It's an ongoing problem. And so long as it remains a problem, the career folks here in this office will stick to it, and our law enforcement partners will stick to it. That's all I can say about it. Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening in to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York there, Damian Williams, announce these charges against, now the former Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin. He resigned today. We have a LiveNOW look in Manhattan across the street from the Fox News World headquarters, but further north, turmoil in Albany, in the state capitol. Let's break down what was in the indictment, what are the charges that Benjamin is facing, and how long this investigation has been going on. I'm being joined by former federal prosecutor Doug Burns. Doug, good to see you. I think this really threw a lot of people by surprise today, but this investigation has been going on for well over 2 years. What struck out to you in the indictment? And let's talk about it.
Sure. You have to break it down into a prior case. The person who was identified as CC1, campaign contributor 1, it's no secret. It's been in media articles. That's Gerald Migdor, right? And he was indicted first in a separate case. I was surprised, actually, that Governor Hochul, but again, I give her some dispensation. They're dealing with a million different things every day. But she said, oh, no, the investigation here, meaning against the lieutenant governor, that really doesn't involve him, and he's fully cooperating. That proved to be a disastrous statement in a sense. But basically what this is about is the chart that they had next to them succinctly lays it out. It's not really that complicated, et cetera. And that is that this individual, Benjamin, lieutenant governor, but back when he was a state senator and when he was running unsuccessfully, as it turned out, for comptroller, he was dealing extensively with this individual, CC1, and basically he sort of sold out his office, is the allegation. And that is that he was going to get a $50,000 state grant to this individual and or an organization affiliated with him, in return for bundled up campaign contributions. And where they went wrong, so say the allegations, the defendant, is that they started engaging in some activity that now that the investigation has played out, sheds a lot of light on everybody's state of mind. So for example, they were bundling up contributions in the names of CC1 relatives, but they had different last names than him, which is interesting, probably like married names. But then it got worse because when the state election board started asking about it, the defendant sent a message in writing saying, what happens if, somebody refuses to provide the information? Now, as a defense lawyer for 20 years, and I was talking about this with some colleagues and friends of mine, just because he said that, I could ask you, Andrew, what would happen hypothetically if I murdered somebody tonight? But the point is, in context, it certainly doesn't help him. And then when he was being vetted to be named lieutenant governor, okay, there was a written questionnaire, so says the indictment. And in there it said, have you ever, dealt with individuals? Have you ever, let me restate that more clearly. Have you ever done an official act for somebody who has donated money to you? That's a perfectly viable and important question, obviously. And he answered that in the negative. So basically he is charged, to finally answer your question, with conspiracy to be involved in bribery and falsification of documents. You heard one of the questions, and it's important real quick, saying the $50,000 never made it to CC1. And that's a quick seminar on conspiracy. People don't understand what a conspiracy is. It's an agreement to do a crime, and you don't have to complete the crime. So it's a little confusing. People think conspiracy is more serious, for example, than the crime. It's not. So you can have an uncompleted offense charged as a conspiracy. He's also charged with mail and wire fraud, which is devising a scheme to defraud in return for money, in this case, campaign contributions. And as I mentioned a minute ago, he's charged with falsifying records. And those were the records, both when he was being vetted and those election commission, questions that were sent to him. That's an overview of the case.
Yeah, from what you were describing, Doug, it seems like this is a pretty cut and dry case of alleged corruption, alleged bribery, and, two aspects of this struck out to me. The money never got to where it was, conspired to go, if you will. Right. And Benjamin didn't win the seat for a comptroller. Of course, he was a state senator at the time. And then yet another scandal got in the way, of course, former Governor Andrew Cuomo resigning, Kathy Hochul, then Lieutenant Governor, steps into that role, and she appoints Brian Benjamin as the next Lieutenant Governor. He turned himself in. He surrendered, I think, his passport. He has a lot of conditions, and he was, I believe, bonded out. What are the nature of those conditions right now, and when do you think we'll see him next?
Yeah, no, basically, because this is also a little bit misunderstood sometimes by the public. You know, he was released on $250,000 bail. So the average person, and I'm hardly criticizing them, it's like, oh my God, $250,000. But no, he signs a bond. He's not required to put up any money. Okay, they have standard, travel restrictions. I'm not privy to the exact terms of the bond that was reached today, but in my, 3 decades of doing it, it would be things like, you're not to travel outside, the Eastern and Southern District of New York without permission of the probation department. You have to report in, once every week, you have to tell us if there's any change in any circumstances, things like that. But to your very good question about when are we going to see him next, basically, there will be, now that he's been arraigned, there'll be a status conference in front of the district court judge, in a matter of a few weeks. And they'll just start setting up some schedules for, discovery, the government providing the discovery to the defense. I will say one thing about the indictment, which I think people will find interesting. There's 2 types of indictments, essentially. One is what we call a bare bones statutory one, which is the defendant, Mr. X, engaged in a conspiracy to do bribery and falsification of records in violation of statute number X, Y, and Z, and that's it. That's a bare bones statutory one. Then you have a speaking indictment, and that's sort of a nightmare for the defense, because a speaking indictment, as this one is like 24 pages, lays out in painstaking detail, all of the facts in support of their allegations. So the indictment, which I went through, really lays out in great detail what the allegations are. So he'll be back in court for a status conference to set some timing, for motions and discovery.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't seem like Albany can get over the last scandal without getting itself into a new one, Doug. Of course, this is a election year. Kathy Hochul is running for a full term as governor. No doubt this is a political liability. Lastly, though, I just want to read in part the statement from Benjamin's attorneys that Fox News obtained. They say there has never been a federal case like this in America. Brian supported a $50,000 grant to Friends of Public School Harlem, and they say every dollar was to buy supplies for public school students in Harlem. There was nothing inappropriate about this grant. Now, the indictment itself is not necessarily about the motive or the good intentions behind the grant.
Well, you could have, you could have the greatest motivation in the world, and I don't fault them. That's sort of a public relations type thing. And again, the editorial from me that you always hear is, I don't prejudge a case. I read the allegations, and now we'll see if they can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt and so forth. But the fact of the matter is they're cherry picking the notion that, this grant was for a great cause. That completely misses the boat, okay? Because the allegation is that that grant specifically went there as opposed to somewhere else because of you getting money and quid pro quo. Now, it can get ironic, by the way, because, and this is what you're intimating, because where it actually ends up based on this alleged corruption could be perfectly good, noble, or even better than any other options, but that's not the point. The point is, he's specifically charged, by the way, with deprivation of honest services. So hear me out on that for 2 seconds. Honest services is, I'll decide where this grant goes simply on the merits, totally apart from whether anybody's giving me any contributions. And look, the government's got to step up and prove this. They have to prove that the reason that that grant was earmarked to go where it was supposed to go, even though it didn't get there. I know it's a little confusing, but the reason for that is because he was being given these bundled campaign contributions and so on. There's also another little quick aspect apart from the 50,000, and that is, Andrew, in the indictment, they talk about him offering to get a zoning variance, which is always very, very important, obviously, to real estate people. And he had explained specifically, according to the indictment, this particular variance is really hard to get, and so on and so forth. And they're saying that he sold out his office, and in return for these bundled contributions, he was going to get him that variance. And again, that question is worth repeating when he was being vetted for lieutenant governor. Have you ever taken an official action on behalf of somebody who's donated money to you? He answered that no. And that's problematic, obviously.
It'll be interesting to see where this all goes, as updating you on the other major story out of New York City, the Brooklyn subway shooting. Multiple people were injured. Now a person of interest has been named. Hopefully we'll get more details on the investigation as we get a little further into the night here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have an update on Russia's war in Ukraine. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. It's been a very busy news day. We have you covered with all the latest on these headlines and big stories. We have a Live Now look at the White House at the moment. We heard from President Biden today, essentially for the first time, calling what is happening in Ukraine genocide. Let's get an update on where the war in Ukraine stands from our friends at Fox 13 in Tampa.
The rest of the world may be condemning him, but Russian President Vladimir Putin has nothing but praise for himself for attacking Ukraine and as his troops converge on the Donbas region. U.S. intelligence warns the attacks on civilians are about to get a lot worse. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is following new developments, including reports that Russia may be attacking civilians with a chemical agent. Craig, it just seems he has no limits.
He does not have limits based on what we've seen in the past as well, which is raising concerns of chemical weapons. Now, those reports of chemical weapons have not been confirmed, but there is enough there that it is sounding alarms and investigations by the United States, by the United Kingdom, by Australia, and of course, the government of Ukraine itself. Based on the early reports and what we're hearing about this, it's possible that Russia may be using a chemical agent in attacking civilians, but one that is not officially listed as a chemical weapon under the International Convention. But to give you context on where we're going here and where this may be leading, let's start with a closer look at the map of the coming battle. This is the Donbas region in southeastern Ukraine. It's made up of Luhansk and Donetsk. Pro-Russian rebels control this part, but not all of the area. And that's why the Russian invaders are moving in as we speak, with tens of thousands of additional troops and hundreds of tanks, as we see in this 8-mile convoy tracking east. Now notice Mariupol is at the southern tip of Donetsk. This makes it strategically important in terms of access to the seaports and in connecting Russia to Crimea, which it conquered in 2014, and in the surrounding communities they're invading now. Most of Mariupol is already destroyed. Russia cut off the flow of food, water, and heat for weeks, with reports of killing some and rounding up and sending others to camps in Russia. And unlike Bucha, Russia is reportedly using mobile crematoriums to get rid of the bodies and dispose of the evidence, making it difficult to determine how many may be either dead or sent away.
it is unclear how many people were killed.
And despite all of that, the resistance has still kept Russia from seizing all of Mariupol. And for weeks, the United States has warned that Russia may use chemical weapons to break a resistance it cannot defeat by other means. And that's the context which brings us to these reports of Russia now using a chemical agent on the survivors of Mariupol. Again, this has not been confirmed and is now the subject of international investigations. For background here, Russia has used a range of chemical weapons in league with Syria, including chlorine gas in Syria, which is banned under international agreement. And in Syria, they also used white phosphorus, which does burn people exposed to it, but is not banned under the Chemical Weapon Convention. Based on the early reports at this point, there appear to be some similarities, perhaps some hallmarks of a phosphorus attack on civilians, but again, it bears further investigation at this point. And militaries have used phosphorus as a means of lighting up a target, a military target, which is one application which differs from using it directly on civilians for the purpose of burning them, which is why there has been a distinction in its use and why it has not been formally banned under the International Convention.
Well, all of that sounds awful. How many civilians have fled the Donbas region, and when do we expect the attacks to intensify, Craig?
Well, in terms of fleeing since this weekend combined, it's more than 7,500 who have made their way out by train or by volunteers driving them out by bus or by car. We don't know what percentage that is because we don't know how many people are still there. Before the invasion, there were 6.5 million people in the Donbas region. That was pre-invasion. We know many of them have already fled. At this point, we just don't have any sense, nor does Ukraine, of specifically how many are still there.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you for staying on top of all this.
And we always thank Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest there. Let's go out now to national security expert Hal Kempfer, who has been guiding us each and every way through the war in Ukraine. Hal, so good to see you. And it's going to be a pretty enlightening conversation right now. First up, I wanted to get your opinion on President Biden's comments today. He stood by his comments saying that Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. But he said lawyers would make that ultimate determination. He said, quote, "Yes, I called it genocide because it has become very clear the evidence is mounting." This is significant for the President of the United States to say this.
Andrew, it really is. It's interesting how political leaders kind of sneak that into the conversation. I don't mean sneak in a bad way. I mean, there's a way that you start introducing that terminology. And he's absolutely right. It's going to be international lawyers who are going to make the final determination. Ultimately, the International Court of The Hague will make that determination. But it's a way to start changing the conversation. And what's become clear with what happened in Bucha and what's being unraveled or uncovered where the Russians were throughout is a series of war crimes, just the methodology that the Russians are using in targeting the Ukrainian population that really is getting into the area covered under the term genocide. And I think that's his way of kind of pushing the lexicon into that. And I think that behind closed doors, they're looking at this and probably saying, you know, at the end of this thing, genocide may become one of the charges or may become one of the things that we accuse Russians of doing. And also, it's not just Putin. It's the Russian soldiers, the conduct of the soldiers themselves, and the way that the Russian soldiers are being told on the radio, and certainly what we're going to find out that they were told in person by their chain of command, the way they're reviewing the Ukrainians. And when you're putting out a command that just says, kill all the civilians, kill all the Ukrainians, it makes no difference. Well, that's really the language of genocide. You're attacking entire people in that regard. And I think that's his way of introducing that into the lexicon without making a formal charge per se. If you look at the way that he brought it in there, it's a way of just putting it forward without making that formal charge, as it would be if he was doing a formal press conference or something like that.
Hal, let's follow up on a topic we were discussing yesterday, and that, of course, was the potential evidence or use of chemical munitions in Mariupol. A Pentagon spokesman says the United States could not confirm that. Now, that was yesterday. Have we seen any more credible evidence to suggest that that happened?
Well, there's no scientific evidence. I haven't seen anything that comes out that says they've taken samples, and I don't know how they would get samples out and test them at this point anyway. Just more reports the same. It's not quite clear. You know, this could have been something, within warfare, we'll use things on the order of things you would consider, like in civilian lexicon, pepper spray. Okay, we would say CS, tear gas would be another term. That could have been used as well. The white phosphorus thing that he was talking about, that's a little bit different. And white phosphorus, yes, it burns, but it's different. White phosphorus burns extremely hot. That's a very different thing, and that's used for a different purpose within warfare. It has been used against civilians, and yes, that is a war crime if they were to use it that way, but it doesn't fit at least what little we know of the attack. Could have been something lower key. You know, they talk about choking, their eyes burning, things like that. Wouldn't necessarily have to be a higher level agent. I'd be surprised if it was chlorine. Usually chlorine gas, you have to deliver a certain amount of quantity in order to get the effects. It's a horrific formula, but the effects that they would want, and it just doesn't sound consistent with that. I'm not ruling it out, but I would say that would be rather surprising. The idea that they would use chemical weapons as a means of reducing that dug-in, entrenched Ukrainian resistance, that sadly does not shock me. I don't think crossing that threshold is a big ethical issue for them. It's certainly not something they're concerned about from a legal standpoint, and I don't think that's something that they would worry about. And they may just see as an expedient way to ultimately defeat the Ukrainian resistance within Mariupol.
Hal, let's talk about what the United States is doing ever more to assist the Ukrainian war effort. There was a Washington Post report today saying that the administration is going to dramatically expand the scope of weapons it's providing to Ukraine. We also got word of this meeting that's going to be taking place on Wednesday with, some of the highest profile defense contractors and their representatives kind of talking about more they can do, more they can provide to the Ukrainian war effort. Some U.S. officials say potentially sending Mi-17 helicopters. And so what do you think about that? Do you think that is the right move? And when do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I think it is the right move. They need to vastly expand, and they need to increase the amount of weapons going over there. The Mi-17 thing is fascinating. We have some of those, and of course, certainly in terms of Russian helicopters, our East European NATO allies have some of those as well. But that's getting into moving aircraft. As you know, we've been very reluctant to allow aircraft to go over there. Yeah. That's that threshold thing. We talked about they're moving S-300 anti-air systems, T-72 tanks, BMP armored personnel carriers. The next move would be to look at aircraft, and here they are. Now they're talking Mi-17 helicopters. That's not a big jump from rotor aircraft to fixed wing like those MiG-29. So they're kind of moving down that road. The other thing is, if you look at the contractors coming in, these are major contractors. I mean, General Atomics, Raytheon, these are big contractors that do things, for example, advanced drone systems. The drone systems that can launch anti-tank missiles. Now, nobody's saying that they're going to put a Predator or something like that over there, but Predator technology has been around for a long time, and there may be some discussion of could they do that. I will say this: if they could get Predators over there with some sort of anti-tank weaponry, whatever that would be, all right, that they could launch, that could really change the tenor and tone of what they're doing. They're also looking at the Donbass region. This is a different theater. This is a different part of the theater. It's not heavily forested, a lot of wide open spaces. There's not that urban terrain that we've talked about where they lose their advantage with mechanized warfare with tanks and armor and things like this. This is wide open space. This is where that armor, this is where those mechanized that mechanized infantry is going to have an advantage. So they're having to look at a different way of fighting this. And one of the ways they overcome that armor advantage the Russians have is by increasing the amount of stuff, anti-armor weaponry that they can introduce from the air. That's one thing where they are vulnerable. Because of that wide open space, if they can get something up high that can shoot down those weapons, I mean, shoot down those anti-armor missiles, they can turn the tide of that what would seem like an advantage for the Russians. And I think one of the advantages they're going to have is the Russians have shown time and again that they are rather inept at, tactically speaking, on the battlefield. They throw a lot of stuff out there. I mean, they throw a lot of armor and stuff, but their operational planning, their execution has been rather sloppy. So one of the ways you overcome that is you just do a much better job with what you have. And I think they're doing that. And now they're looking at these other weapons that could make them do that better job. They're not going to match them tank for tank, but they can put stuff on the battlefield which offsets that advantage the Russians have in tanks, as an example.
Hal, we heard and saw from Vladimir Putin today, who essentially was asked about where talks stand, where negotiations stand with Ukrainian officials, to which he responded that they've reached a dead end. And we can talk about some of the other kind of outlandish statements that he made today when he visited a spaceport. This was in Russia's Far East. But what did you make of these comments, some of which include that he called the atrocities in Bucha that we have all seen, he called them fake. He also said that the main goal is to help people in the Donbas. A lot of these statements you really can't listen to with a straight face.
I got to tell you, listening to him, in the 90s, I spent a lot of time in what's called the war on drugs. I worked very closely with DEA and a lot of other agencies. And sometimes they catch these drug traffickers and they come in and they tell these preposterous stories to try and explain what they're doing. And there's a famous saying in law enforcement, which is, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. And knowing they've been caught, red-handed doing something, that same thinking, that criminal sort of thinking is what I hear when I was listening to Putin. He's caught cold. The idea that's so preposterous to throw out there that this is some staged war crime thing in Bucha. These other war crimes are staged, that all these, what's showing up, all the video and stuff is something that's out there. He puts that out there and he just keeps sticking to that same story over and over again. Yeah. And it's completely preposterous. And the world knows it's preposterous. One thing we did very well, though, is we, and I got to tell you, it's a very controversial thing. We took high-grade intelligence, sanitized it as best we could, and then we got out there firstest with the mostest in terms of information operations.
Right.
So a lot of this preposterous stuff that they're used to doing, we would literally pull the information rug out from under them by putting it out there first. Now, I say it's controversial because within the intelligence community, there's a lot of concern. In fact, there was a number of headlines today, but a lot of concern. Did we compromise sources and methods in doing that? Nobody doubts the value that was received or the value that was gained by putting that out there first in such a proactive manner.
Yeah.
But, some of those sources are very sensitive, whether they're technical means or they're human sources, which means there's somebody's life is on the line right there. So they're looking at that, and that's going to be an ongoing discussion. That's not going to go away. And
completely.
we got a methodology, but there is a downside to doing it that way. So we're looking at that.
Yeah, and then some would say in the intelligence community that we are finally winning the information war with Russia after so many years of lagging behind. I just want to go over some more of these remarks for our viewers. Putin said, quote, "What we are doing is helping people and saving people on the one hand, and on the other hand, we are simply taking measures to ensure the security of Russia itself." He said, "It is obvious that we had no other choice." He then went on to say, he was speaking alongside the Belarusian president, President Lukashenko. He said, "We're not going to isolate ourselves. It is generally impossible to isolate anyone in the modern world, and most certainly not as huge a country as Russia. To me, hearing this is a leader on the world stage that is deluded.
At the very least, deluded. There's an interesting thing that probably didn't get the attention, I think, by all the press. You know, there's ethnic Russians in the Donbass region. In fact, if you look at a map and you look at where's the heaviest concentration of Russian speakers and ethnic Russians, it's the Donbass region and Crimea on the map of those. You know, if you have it like red, you know, kind of pink or whatever, and then yellow for, you know, dominant Ukrainian, the dark red places are those particular areas. And what he talked about today was he used a term, and maybe it was mistranslated, but it was Russian-speaking people. And I just thought that was an interesting way he looks at it. You know, if they speak Russian, then he feels that they're part of the greater Russian Empire or the Russian Federation. And I just found that was fascinating because, well, frankly, in all those former republics, they all speak Russian to some degree. But he used that as a delineator in where he thinks he should go. And, you know, when you put a yardstick that big out there, you know, you're basically saying, hey, we're all in, we're going to take all these former republics back. And I got to tell you, that phrase, I'm sure, was heard much more loudly in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, and Georgia. They're all listening to that and going, okay, yeah. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Hell, lastly, it's a perfect segue because I think the fact that before the war began and even during, that inside of Ukraine, there was a large bloc, a political bloc, cultural bloc that has pro-Russian sympathies. And we've kind of seen all of this play out today. Zelensky announced on his Facebook, Ukraine has recaptured Putin's main man in Ukraine. Now, that is former Ukrainian parliament member, his name, Viktor Medvedchuk. He escaped house arrest during the early days of the Russian invasion, and he has now been arrested, his arrest being done by Ukrainian intelligence officials. What do we know about this? Why is it significant? And what does this say about the nature of the war?
Well, what it says is he was still there. It's widely believed, because it's probably true, that he was Putin's designated puppet president, if you will. He was kind of waiting in the wings, and when they went down there and did that big decapitation strike in Kyiv, he was suddenly going to be on the world stage as either the number one or number two. All right. And he's been, you know, the chief of staff before at the presidential level. So, you know, prior to 2014. So he's been at the, you know, that rarefied era, as we like to call it. He's been there before. So he, you know, he was a very logical person. That's why prior to this, he had been put under house arrest. Of course, right after the invasion, you know, he disappears. He leaves house arrest and he's on the run. I have to say one thing. One thing I've been watching and has been the quality of the work done by the Ukrainian intelligence services and the Ukrainian security services. Pretty darn good. And the fact that there wasn't that decapitation strike, the fact that they were able to stop all those Russian operatives or, you know, that went into Kyiv and elsewhere to do these things. I have to tell you, it's the unsung part of this entire campaign, if you will, is how well they've done protecting Kyiv, protecting the president, protecting all these senior leaders, and doing things like tracking this guy down and getting him back in custody. He looked a little disheveled and very disheartened in the photo I saw, and I imagine he is. And he knows that his future is looking pretty bleak at this point. Yeah. And there is no Russian Spetsnaz force that's probably going to come in and try and rescue him. That's pretty much out of the question at this point. So I hand it to them. They're doing a good job. By the way, putting him out there like that, it's part of that information operation.
Right.
Putting something like that out there just says, hey, Putin, your big plan or whatever you're thinking, you know, we're 2 steps ahead of you. And they are 2 steps ahead of them, from what I can tell. Although with that said, look, I'm not going to take away from what's going on in the East. You know, you can do all these things in Kyiv, but over in the East, there's going to be a slugfest. And Zelensky's trying to prepare the Ukrainian people for the fact that there's a different, really almost a different war that's going to kick off in the East simply because of the terrain and also what Russia's throwing at it.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, just a few more points on that arrest today. Apparently, Medvedchuk was captured while he was attempting to flee abroad. And also, we know, he's not just close to Putin. He is the godfather to one of Putin's daughters and has long been rumored as one of Putin's wallets, if you will. And also, Zelensky suggested in an address about the arrest today that maybe he could be exchanged for Ukrainian prisoners of war. So that all is going to play out, and it's really fascinating to watch. Final point tonight, Hal.
The final point I'd make is that I would love to be part of that negotiation with the prisoner exchange. I would get a high return on investment if I was going to exchange him. I will tell you this, from intelligence value, I don't think the guy has a whole lot of value, period. I think they're going to squeeze him for what he's worth. My thing is, what I'd say, final point is watch to the east, watch what's coming up. Whatever little we get out of this discussion, the Pentagon with these defense contractors, we're changing what we're sending over there. We're now entering a new phase of what we will supply the Ukrainians. And I think philosophically, if I could tie back to the use of the word genocide, when the president uses the word genocide, that tells me that he's thinking about this war in much broader terms. When you say genocide, you're looking at a level of engagement to stop this thing. And I have to go back to the Balkans. I have to go back to the missed opportunity to intervene in Rwanda, which haunted Clinton during, it still haunts him today. And even going back to World War II, the world knew kind of what was going on, but they really weren't stepping up to the plate until literally, the Nazis are running across Europe. And I think that philosophically, all of that's come together. It's changing the terminology, but it's not just the terminology. It's changing what we're going to provide the Ukrainians to deal with this threat. I'm seeing a different type of war, a different level of conflict that's before us. And I see a different level of engagement by the U.S. and NATO as well. Also, if I could leave with this.
Sure.
Concerns in Europe. Serbia and Hungary elected Putin allies. All right. That's very disturbing, especially with Hungary being a NATO, a key NATO member. The other thing is Macron and Le Pen in France are in a head-to-head matchup. We don't know which way that's going to go. And if you're familiar with Le Pen, and certainly the way she has cozied up to Putin in the past, that's very discomforting across. I think that's part of the reason why you saw Boris Johnson go to Kyiv. It might be the U.S. and the U.K. and Germany really leading this thing, and France under Macron has been a very strong proponent of engagement and trying to work through this stuff. But under Le Pen, we may have a little bit different makeup in terms of where everybody's oriented in NATO. So I think that's part of what's driving the Pentagon thing, is we're going to have to engage in ways, because we may see some discontinuity with some of our NATO partners, shall we say.
Yeah, of course. And we'll be watching all of those stories. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time and insight. We'll talk to you again.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
You too. And of course, next week for the second round of the French elections for president, we'll be bringing on experts talking about that for the Macron-Le Pen matchup ×2. So you're not going to want to go anywhere else for that. We'll have that here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, though, let's keep with the Russia-Ukraine track, but here stateside. Earlier today, there was a event with Minnesota Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar, and that gentleman on her right is Tyler Jacob. He's a native of Minnesota. Late last month, he was freed from detention in Russia. He's originally from the city of Winona, Minnesota. He was taken by Russian forces while trying to leave Ukraine, and he was held for 10 days. He was teaching English in Ukraine when the invasion began. We have that press conference. Let's listen into some of it with Senator Klobuchar and Tyler Jacob.
Including the hiker in Iran, which we won't go into right now, but I just give you an example of the kind of cases clear up. as handled. And she too was really excited when you came home, Tyler, and that it was really actually so soon. And I got involved in this, of course, when Tina called our office and said that her son, she hadn't heard from him, from Tyler, for several days, and that she knew something was wrong. And this was, of course, at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, relatively at the beginning. And at first we didn't know what was going on, and so we started making calls. And I had just been in Poland at the border, and so I knew a lot of the people, and had been in Ukraine 2 weeks before, so I knew the people in charge of our embassy, the U.S. embassy in Ukraine, who had now been moved over to Poland. So like they moved their set right over to the Polish border, and I'd been meeting with them for over an hour, had dinner with the person in charge there the night before, and was able to immediately call them, even though from the facts that Tina had, Tyler was under Russian custody as far as we knew, but I thought a good place to begin was with our Ukrainian friends. So we talked to the ambassador, or the chargé d'affaires, and then there was another guy that I met who was in charge of our work in Krakow. And so he had been in Moscow at our embassy for years, and so then he called for us, and then I called our ambassador there, with Tina calling 10 times the number of times that I called. I just want to make that clear. And got on the phone at Clara's urging. And meanwhile, Clara was working all her contacts, and Tina was doing everything she could. And we got on the phone with Ambassador Sullivan, and I think a lot of people are surprised to know that we have an ambassador in Moscow right now, but we do. And so I told him about Tyler's case, and he knew about it because we'd been making all these contacts, and he'd actually even seen, I asked him if he'd seen the video, and he had. Okay. And the video was something the Russians put out, in which they tried to show they were really, like, humanitarian, and they showed Tyler talking about it. It was a very strange thing, and I don't think it made a lot of splash, but that's why they had done it. And so he said that he believed you were in custody because we were trying to figure everything out, and he said he was going to go to meet with the Russians on Monday. This was on a Friday, and that he was going to plead Tyler's case. He also told me, and this was subsequently reported in the press, that the Russians were mad about a number of things, and so he was going over there to meet with them. I actually raised the issue as, did we want to get Tyler in the middle of this international argument about war criminals? And he said he thought it was a good idea. Okay. So I said, okay, because I didn't want to make things worse for you, honestly. And then he also, I believe, must have raised other issues of Americans in custody, because and this part I don't really know the details, but shortly after that, Griner, the basketball player, who's unbelievably still had a humanitarian visit the next day, or the 2 days after that, and then Tyler got released, and I'll let him tell that part of the story. So that was our perspective, and I mostly just want to thank Clara for never giving up and figuring out all the best ways to do things, because what we didn't want to have happen was them focusing so much on your case that it became a thing and they weren't going to let you go. So it was we were trying to find some kind of a middle ground between calling attention to it, but then not making it some kind of cause celeb for them wanting to keep you in custody. And we know that Tyler was over there doing good work, teaching English, in love and married and everything else. So he had a pretty good story we could share with the embassy, and a good case that we could make for why he was over there. We don't always have that in all cases. And so we were able to make that case. And then he got released, and the next thing we knew, we heard from Tina that you'd talk to each other on Zoom, right? Mm-hmm. And then Clara heard that he had arrived safely in another country, and that our embassy actually had met you there. Is that right? Yep. And then the next thing we know, we see the video of Tina greeting him at the door, which I saw on CNN. And so that was actually a really amazing moment. And then we got to talk on the phone the next morning. So I just mostly want to thank the family for both your mom and dad, Tina and John, for the work they did in really talking about this in an appropriate way so that we didn't hit that ground of making it such a thing, or the words that you use, that they decided not to release you. That was our first goal. And our second goal was to, of course, bring you home. And so I want to thank the family. I want to thank everyone in the State Department. They're in the middle of dealing with the atrocities in Ukraine, with refugees streaming in, having been there at the border and seeing the work we're doing. There are so many Americans that were in Ukraine that have been reaching out to our office and certainly working with the State Department. Many of them are in safe places now, but then they want to come back to America, or they have spouses they want to bring back. So there's a lot of that going on with consular services, part of the State Department. At the same time, the obvious that we're doing everything to help Ukraine. And the latest atrocities that we have seen are unbelievable, with the reports that in Mariupol that potentially 50,000 civilians have been reportedly killed. Obviously, those numbers aren't verified, but it appears that the numbers are very, very high. The reports that we have people that are bodies are being discovered all the time in the suburbs surrounding Kyiv, and the movement not to withdraw, but to consolidate the forces in the Donbass area in eastern Ukraine, which I once visited with Senator McCain, is also very disturbing. And I don't think they're in any way reducing their forces. I think that they are simply consolidating them in one part of Ukraine, and that's what all the intelligence shows that they're doing, with convoys of tanks and other things going to eastern Ukraine. And we all saw the horror at the train station just a few days ago, where over 50 people were killed in eastern Ukraine. And so our job right now is to send them the weapons that they need, including more Switchblade drones, which not all of this is revealed for intelligence purposes of what we're sending them. They've been very effective. More Stingers, more Javelins, more help with humanitarian aid, and helping with the refugees in the areas around. To give you a sense of a country that hasn't gotten a lot of focus, Moldova, one of the poorest countries in the region, has taken in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. That's one for every 25 people. That would be like 13 million refugees suddenly coming to the U.S. If you look at it population-wise. So there's a lot of people in the world that are standing up and helping, and I'm glad that our country is taking the lead. But I want to make very clear this is far from over. And one of the things when you're dealing with someone like Vladimir Putin is you can't stand down. You keep having to stand up and move forward. And that's what we're doing in this fight against evil. But in a moment of joy, we're going to focus on Tyler and the work that Tina did in getting him home. So you guys take it from here. So I'm going to go ahead, Tina.
It's just a great joy when he walked in the house and knocked on the door to have him come home after all the struggles and communication that I've had to do with the senator's office. And I am so indebted to these two women to stand behind us like they did and supported us. To have him home is the greatest thing a mother could ask for.
No. Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's just been a real relief.
I bet one of the things that's hard is that, when it first happened, you're just so happy and stunned and everything. And then as the days go by, it kind of sets in and you see the atrocities where he might have been if he hadn't come home. Yeah. So that's what I thought about that a lot, is just how it's not like stand in time. If he would have been there now, what could have happened? And that's why we're continuing to work to get Americans out our country, including out of prisons and everywhere, because it's just a really, really risky situation for everybody. But thank you, Tina. And I think you know this wouldn't happen without your mom.
Right, right. No, definitely.
Yeah.
But I also want to tell you guys thank you very much for all of the hard work you both put in. I heard that you were responding to text messages and emails at 11, 12 o'clock at night. So sleepless hours for you as well as me from where I was, it means a lot, especially from both of you. So.
Oh, thanks, Tyler.
I definitely don't believe I would be here if it wasn't for you guys vouching for me. Because they thought I was a spy, so...
I remember that. That was the one thing. We had to explain why you were there and what you were doing, and I'm sure somehow they were able to make the case that you weren't a spy.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I know on Thursday they were like, we know that you're just in a bad situation. And the guy that was talking to me showed me a picture of a 6-month-old baby, so I was like, in the clear.
Yeah. What a thing.
Yeah.
And then you got on the train, that's right,
Yeah, 32 hours on the train.
From where he was held and went through to Moscow.
Yeah.
So in a weird way, you were going more to the heart of Russia.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I had
Look at Well, because he was in Russian custody.
Yeah.
And it would have been easier to just send him through to, you would think he would just go through to Ukraine, to Poland or something.
Right.
But this is what they wanted. So he was on a Russian train.
Tyler, where were you being held? Are you allowed to say that?
I was in Simferopol, which is like the capital city of Crimea.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's the highest populated city in Crimea.
Mm-hmm. And so then he takes a train to Moscow. And
then a 4.5-hour flight from Moscow to...
Yeah. It sounds like a movie that could have ended bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like at the train station, but he...
So you went to Moscow, and then where'd you go to get out of Russia? Where'd you wind up?
So I went to Istanbul to then fly home.
Okay.
Because it's like the center of Europe, and I can fly anywhere from there.
And there's a lot of Ukrainians going to Turkey. In fact, that's where you were originally trying to go on the bus, if I'm right.
Yeah, they were actually going to, I think, drive.
You just took a different route.
Yeah. A less enjoyable route.
Senator, how much time are you going to give us for questions? I know this was supposed
No, we will.
John, we can do questions after. They're going to have a quick private meeting, and then after that,
They're going to come back out again?
No, we'll just give you one-on-one time for questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Clara, did you want to add anything?
Well, I just want to say I'm relieved that Tyler's home as a mom. I couldn't imagine the stress that Tina was under, and it was a privilege to be able to be there for her in a really challenging time. So,
Clara herself her family came from Burma, so they've had their own issues in that country, of course. And Clara gets so emotionally involved in her cases that she too cries. But she's really holding it in right now.
I am. Heard it in her voice.
Yeah, she's such a good, incredible person. So. And then I want to also thank Erica over there, State Director Jody, our other deputy right here. Also helped out on all this. Yeah, very good. And Nate came out from our DC office today. So. Nice.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
You guys okay? You got everything you need?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're going to get a chance to talk.
Yes, I promise.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
So as they wrap up that press conference right there out in Minnesota, Senator Klobuchar holding that one, kind of hosting that. His mother obviously happy to have him home right there. Minnesota and Tyler Jacob released from Russian detention. I'm Daytona Everett. It's 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. It is almost 10 o'clock, almost the top of the hour out on the East Coast. It has been a really busy day today, specifically out in New York City. Coming up after the break, we'll be going to the latest update that we have of this subway shooting. Now we're hearing injuries by gunfire, 10 people, 13 injured from smoke inhalation, panic attacks, trying to escape in the chaos of the shooting here. These are cell phone images from when it all broke out. Well, we're learning more about a person of interest, and we'll have details on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have updates for you on that Brooklyn subway shooting here. This video taken from earlier today. The NYPD identifying a man that detectives are looking for who may be connected to the mass shooting that unfolded on this crowded subway train in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, at the height of the morning rush hour. The man's name is Frank James. He's 62 years old. Want to pull up this tweet for you from the NYPD. They're calling him a person of interest with the case. At about 8:24 a.m., a man aboard a northbound North train tossed 2 smoke bombs onto the floor and opened fire inside of the train. As it approached the 36th Street station, the gunman fired at least 33 times, striking 10 people. Again, Frank James right here, only a person of interest, not a suspect. They don't have anyone in custody quite yet. 5 gunshot victims are in critical but stable condition. More than a dozen other people were hurt in the chaos. Some other victims suffered smoke inhalation, injuries from falling, and panic attacks. Officers investigating the scene recovered a Glock 17 9mm semi-automatic pistol, 3 extended capacity magazines, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, a hatchet, a container of gasoline, a backpack, a garbage can, a rolling crate cart, and a key to a U-Haul rental van. This van rented in Philadelphia, and detectives believe it may be linked to the shooting. Police say the U-Haul van was found parked at Kings Highway this evening. Police shut down the street and are processing the van for evidence. That's what brings us to Frank James, though, as they say that he is the man who they believe is the renter of the U-Haul truck. They say that they are trying to locate him to determine his connection to the subway shooting, if there is any connection. Now, they held a press conference a little bit earlier today. We're going to hear directly from Mayor Adams as he joined virtually. Remember, he still has COVID-19 and is in quarantine. Unfortunate timing, as so much has been happening in New York today. We'll listen into this press conference. We'll also be going out live to Fox 5 in New York as they have teams and reporters scattered throughout New York tonight as the manhunt is still underway.
We are truly fortunate that this was not significantly worse than it is. As we reported this afternoon, a man who was traveling on a Manhattan-bound N train opened 2 canisters that dispensed smoke throughout the subway car. He then shot multiple passengers as the train pulled into the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. 10 people were injured by gunfire, and an additional 13 were either injured as they rushed to get out of the train station or they suffered smoke inhalation. Some good news is that none of the injuries appear to be life-threatening. As detectives processed the crime scene, they recovered a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and a hatchet. Also found is a liquid we believe to be gasoline and a bag containing consumer-grade fireworks and a hobby fuse. About an hour ago, detectives located a U-Haul van in Brooklyn that we believe is connected to the suspect. At this time, we still do not know the suspect's motivation. Clearly, this individual boarded the train and was intent on violence. We are conducting a highly coordinated investigation that includes NYPD detectives, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the ATF, who have been instrumental in tracing the firearm and ballistics. The suspect is a dark-skinned male and was wearing a neon orange vest and a gray-colored sweatshirt. We do have a person of interest in this investigation, but we need the public's assistance with additional information. We're asking anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. We know this incident is of grave concern to New Yorkers. We cannot lose sight of victims in this city. We will use every resource we can to bring those to justice who continue to prey on the citizens of New York. I'll ask Chief James Essick to come in and give details of the investigation.
Good evening, everybody. Today at 8:24 a.m., aboard a Manhattan-bound N train, 10 people were shot, 7 males, 3 females, and they were removed to area hospitals. An additional 13 people suffered injuries related to smoke inhalation, falling down, or a panic attack. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary, and it's subject to change right now. As that N train was between stations 59th Street and the 36th Street stations, seated in the second car in the rear corner was a dark-skinned male. Various descriptions of his height are given. He is heavy-set, wearing an orange-green nylon-type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. As the train approached the 36th Street station, witnesses state the male opened up 2 smoke grenades, tossed them on the subway floor, brandishes a Glock 9mm handgun. He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people. The male then fled the scene, and detectives are actively trying to determine his whereabouts. Recovered at that scene was a Glock 17 9mm handgun, 3 extended Glock-type magazines. 1 was still in the weapon, 1 under a seat, and 1 in a backpack. We had 33 discharged shell casings, 15 bullets, 5 bullet fragments, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, a hatchet, a black garbage can, a black milk-type style rolling cart, the gasoline, and a U-Haul key. The U-Haul key at the scene led us to the recovery of a U-Haul van a short while ago in Brooklyn. The male, who we believe is the renter of this U-Haul in Philadelphia, is a Frank R. James, male, 62 years old, with addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. We are endeavoring to locate him to determine his connection to the subway shooting, if any. The 2 crime scenes, the subway and the van, are very active and are still being processed. We are asking for anyone's help with information, cell phone video, witness information, or if they can identify the perpetrator or the renter of this vehicle, to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. There is a $50,000 reward out right now, $25,000 from the New York City Police Foundation, $12,500 from the MTA, and $12,500 from the TWA Local 100. I just want to assure everyone that we in the NYPD have all our resources working this, along with our partners in the FBI and the ATF, to find this perpetrator. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mike Driscoll.
We're going to
go
the
mayor?
back to the mayor, assuming we've resolved that issue.
Mr. Mayor, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chief. As we indicated, today was a difficult day for New York. And days like these are playing out too often in cities across America. As mentioned this morning, we witnessed an act of violence and evil in the heart of Brooklyn, where a shooter attacked a subway car full of innocent people at the 36th Street station. We saw a quiet Tuesday morning turn the N train into a war zone as a smoke bomb was detonated and multiple shots rang out. We witnessed 20 individuals have been injured so far, as it was mentioned. And thanks to the quick thinking of the MTA crew and the bravery and cooperation of passengers, lives were saved. And thanks to our first responders, the injured were quickly taken to area hospitals, and all of them are expected to recover. You know, I have been realistic and outspoken about my commitment to protecting public safety. I stand by that and will continue to do everything in my power to dam the rivers that feed the sea of violence. But this is not only a New York City problem. This rage, this violence, these guns, these relentless shooters are an American problem. And it's going to take all levels of government to solve it. It is going to take the entire nation to speak out and push back against the cult of death that has taken hold in this nation. A cult that allows innocents to be sacrificed on a daily basis. A country where buying weapons of mass destruction is as easy as picking up a piece of plywood or a garden shovel. A country where there are more guns than people. There are over 400 million guns in this country alone. The U.S. gun homicide rate is 26 times that of other high-income countries, where over 100 people die in gun violence every day. Guns are the leading cause of death for American children and teens, like the 16-year-old baby we lost in the Bronx. From schools in Columbine, Sandy Hook, and Virginia, to music festivals in Las Vegas, to nightclubs in Orlando, to movie theaters and yoga classes across the nation. These killers have used weapons of mass destruction to massacre innocent people. They control no armies or military forces, yet these individual killers terrorize our nation. I've often said that this city is not going to adapt to dysfunction. Ending gun violence means changing gun laws. We cannot clean up a flood when the water is still pouring into the basement. And we can never stop the killing if we cannot stop the guns. To be clear, we will not surrender our city to the violent few, and we will not surrender all of America to this cult of death. The sea of violence comes from many rivers. We must dam every river that feeds the greater crisis. That is the work of my life, this administration, and this police department. I will not stop until the peace we deserve becomes the reality we experience. You have my word as a former police officer, a fellow New Yorker, and your mayor, that we will end this epidemic, and that will capture the individual responsible for today's attack. We will capture him and prosecute him to the full extent of the law. Thank you, NYPD, FDNY, our first responders, and the collaboration from the federal government, the state, and city agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Assistant Special Agent in Charge at the FBI New York office, Michael Driscoll.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start by expressing our hopes and prayers that the victims of this event will enjoy a quick recovery. They are our primary focus right now. I also want to echo the thanks for the partnership to the NYPD, the ATF, and all the partners who are contributing to this investigation. Right now, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force is fully engaged with this investigation, providing assistance through manpower, technical assistance, and basically everything we can throw at it. We expect the process to be a long one as we gather all possible information to track down all possible leads. And I would encourage you, as it was mentioned earlier, to please reach out to the NYPD tip line at 1-800-577-TIPS. And I would also add, as frequently the case in many of our current investigations, everyone's got a cell phone in their pocket. There's a lot of video out there. If you have digital information that you'd like to share with us in connection with this investigation, please visit fbi.gov/Brooklyn shooting, where you can upload that information. So we are seeking the public's help. You heard mentioned before of a name of possible interest. Videos would be particularly helpful, or any other additional witnesses who have yet to come forward that can provide information that might help this investigation. So thank you for your participation, and I thank everyone for their partnership in the course of the investigation. Thank you.
We'll take a couple of questions.
Yeah, Commissioner Sewell, is it the belief that he fled on foot after abandoning the van, or are they gone?
We are not sure where he went at this point. That is subject to investigation. We have a number of resources that are combing on foot and doing video canvases as well to determine where he went.
I'm sorry.
You posted videos online talking about being a victim to the mayor's mental health programs. Can you talk to us about this? Did we know to the department?
So based on some preliminary information, there were some postings possibly connected to our person of interest where he mentions homelessness, he mentions New York, and he does mention Mayor Adams. And as a result of that, in an abundance of caution, we're going to tighten the mayor's security detail.
So just to be clear, so this person, Frank James, he's not the person of interest that is in custody at this moment?
I'm going to have him answer that.
We have no one in custody at this time. No. We are looking for Frank James. We know he rented this U-Haul van. The key of that U-Haul van was found at the crime scene in the subway.
And Mr. James made those social media posts?
We're pouring through that, but yes, correct.
And you believe he was the one in the train? Is that correct?
We are looking to determine if he has any connection to the train. We know Mr. James rented that U-Haul truck in Philadelphia.
And Mr. James made those threats online that the commissioner was just speaking about?
Okay.
So we're not calling them threats. He made some concerning posts, or someone made some concerning posts. We cannot attribute it to that individual yet. That's under investigation. But again, in an abundance of caution, we're going to tighten the mayor's security detail. That's all.
Rocco, Daily News?
Does he have any connection at all to the transit system? Is he a TA worker and any connection whatsoever to that subway station?
That is subject to investigation. We don't have that information yet.
Does he have a criminal record?
John Doyle, CBS 2?
Does he have a criminal record? What is his exact connection to
Mr. James is just a person of interest we know right now who rented that U-Haul van in Philadelphia. The keys to that U-Haul van were found in the subway in our shooter's possessions. We don't know right now if Mr. James has any connection to the subway. That's still under investigation.
Chief Essex, do you have any what we call robust DNA evidence from the crime scene of the van?
The crime scene's still being processed now. The van is being processed, and the subway crime scene is being processed. But it's too early right now to tell.
City, Katie?
Can you explain where this U-Haul was located? Was it nearby? And also, I mean, you said you're investigating these videos, but can you confirm that it was him in the video or people that he knows? We're just trying to make that connection.
The video, the YouTube videos and the videos on there's a man who posted there, Frank James. We're still working to see if that's our person who rented the video.
And where was the U-Haul located?
Kings Highway in Brooklyn.
Kings Highway, what intersection?
30 West 4th and Kings Highway.
Is there anything more you can tell us about the content of the posts? And I know you said it wasn't a direct threat against the mayor. Can you tell us anything he said about the mayor that caused you to do like a security detail?
There were general topics of concern, and I don't want to go into too many details about the mayor's security detail. We're just doing it just to be on the safe side.
And just any other details about homelessness? You mentioned that you posted about homelessness.
Complaints about homelessness, complaints about New York, nothing in general. I'm sorry, just general comments that cause us some concern that are subject to investigation at this point.
Next question.
Why were there no working surveillance cameras in the station? Why did police radios not work in the station? And how much did those factors hamper this investigation?
Yeah, we know that there were 3 stations that the video wasn't working. We're still investigating that to see why or how those, whether it was a mechanical problem, electrical issue, why those videos weren't up.
And the police radios?
There was no issues with police radios in
There
this.
were reports that one of the first officers on the scene said his radio wasn't working, and he told one of the teenagers there to call 911.
Yeah, so patrol officers, so officers who work topside, if you will, in patrol precincts, when they go down the station, they have to switch frequencies. It's a UHF versus VHF. So if they didn't switch the radio over to the VHF frequency, they would not be able to transmit down in the subway station. So it's user error. It wasn't a problem with the actual radio.
Bloomberg News?
How many officers are assigned to the 36th Street station, and were there any officers in the station at all?
So we don't typically assign officers to subway stations. Officers patrol on a rotating basis. They ride trains, they come out, they patrol the stations. Patrol officers from the precincts stop, go down, they do station inspections. We've been doing that since January, so that station was patrolled several times today. There were no officers present in the station at the time of the shooting, but it had been patrolled several times on this calendar date prior to the shooting in the early morning hours.
Next question.
What do we know about Mr. James and his local ties to New York City?
Jimmy?
We know Mr. James has addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. As far as New York, it's still under investigation, but he's just a person of interest right now in this case.
Is it clear when he entered the station, and is he on video anywhere after the fact?
We know the shooter was entered the station on Kings Highway. So we're asking for anybody who knows from Kings Highway to 35th Street is 8 stops. Anybody who sees him with any information, please call Crime Stoppers.
When was James last seen? Is that clear? Is he on video at all?
We literally have hundreds of detectives out in the field right now pouring through video at train stations, the egresses, the recovery sites of the vehicle. So we hope to have clearer pictures of who we believe is the shooter.
2 more questions. CNN?
About the weapon that was recovered, has that been traced back to Mr. James at all? And is there any likelihood that, or how confident are investigators that he is the same person that pulled the trigger today?
As far as pulling the trigger, that's still under investigation. As far as the firearm is concerned, we know it's not part of a multi-sale. We know it's not stolen. We're working with our partners in the ATF to track back to the point of sale and then move forward on that gun.
Okay, last question.
Your physical description of James, does it match the description that's already been put out today?
Again, as I said, there was 2 smoke grenades thrown. We have various descriptions of height. I gave the description out of the man with the vest. We're looking through all possible leads on our person of interest.
I think if you look at our social media, you'll see 2 photos of the person of interest. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you guys for making that work.
So that was the press conference from earlier today. This is the live look, though, that we are getting as they have hauled off that U-Haul that's connected to the shooting here. Once again, Frank James, that person of interest, the one who rented the U-Haul out in Philadelphia, not even a New York resident, has no connections to New York as of right now. Still, the investigation underway, though. We'll be getting into further coverage from our Fox 5 New York team, but this is just quite the shot as our Sky Fox is overhead and has been following this journey, a long night ahead for the New York Police Department, for New York officials. Governor Hochul speaking out today, Mayor Adams also speaking out today. And again, the details from detectives, they're saying that 10 people were injured by gunfire, 13 people injured by smoke inhalation and panic attacks during the chaos of everything that happened. A few things recovered at the station there, one of them being a U-Haul key, and that's what brought police detectives to kind of attribute Frank James and his involvement in all of this. We do want to go out to the top of the 10 o'clock show there with Fox 5 in New York as they have been following this story all day today. Let's take a listen.
Terror in Brooklyn as 10 people are shot after a gunman opens fire inside of a subway car. Police identifying a person of interest in connection with this case. And good evening, everybody. I'm Teresa Priolo in for Lori Stokes.
And I'm Steve Lacey. The man police want to find is 62-year-old Frank James. And while they aren't sure if he's linked to the subway attack, they do say he rented a U-Haul van, the keys to which were located at the crime scene with the shooter's belongings.
That U-Haul was later found in Gravesend and has been towed away from the scene.
All right, we have team coverage on this breaking story tonight. Arthur Chien's at Maimonides Hospital in Borough Park, where some of the victims are being treated. Sharon Crowley will have an update on how the shooting has impacted nearby schools. But first, we go to Fox 5's Linda Schmidt, who's live at the scene in Sunset Park with the latest on the investigation and the search for the person responsible.
That's right there, Steve and Teresa. Well, first of all, I'll tell you this at the top. Just about every agency that you can imagine is involved with this investigation. Talking about the NYPD, the FBI, the ATF, and the NYPD's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Although at this point, this attack today is not being investigated as a terrorist attack. And as bad as it was today, and it was bad, it could have been even worse. Police saying the gunman's gun jammed, preventing him from shooting even more people. Panicked commuters filled with fear escaping from a smoke-filled subway car on the N train at the 36th Street station in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. The NYPD saying the suspect popped 2 smoke canisters to confuse riders during the height of the morning rush before firing his gun 33 times.
Donned what appeared to be a gas mask. He then took a canister out of his bag and opened it. The train at that time began to fill with smoke. He then opened fire, striking multiple people on the subway and in the platform.
Police say the suspect's gun jammed, preventing him from firing more shots. Authorities are looking for 62-year-old Frank James. He is about 6 feet, 2 inches tall, and 250 pounds. Police are calling him a person of interest. In all of the chaos, the suspect was mistaken by many for an MTA worker.
Wearing an orange-green nylon-type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet.
Police say James rented this U-Haul van in Philadelphia yesterday. He parked it here on Kings Highway in Gravesend, Brooklyn, about 5 a.m. and then walked a few blocks to get on the N train. After the shooting, the keys to that van, James' credit card, his jacket, and the gun used in the shooting were all found at the scene.
As detectives processed the crime scene, they recovered a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and a hatchet. Also found is a liquid we believe to be gasoline and a bag containing consumer-grade fireworks and a hobby fuse.
Mayor Adams appearing virtually since he remains under quarantine with COVID.
You have my word as a former police officer, a fellow New Yorker, and your mayor, that we will end this epidemic and that will capture the individual responsible for today's attack. We will capture him and prosecute him to the full extent of the law.
And by the way, the person of interest, Frank James, he has both an address and a driver's license in the state of Wisconsin. He also has an address in Philadelphia. Police also saying that he has posted videos to YouTube ranting and criticizing against Mayor Adams' policies, as well as other issues, including homelessness. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, thank you. And there are a lot of questions tonight about how this gunman escaped the chaos and why there were no working surveillance cameras in that 36th Street stop. Footage that might have been helpful in tracking the shooter's movements after the train stopped. Mayor Adams says there was, quote, some sort of malfunction, although the head of the MTA says police did use other cameras along the N line to look for evidence.
Cops today were looking at cameras up and down the system because they wanted to see where this criminal had entered the system, as well as where he may have left.
And in the meantime, authorities are looking into why the surveillance system in that particular station appears to have been offline this morning. We want to update you now on the conditions of the victims who were hurt during this morning's attack. 10 people were shot and more than a dozen suffered other injuries.
That's right. Several of the victims were teenagers on their way to school, and they were brought to Maimonides Hospital in Borough Park for treatment. Fox 5's Arthur Chan is there now with an update on how everyone is doing tonight. Arthur.
Steve, Teresa, it's been a little bit of a challenge tracking the number of victims today, in part because there were so many and also because they dispersed to different hospitals. Some of them got there on their own. The tally that we have tonight is that at least 29 people were hurt today. 10 of them were shot. 5 of them were critically wounded. Others were hit by shrapnel or overcome by smoke inhalation. Now, 5 of the victims were brought here to Maimonides in Borough Park, in part because of their strong pediatric unit here. The ages of those victims give pause. A 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old, and an 18-year-old. All of them were on their way to school this morning, officials tell us, when they became victims of this mass shooting. Now, 2 of the victims remain here tonight, an 18-year-old with a gunshot wound to the leg and a 16-year-old who was shot in his hand, his thumb severed. Surgeons tonight embarking on the complicated process of reattaching it, hoping to get it to work again.
He had a gunshot wound to the hand. It was a pretty devastating injury to the thumb, and it destroyed a lot of the bone, the joint, the tendons, the nerves. We were able to salvage the thumb.
Tonight, Governor Hochul rode the subway down to Maimonides Hospital to speak with patients that remain here, including the 16-year-old. She described her conversation with his very distraught mother.
His mother does not speak English. She is Chinese. She is there alone. And it was so sad to hear her through a translator talk about her anxiety. All she has is her son, and just the two of them, and she does not know what she's going to do when she leaves. So I had a long, long hug with her and let her know that we send the love of all New Yorkers. She just lost her job as a home health care aide. If anyone wants a very warm, caring person to be a home health care aide, I'm going to give her a great recommendation.
Some outside this hospital tonight have asked us why these victims were targeted. The neighborhood where the shooting took place is a predominantly working class neighborhood of Hispanic and Asian New Yorkers, but they've also expressed gratitude that at this point tonight, none of the victims are in life-threatening situations, even the ones who are in critical condition. Officials say it's a testament to the New Yorkers who stepped in today to selflessly help others. We're live tonight at Maimonides Hospital in Brooklyn. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News. Teresa, back to you.
Arthur, thank you. Mayor Adams addressing safety concerns that commuters might have about riding the subway tomorrow morning, saying security will be increased throughout the system.
I have a lot of faith in the transit police personnel that are assigned there. We're going to double the number of uniformed personnel during the evening tour.
The mayor remains under quarantine with COVID. He's been monitoring developments on the attack from Gracie Mansion.
And President Biden, while in Iowa today, also reacted to the tragedy in Brooklyn.
My wife Jill and I are praying for those that are injured and all those touched by that trauma. And we're grateful for all the first responders who jumped into action, including civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them.
And the president went on to say that his team will stay in close contact with the NYPD and the FBI.
Now, today's subway shooting having an impact on nearby schools. Many were placed on lockdown, leaving parents very worried about their kids' safety.
All right, Fox 5 Sharon Crowley spoke with some of those who were impacted.
As you can see, this is still an active crime scene tonight. The subway shooting really shaking this community. Immediately following the shooting, the schools in this neighborhood were put on lockdown.
It's always a little scary when there's an active shooter.
Students at the Little Brooklyn Pre-K Center, just one of many schools, told to shelter in place shortly after a gunman opened fire at a subway station in this Sunset Park neighborhood. Emily is the mother of 4-year-old Ezra.
It's nauseating. Yeah, I was really concerned.
Luckily, Ezra took the lockdown in stride.
Kids are refreshingly resilient.
There was a lady standing next to me who was like covered from the waist down in blood, somebody else's blood. That she was been on the train and the person next to her got shot.
Stephen was waiting at the bus stop when he learned what happened from people who were on the subway during the shooting. Minutes earlier, he had dropped his daughter Claire off at pre-K when her school went into lockdown.
I'm scared all day. It's like, you know, I felt she was probably safe here at the school.
The active shooter on the loose spreading concern all over this community.
They're just running away. You know, they don't know where they're from.
At this bodega on the corner of 26th Street and 4th Avenue, the owner tried to calm down a young woman who just ran from a smoke-filled, bloody subway car.
I had a girl, actually, a young lady who was in here, probably in her early 20s, had blood all over her sneakers. She couldn't stop shaking. She was crying hysterically. The person was right next to her who got shot.
Police have taped off the sidewalks while the investigation continues. Residents in this neighborhood try to absorb what's happened.
I know most people are probably going to be trying to drive after this. I think that they need to get the cameras working in there before anyone's going to feel safe again.
The kids will return to school tomorrow and many will return to work, but that uneasy feeling is likely to linger in this neighborhood. Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
And for the latest updates on this breaking story, you can stream our newscast live on the Fox 5 NY News app. Just search Fox 5 NY in the App Store and download it for free today.
And we will have continuing.
And we'll have full coverage here on Live Now from Fox again as the U-Haul is being towed off here. That's the same U-Haul that is connected with Frank James, the 62-year-old person of interest, the only person of interest at this time. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. You'll remember yesterday, President Biden talking about ghost guns. Well, Fox 11 in LA speaking with a ghost gun victim here We'll listen to that conversation after the break.
.45, welcome back. President Biden is targeting so-called ghost guns. Those are the homemade, hard-to-trace firearms being used more frequently during crimes. Mia Tretta, who was shot and wounded with a ghost gun in the Saugus High School shooting in 2019, was with the president yesterday to help make that announcement. The Justice Department making it now illegal for a business to manufacture a ghost gun kit without a serial number, and made it illegal for a licensed gun dealer to sell the kits without conducting a background check. Well, Mia Tretta joins us now this morning to talk to us. I know it meant a great deal to you to be there with the president, to introduce the president as he talked about this new policy. First of all, let me ask you, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm so glad I have the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay. So, what was that like for you to be able to be there with this new policy going into effect, taking effect, and what does that mean to you personally?
I mean, obviously, it was crazy having just the chance to go do something like that, and we've done so much work to get here, and I'm so glad that we have this administration behind us who kind of is going with us with this and taking the lead and the initiative and noticing the progress we've made and notice what we need. And I'm so glad I could not only be a part of it, but just see this happen.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about what happened back in 2019 at Saugus High School. I mean, we see so many and hear about so many of these shootings in public places, at schools in particular. We hear a lot about that, and we are seeing more of these ghost guns being used in those shootings. Tell us a little bit about that experience. A lot of us remember that story. Some of us may not.
2019, November, I was a freshman at Saugus High School, and it's kind of always distant for everyone before it happens to you or a family member. You never really think it could happen to you, which is a big reason that people don't get into advocacy until it's too late. I was shot at my school by a boy I didn't know by a ghost gun, and I had no idea what a ghost gun even was. My best friend was killed, Dominic Blackwell, and so was another girl, Gracie Muehlberger. And within a matter of 8 seconds, my life and the lives of pretty much everyone in our community had changed because of these ghost guns, because there was a law, a loophole in our system that needed to change. And I'm so fortunate that we have the administration and Biden and Kamala Harris who are standing up against these ghost guns that so many people didn't even know about.
And Mia, you were shot in the stomach, if I understand correctly. And how did that change your life?
I mean, there's so many different pieces because you don't only have the physical side of getting shot, where I had surgeries, and even a couple months ago, I had to have more surgeries because we found out I had like a hole in my eardrum. It's such a lasting physical effect. But then there's also the mental side, and there's the mental side of getting shot and having the PTSD from being there, and also the mental side of losing someone.
You know, there are conservative lawmakers out there who do not agree with the policy that is being implemented by President Biden. They say this really isn't going to do anything, and that the Constitution actually, in fact, does not prevent people from making or assembling their own weapons. What is your response to that?
I think if these people saw firsthand and were able to understand what I understand about how this affects a community and doesn't just affect the 5 people involved, but affects such a widespread amount of people, from my grandmother and from people I don't know and people in the community and people I go to schools with, extended family, how all of them are so affected and how this has changed so many people's lives. I think if it happened to, like you were saying, the conservative lawmakers out there, if something like this happened to them or happened to a loved one of theirs, they would understand and they would be a little more willing to hear us out. And I think this isn't a radical change. This is just saving people's lives. This is life-saving progress. And I think if you really want to assemble and build your own gun, you can serialize it.
Mia, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I really appreciate it. It's a really important story, really important topic, really important policy, and certainly we wish you well in your continued recovery. We know that you don't just recover, even though this happened a few years ago, that this is something that quite often sticks with you for the rest of your life. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me.
Mia is an incredibly strong young woman.
I know, right?
Our best to you, Mia.
Yeah.
So proud of you for using your voice.
Thank you both.
You take care.
Well, that was a segment from Fox 11 in Los Angeles this morning. Moving out to Georgia now, Governor Brian Kemp signing a bill allowing Georgia residents to carry handguns in public without a license or background check. Here's more from Fox 5 in Atlanta.
With the stroke of a pen and a round of applause, Governor Brian Kemp signs what conservatives call constitutional carry into law. Under the new law, eligible Georgians no longer need to get a weapons carry license and undergo a background check in order to carry a concealed weapon in public.
SB 319 makes sure that law-abiding Georgians, including our daughters and your family too, can protect themselves without having to have permission from your state government.
Supporters point out that people still have to pass a background check in order to purchase a weapon at a gun store. But opponents argue background checks are not required for private gun sales and say the new law opens up a dangerous loophole.
This legislation would potentially allow individuals with a criminal history who purchased a gun through a private sale to legally carry a hidden loaded weapon in our communities.
At a news conference just about a block from the bill signing, Democratic state lawmakers accused Kemp of supporting the change because of his tough re-election bid. Former U.S. Senator David Perdue is running against Kemp with the backing of former President Donald Trump.
I think that's great. It's too bad it took 4 years to get it done, and it's too bad it took me getting in the race for them to get any energy to get that done, but I'm glad it's getting done.
That was Fox 5's Claire Sims reporting. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, out to the latest inflation numbers hitting 40-year highs. Details in 2 minutes.
The other big story tonight, inflation. The price of everything is up. And tonight, a new report shows we are living through the largest jolt in inflation in more than 40 years. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the price of household goods and services, rose 8.5% over the past year, and it shows no signs of slowing. Let's go now to our political editor, Craig Patrick, to explain the problem and what the government is trying to do to fix it. Craig?
Well, in terms of remedies to at least address it and ease the sting somewhat, the president just announced that they're lifting restrictions, summertime restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline. Those restrictions exist to try to control smog. While there are concerns about the environmental impacts of it, they're much more concerned about the scourge of inflation at this point. That's something that maybe can reduce the price we pay for gasoline, perhaps 10 cents per gallon this summer. The administration says every little bit helps, but overall, the challenge here for so many, most working class families, is that prices, the rate of what we're paying continues to rise faster than the rate of our paychecks. Overall, the cost of consumer goods rose 8.5% the past 12 months, which is the highest we've seen since the great inflation of 1981. And in going through the charts, it's the rising cost of energy that leaps off the page. It's collectively all forms of energy going up 32% combined the past year, and gasoline up 48%.
And of course, this is being, greatly exacerbated by Putin's war in Ukraine that has led to higher energy prices.
It started with oil producers cutting back on supply when people cut back on travel during the pandemic. When the pandemic eased, demand for travel shot way up while supply was still down. That drove up prices through 2021. And then early this year, they shot up more in the run-up to Russia's invasion on the fear that it could disrupt the global oil market. And then it shot up after the invasion when it did disrupt the market. And those rising gas prices get rolled into the cost of making and transporting other products, which is fueling rising prices across the board. For example, new car prices are up 12.5% the past year. And with the reduced supply of new cars due to the supply chain and production snags, used cars are up 35%. The cost of food has gone up 10% the past year. And look at this, the cost of buying at the grocery store has gone up at a higher rate than the cost of eating out. It still generally costs more to eat out than it does to buy and cook your own food at home, but the gap is closing somewhat. And meats are the highest riser among the groceries, going up nearly 14%. While the president has tapped the strategic oil reserve to increase consumer supply and is lifting seasonal restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline, his power to control inflation is limited. At this point, the Federal Reserve has the most impact on inflation because it controls interest rates. When you raise interest rates, you increase the cost of borrowing money, and that makes it harder and more expensive to borrow, which weighs down demand to buy stuff, which tames inflation. The problem here is that raising interest rates can also weigh down the housing market and the job market. And if raised too much or too often, that can drive us into a recession. Which is exactly what happened some 40 years ago when the Feds raised interest rates and indeed did tame inflation and ended the great inflation, but in so doing created the recession of the early 1980s. So right now, the Federal Reserve is facing a very challenging and tricky balancing act to raise interest rates, as they already have and plan to again next month, raise them enough to curb inflation, but not too much in order to trigger a recession, which brings us to some critical decisions, of course, in the coming months.
So, Craig, what additional steps can the president or Congress take to tame these rising prices? And when do the projections show it finally easing?
Well, there are several proposals. One of the most popular would be gas tax relief to differing degrees. For example, Florida has already moved in that direction, but timed it to October of this year in alignment with the upcoming election. There are calls in Congress to do something similar, other forms of tax relief. The challenge is that when you provide tax relief, you have the effect of giving people more buying power, and therefore that in itself can fuel inflation, as can additional government spending, which has chilled components of the president's Build Back Better plan that he's been trying to pass. There also are efforts to try to spur production. That is occurring among the oil producers as we speak, but it's going to take a lot of time. And the single biggest variable in all of this, certainly, again, is interest rates.
All right, Craig, thank you.
A great breakdown, as usual, from Fox 13 in Tampa. Well, the tax deadline right around the corner. What do you need to know for this filing season? Fox's LiveNOW's Christy Larson speaking with a CPA about everything across the board as a couple things have changed. Take a listen.
Well, if you haven't done it yet, the deadline is just around the corner. You still have a few days to get those taxes filed. The deadline this year is on April 18th. Here to talk more about ways we can prepare ourselves if you haven't filed yet is Carlos Samaniego. He is joining us. He's the founder of Tax Debt Consultants. And Carlos, I want to just start with a lot of people surprised that the deadline is not until the 18th. What's the reasoning behind that this year?
Yeah, like most people are used to, the normal deadline is April 15th. But because a national holiday is actually, it's a Emancipation Day to be specific for Washington, D.C. And because that is falling on a Saturday, they actually celebrate that on a Friday. And because Friday is technically a deadline for the national government, it actually pushes our deadline till Monday, April 18th.
I know a lot of people too, they try to do it ahead of time, but then all of a sudden the calendar just keeps flipping the pages, the dates quicker and quicker. So for those who haven't done it yet, why is it so important that they're getting all of their paperwork together? There's been so many changes in the past year too with child tax credit. We've also had stimulus checks. Yeah. What do we need to know so we don't go wrong when we're filing our taxes?
Yeah, probably, Christine, probably the most important thing to do is for people to do is make sure you have all your documents. We were talking about this. One of the big challenges I've been seeing this year, and I saw it a lot last year as well, is remember how we used to always get those tax documents, W-2s, 1099s, that came in the mail. We kind of put it in a nice little package to get it over to our tax professional to deal with that. Well, many companies are going electronic. You know, they're sending emails, they're sending you links, go download your documents. And if you didn't happen to see that email or that link and didn't download that documents, you may have incomplete paperwork. So your tax preparer is just going to start preparing those returns based on what you gave them. And the last thing you want is a surprise audit down the road because you forgot to include something. So that's the big one, is just make sure you have all your documents. And please don't rush. This is a big one, Christy. People are like all of a sudden calling 3-4 days before the tax deadline. And it's rare, if almost impossible, to get anybody that's willing to do it because we can't rush it that quick. And it's much better, just make sure you get your extension filed by the tax deadline, April 18th here. At least get that deadline, the extension filed, because that at least gives you until October 15th to get that thing filed. So that's really important to remember that.
And I know too, when we were speaking ahead of time, you said a lot of people ended up owing this year, and that sometimes can lead to problems, especially if maybe you were hoping for that return so that that money could be used to be spent elsewhere. Now, all of a sudden you're saying, I'm going to owe hundreds of dollars, if not even more. I can't afford that at this time, so maybe I just won't file. That's the wrong way to think about that. Absolutely,
Christy. You know, I mentioned to you earlier, the reason I started my company is I went 8 years not filing taxes. So, and the number one reason people don't file their taxes is because they end up owing taxes. You know, they start preparing their returns and I that bill. And the big mistake is for you not to file the return. You know, even if you owe money and you can't afford to pay the balance that you owe, pay as much as you can, but file the return, because a lot of people don't realize, Christy, the penalty for not filing is up to 25% penalty for not filing the return. So file your return, even if you owe money. Pay what you can if you can, but at least file that return.
And they could catch up with you too. If you don't file it right now, you didn't get your extension, and now all of a sudden you got people knocking on your door saying, hey, you're in big trouble.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, a lot of people think that what typically happens is that they won't file. The IRS doesn't contact you the next year. They may not contact you the second year. It's 3 years down the road that they're contacting you saying, literally knocking on the door, where's your tax returns? And in fact, the IRS is making it a major initiative this year to go after people who aren't filing their returns. They've even said that they're planning on making house calls to what they call repeat non-filers. So you do not want to not file your tax return.
That could cause a big problem too with scammers. I'm sure that's a story for another
That's
time.
a story. That's an entire other story right there.
Yeah, you definitely want to be careful if you did get those phone calls. You got to
Right.
think about, okay, what year was that they're trying to claim? But again, a lot of people right now, as they're collecting those pieces of paperwork, if they hadn't filed it yet, where do you see them doing the most wrong? Is it just not having all their documents together? Is it maybe filing something incorrectly?
You know what? The number one thing is just not having all their paperwork. The other one is the stimulus checks. This has become a big kind of a confusion. The IRS is trying to account for stimulus money that went out primarily March of 2021. So most people got a little form from the IRS that said you received $1,400 of stimulus. A lot of people did not get that. In fact, me personally did not even get that form. So the IRS just wants to make sure that they're not going to give it to you again, because a lot of people are literally saying, well, why do I have to give you that document? I thought it wasn't taxable. They're correct. It's not taxable, but the government doesn't want it to give it to you twice. So, and if they give it to you twice, guess what's going to happen? It's going to create confusion. The IRS is going to slow down your processing of your return to verify what's going on here. And if they did give it to you twice, they're going to come back knocking on your door asking for that money. Figuratively knocking on your door. They're going to ask for their money back.
Yeah. They're not going to just give you free money. They've already done that once with those stimulus checks. They want to
They gave out a lot of free money there, and they don't want to give it to you twice. So
right. Yeah, that wouldn't be fair to other people either. So
Right.
finally, I know as we are approaching that deadline again, it's happening on Monday, the 18th, that there's a lot of people who are out there who might just need some extra help. And in that case, you would say, try to seek out someone who knows what they're doing rather than trying to file it electronically on your own and hoping that you did it correctly.
this is a big one. This year, especially the last 2 years, has been really difficult tax seasons. For what a lot of people thought was a normal, easy tax return is not really easy. With all the advanced child tax credits, the stimulus checks, unemployment is taxable in some states and not others. It's very complicated. Seek professional help. File the extension. Make sure you at least have time to do that and pay as much as you can if you're going to owe money by the 18th.
Right. And again, and if you need that extension, make sure you're requesting it now so that you have that time to gather all the documents you need. Important tips here, especially as we are approaching that deadline. We do appreciate it. Again, we have the founder of Tax Debt Collectors, Carlos Samaniego, here with us, and we appreciate all of those tips that you've given us here for this tax filing season.
Thank you so much.
A great conversation and good to know with that tax deadline, again, April 18th. So getting closer and closer. As we noted before, inflation hitting another 40-year high, small business optimism taking a dip, and the world's busiest airport. Fox Business's Cheryl Casson has these stories and more in your Fox Business Briefs.
The Consumer Price Index for March showing the largest year-over-year increase in 4 decades, 8.5%. A large part of that increase is believed to be caused by the Ukraine war and the surge in energy prices. Excluding food and energy, prices are still up 6.5% year-over-year. Though gas prices have moderated in recent weeks, they do remain near record highs. Well, small business confidence slipped last month to the lowest level in nearly 2 years. The National Federation of Independent Business Optimism Index declined for the 3rd month in a row. Small business owners are expressing concern about staffing and supply chain disruptions. Well, Facebook parent company Meta spending a fortune to keep CEO Mark Zuckerberg and his family safe in 2021. $27 million went to an overall security program, according to an SEC filing. That included $15 million for Zuckerberg at his residences and during travel, and then $10 million for an annual pre-tax allowance that helped his wife and children. Meta says it's all necessary because Zuckerberg is such a high-profile executive. And Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport has once again reclaimed its throne as the world's busiest airport. In 2021, Atlanta saw 75.7 million passengers, up a whopping 76% from 2020, but still down more than 30% from pre-pandemic levels. Overall, global air travel continues to rebound from the pandemic. Airports Council International World reporting there were nearly 4.5 billion global flight passengers in 2021, an increase of nearly 25% from 2020. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni.
And stay with us after the break. We're going back to New York as we're getting huge news in about the lieutenant governor there, not only arrested, but also resigning. Details on that and what his future will look like after the break.
Damian Williams announced these charges against, now the former Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin. He resigned today. We have a LiveNOW look in Manhattan across the street from the Fox News World headquarters, but further north, turmoil in Albany, in the state capitol. Let's break down what was in the indictment, what are the charges that Benjamin is facing, and how long this investigation has been going on. I'm being joined by former federal prosecutor Doug Burns. Doug, good to see you. I think this really threw a lot of people by surprise today, but this investigation has been going on for well over 2 years. What struck out to you in the indictment, and let's talk about it.
Sure. You have to break it down into a prior case. The person who was identified as CC1, campaign contributor 1, it's no secret. It's been in media articles. That's Gerald Migdor, right? And he was indicted first in a separate case. I was surprised, actually, that Governor Hochul, but again, I give her some dispensation. They're dealing with a million different things every day. But she said, oh, no, the investigation here, meaning against the lieutenant governor, that really doesn't involve him, and he's fully cooperating. That proved to be a disastrous statement in a sense. But basically what this is about is the chart that they had next to them succinctly lays it out. It's not really that complicated, et cetera. And that is that this individual, Benjamin, lieutenant governor, but back when he was a state senator and when he was running unsuccessfully, as it turned out, for comptroller, he was dealing extensively with this individual, CC1, and basically he sort of sold out his office, is the allegation, and that is that he was going to get a $50,000 state grant to this individual and or an organization affiliated with him, in return for bundled up campaign contributions. And where they went wrong, so say the allegations, the defendant, is that they started engaging in some activity that now that the investigation has played out, sheds a lot of light on everybody's state of mind. So, for example, they were bundling up contributions in the names of CC1 relatives, but they had different last names than him, which is interesting, probably like married names. But then it got worse because when the state election board started asking about it, you know, the defendant sent a message in writing saying, what happens if, you know, somebody refuses to provide the information? Now, as a defense lawyer for 20 years, and I was talking about this with some colleagues and friends of mine, you know, just because he said that, I mean, I could ask you, Andrew, what would happen hypothetically if I murdered somebody tonight? You know, but the point is, in context, it certainly doesn't help him. And then when he was being vetted to be named lieutenant governor, okay, there was a written questionnaire, so says the indictment. And in there it said, have you ever, you know, dealt with individuals? Have you ever, let me restate that more clearly. Have you ever done an official act for somebody who has donated money to you? That's a perfectly viable and important question, obviously. And he answered that in the negative. So basically he is charged, to finally answer your question, sorry, with conspiracy to be involved in bribery and falsification of documents. You heard one of the questions, and it's important real quick, saying the $50,000 never made it to CC1. And that's a quick seminar on conspiracy. People don't understand what a conspiracy is. It's an agreement to do a crime, and you don't have to complete the crime. So it's a little confusing. People think conspiracy is more serious, for example, than the crime. It's not. So you can have an uncompleted offense charged as a conspiracy. He's also charged with mail and wire fraud, which is devising a scheme to defraud in return for money, in this case, campaign contributions. And as I mentioned a minute ago, he's charged with falsifying records. And those were the records, you know, both when he was being vetted and those election commission, you know, questions that were sent to him. That's an overview of the case.
Yeah, I mean, from what you were describing, Doug, it seems like this is a pretty cut and dry case of alleged corruption, alleged bribery, and, you know, two aspects of this struck out to me. The money never got to where it was, you know, conspired to go, if you will. Right. And Benjamin didn't win the seat for comptroller. Of course, he was a state senator at the time. And then yet another scandal got in the way. Of course, former Governor Andrew Cuomo resigning, Kathy Hochul, then Lieutenant Governor, steps into that role, and she appoints Brian Benjamin as the next Lieutenant Governor. You know, he turned himself in. He surrendered, I think, his passport. He has a lot of conditions, and he was, I believe, bonded out. What are the nature of those conditions right now, and when do you think we'll see him next?
Yeah, no, basically, because this is also a little bit misunderstood sometimes by the public. You know, he was released on $250,000 bail. So the average person, and I'm hardly criticizing them, it's like, oh my God, $250,000. But no, he signs a bond. He's not required to put up any money. Okay, they have standard, you know, travel restrictions. I'm not privy to the exact terms of the bond that was reached today, but in my, you know, 3 decades of doing it, it would be things like, you know, you're not to travel outside, you know, the Eastern and Southern District of New York without permission of the probation department. You know, you have to report in, you know, once every week. You know, you have to tell us if there's any change in any circumstances, things like that. But to your very good question about when are we going to see him next, basically, there will be, now that he's been arraigned, there'll be a status conference in front of the district court judge, you know, in a matter of a few weeks. And they'll just start setting up some schedules for, you know, discovery, the government providing the discovery to the defense. I will say one thing about the indictment, which I think people will find interesting. There's 2 types of indictments, essentially. One is what we call a bare bones statutory one, which is the defendant, Mr. X, engaged in a conspiracy to do bribery and falsification of records in violation of statute number X, Y, and Z, and that's it. That's a bare bones statutory one. Then you have a speaking indictment, and that's sort of a nightmare for the defense, because a speaking indictment, as this one is like 24 pages, you know, lays out in painstaking detail, you know, all of the facts in support of their allegations. So the indictment, you know, which I went through really lays out in great detail what the allegations are. So he'll be back in court for a status conference to set some timing, for motions and discovery.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't seem like Albany can get over the last scandal without getting itself into a new one, Doug. Of course, this is a election year. Kathy Hochul is running for a full term as governor. No doubt this is a political liability. Lastly, though, I just want to read in part the statement from Benjamin's attorneys that Fox News obtained. They say there has never been a federal case like this in America. Brian supported a $50,000 grant to Friends of Public School Harlem, and they say every dollar was to buy supplies for public school students in Harlem. There was nothing inappropriate about this grant. Now, the indictment itself is not necessarily about the motive or the good intentions behind the grant.
Well, you could have, you could have the greatest motivation in the world, and I don't fault them. That's sort of a public relations type thing. And again, the editorial from me that you always hear is, I don't prejudge a case. I read the allegations, and now we'll see if they can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt and so forth. But the fact of the matter is they're cherry picking the notion that, this grant was for a great cause. That completely misses the boat, okay? Because the allegation is that that grant specifically went there as opposed to somewhere else because of you getting money and quid pro quo. Now, it can get ironic, by the way, because, and this is what you're intimating, because where it actually ends up based on this alleged corruption could be perfectly good, noble, or even better than any other options, but that's not the point. The point is, he's specifically charged, by the way, with deprivation of honest services. So hear me out on that for 2 seconds. Honest services is, I'll decide where this grant goes simply on the merits, totally apart from whether anybody's giving me any contributions. And look, the government's got to step up and prove this. They have to prove that the reason that that grant was earmarked to go where it was supposed to go, even though it didn't get there. I know it's a little confusing, but the reason for that is because he was being given these bundled campaign contributions and so on. There's also another little quick aspect apart from the 50,000, and that is, Andrew, in the indictment, they talk about him offering to get a zoning variance, which is always very, very important, obviously, to real estate people. And he had explained specifically, according to the indictment, this particular variance is really hard to get, and so on and so forth. And they're saying that he sold out his office, and in return for these bundled contributions, he was going to get him that variance. And again, that question is worth repeating when he was being vetted for lieutenant governor. Have you ever taken an official action on behalf of somebody who's donated money to you? He answered that no. And that's problematic, obviously.
It'll be interesting to see where this all goes. As always, Doug Burns, thanks for joining us here. We'll talk to you again.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
And from one case to the next, we'll be following for you the opening statements in the Johnny Depp versus his ex-wife Amber Heard trial. This is a defamation trial. Opening arguments, as we said, were today as a jury was seated just yesterday. We'll have details from the courtroom after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife, actress Amber Heard, are facing off in a Virginia courtroom in the libel lawsuit that he brought against her. Attorneys for both sides delivering opening arguments to those 11 seated jurors. Witnesses then started to take the stand. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from the courtroom in Fairfax County.
Witnesses took the stand in the trial between actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife, actress Amber Heard.
Did you ever see or hear any physical altercation between your brother and Ms. Heard?
No.
Depp is suing Heard for $50 million after she wrote a 2018 op-ed about being the survivor of domestic abuse. Though Depp was not mentioned by name, his legal team claims the article ruined his reputation and cost him his acting career.
The evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved.
Heard's lawyers insist she was a victim of Depp's abuse and argued the Pirates of the Caribbean actor's career is in, quote, free fall due to, quote, choices that he made.
Amber Heard never wanted to unearth for the public who the real Johnny Depp is. But she's here today facing this lawsuit brought by an obsessed ex-husband hell-bent on revenge.
Heard's attorneys also say she wrote the op-ed to prompt social change during the height of the Me Too movement.
If it had been Amber's intention to use this article to detail the abuse that she suffered, believe me, the article would have looked very, very different.
Depp's lawyers accuse Heard of trying to boost her career during the movement. Both Depp and Heard are expected to take the stand, revealing highly personal details of their roughly 2-year marriage. The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. In Fairfax, Virginia, David Spunt, Fox News.
Well, we want to go out to those opening arguments inside of the courtroom earlier. As I said, this entire trial going to be televised. Take a listen.
All right, do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
Yes, Your Honor, we would just ask leave for Your Honor to please publish our agreed demonstrative.
All right, there's no objection to that? People have changed places here. I just want to make sure I look in the right place.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay, we're good.
It's a blank screen right now, so we would ask to publish it now.
Okay. I'm assuming it's...
We tried it out beforehand. It seemed to work.
If it's a blank screen, it's hard to see if it's working or not.
Understood.
It is published.
Thank you.
But it's just a blank screen, I guess. Okay. We're going to hope that's it then. All right, thank you. Anything else we have? All right, we're ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, great. You can sit down. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have you move your water down by your chair, just not have anything there. If we get electronics, if we mess up the electronics, I get in trouble. So thank you. I hope you like the seat that you're in. I'd like you to stay in that seat for the duration. I'd appreciate it. I hope you had a good evening. All right. Thank you. And thank you for being punctual today. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. All right. Are we ready with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ben Chu. My colleagues and I from Brown Rudnick are truly honored to represent the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp. Some of you may recognize Mr. Depp from seeing him portray characters such as Edward Scissorhands or Captain Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. For nearly 30 years, Mr. Depp built a reputation as one of the most talented actors in Hollywood, a respected artist whose name was associated with success at the box office. Today, his name is associated with a lie, a false statement uttered by his former wife, the defendant Amber Heard, that falsely cast Mr. Depp, falsely and unfairly cast Mr. Depp as a villain, a man who would violently abuse a woman. This is a defamation case. It's a case about how devastating words can be when they are false and uttered publicly. Under the law, a person who makes a false statement about someone else can be held responsible for the harm that results from that falsehood. That's because words matter. They paint a picture in our mind based on what we have experienced and what we know, or what we think we know. And because of that, words can evoke strong emotions in the listener and cause irreparable harm to a person's reputation. And when, like Mr. Depp, your career depends upon your image and your reputation, or whether movie producers want their films associated with you, that harm can be particularly devastating. This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's words on Johnny Depp, specifically the words that she used in an op-ed published in the Washington Post in December 2018, which is shown on the screens. And the op-ed was published, and this is no accident, the evidence will show, on the eve of her first major acting role in the movie Aquaman. The evidence will show that's no coincidence. The evidence will show the words that Ms. Heard used, which are the subject of Mr. Depp's defamation suit against her. And there are three statements that we respectfully ask each of you to focus on. Statement number one, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." Statement number two, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I want to repeat that because you're going to hear that throughout the case, because the timing here is critical. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Statement number three, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse," unquote. Ms. Heard did not use Mr. Depp's name in the op-ed. She didn't have to. She didn't have to because the evidence will show that everyone in Hollywood, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard both have their careers, and many others outside Hollywood, knew exactly what she was talking about when she used the word 2 years ago. I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's because, as the evidence will show, and you will hear, 2 years earlier, on May 27, 2016, Ms. Heard had publicly accused Johnny Depp, her husband at the time, of domestic abuse. You will learn during the trial that Ms. Heard's actions were prompted by Mr. Depp's request for a divorce. He wanted out, which drove her to make up a story that was, at first, designed to keep him. And then, when he made it clear that finally, after all he had endured, he was done, was designed to recast herself as an abuse survivor, with Mr. Depp as the alleged abuser. The evidence will show that 6 days after Mr. Depp requested a divorce, and he did so politely, and 3 days after Ms. Heard's lawyer threatened Mr. Depp with claims of abuse if he did not agree to her financial demands, Ms. Heard arrived at the courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to file for a restraining order alleging abuse. Ms. Heard, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard showed up with a mark on her face that mysteriously appeared 6 days after she last saw Mr. Depp. And 6 days before, she publicly filed a request for a domestic violence restraining order alleging abuse. The evidence will show that her publicist and the paparazzi were there at the courthouse to document the event, to make sure that Johnny Depp's name was forever associated with the image of an innocent, battered woman. It was a jolt. It was a shocking story, splashed across front pages across the country. No one had ever, in 5 decades, accused Johnny Depp of being violent with a woman. No one had ever accused Mr. Depp of being violent with a woman. He had been in other long-term relationships. He had children.
Objection, Your Honor. Excuse me. May we approach?
No one, as I stated before, no one had ever, in 5 decades, no one had ever accused Johnny Depp of being abusive of any kind with a woman. That's why it was such a jolt. He had been in other long-term relationships, as I said. He had 2 children. And no one had even suggested ever that he was capable of something like this. By choosing to lie about her husband for her own personal benefit, Amber Heard forever changed Mr. Depp's life and reputation. And you will hear him tell you the dreadful impact that it has had on his life. The evidence you will hear at this trial contradicts the story Ms. Heard presented to the world in May 2016 and again in December 2018. The evidence will show that the last time Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard saw each other before Ms. Heard showed up in court on May 27, 2016, was May 21st. And that's a very important date, and I will ask you please to remember that through the trial. Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away on May 20th after a long illness when Johnny and his sister Christy had been taking care of of his mother for a very long period of time. And for reasons that Mr. Depp will personally explain to you throughout the course of this trial, he had resolved to divorce Ms. Heard. So on May 21st, Mr. Depp came by the apartment that he shared with Ms. Heard in the Eastern Columbia building, or the ECB, as some people refer to it, to tell her that, to pick up his things, and to say goodbye. There is no dispute that soon after Mr. Depp ended things with Ms. Heard and left the apartment on May 21st, he got on a plane to head out on a European tour, a music tour, for months with his band, the Hollywood Vampires. And Ms. Heard knew that he was going off on tour and out of state when she walked into court to get the restraining order, which she obtained ex parte. It's a Latin word, fancy word, but all it means is that Mr. Depp and his lawyer were not there and had no opportunity to be heard. That's what an ex parte order is. You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911 call on May 21st after Mr. Depp left. The police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Both police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Nor did the police officers see any of the property damages that you will hear Ms. Heard claims existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and that there was no crime. You will also hear from multiple witnesses who, like the police officers, saw Ms. Heard between May 21 and May 26. Those are the crucial days between the alleged incident and the day she walked into court with her lawyer and got an ex parte order. And those witnesses will testify that they saw her without any marks, any signs of injury on her face. And you will hear from multiple witnesses, including Brandon Patterson, who is the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived together. You will hear Mr. Patterson say that he saw, and others will say as well, that they saw a surveillance video from the week of May 21st that showed Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, throw a fake punch at Ms. Heard's face. Now let's just stop there. This is a surveillance video you will hear about where the sister of the alleged victim threw a fake punch at her sister, which allegedly occurred, this incident, only a couple of days earlier. Ms. Heard acting out being punched, responding to the fake punch, and the two laughing about it. So you have the alleged victim and the sister laughing about a fake punch. And you will have to decide for yourself, or we ask that you please decide for yourself, would anyone ever joke about that if there had been actual abuse? Much less ask yourself, would a sister ever joke with an alleged victim about being punched by her husband? Of course, none of this contradicting evidence was publicly available when Ms. Heard walked into court on May 27th and got her restraining order. Instead, as you can imagine, the media storm was instantaneous. You will hear about and see some of that media coverage, which published pictures of Ms. Heard walking into court and other pictures supposedly showing injuries supposedly caused by Mr. Depp, a man who had never been accused of abuse of a woman. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard eventually settled their divorce out of court. Thereafter, Ms. Heard dismissed her restraining order against Mr. Depp. But Ms. Heard's false claim that Mr. Depp had abused her remained in the public sphere. It didn't go away. The images were permanent. And the evidence will show that 2 years later, which is why we're pointing to that reference in the op-ed, in the wake of the Me Too movement, and just before the release of Ms. Heard's role in the movie Aquaman, Ms. Heard chose to remind the world about the festering allegations, this time under the banner of a international newspaper, the Washington Post. In the op-ed, in her op-ed, Ms. Heard again painted herself as the innocent victim of abuse, but this time with a wider audience primed to take action against industry powerhouses accused of abuse. The evidence will show that the clear implication in Ms. Heard's op-ed that you have in front of you was that she was the victim of domestic abuse perpetrated by Mr. Depp. The evidence will show that that was a lie, and it remains a lie when it was repeated and republished 2 years later. Hollywood studios don't want to deal with the public backlash from hiring someone accused of abuse, even someone with the incredible body of work and record that Mr. Depp can be proud of. A false allegation can devastate a career. And it can devastate a family. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved and loved to bring joy to everyone. Ultimately, this trial is about clearing Mr. Depp's name of a terrible and false allegation. We ask you in the next several weeks to please carefully consider the evidence, assess the reliability and credibility of that evidence, and to make your own determination about what actually happened between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. And to tell you more about that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Camille Vasquez, who you had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. Thank you all for your attention.
Ms. Vasquez. You might have to turn it up a little bit.
May I approach?
Sure.
There we go. Just heard myself. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. And good morning. Good morning. Over the course of this trial, you're going to have an opportunity to get to know Johnny Depp. Not the characters he's portrayed, but the man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly, but you will also hear from his friends, his family, and employees. You will hear from people who have known him for decades. They have seen him at his best, and they have seen him at his worst. And they will tell you, each of them, that he is a kind soul who has never and would never raise a hand to a woman. You will hear that Mr. Depp learned at a very young age how to coexist with an abusive woman. You will learn from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, and from Mr. Depp that their mother, Betty Sue, lived in a constant state of anger that would boil over daily in vicious words and violence directed at her husband and their children. And you will hear how Mr. Depp, who had the personality of his father, coped with that abuse in the same way his father did. He just took it. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp learned that the best way to deal with violence was to leave, to get away from it. Give her time to cool down. But he never turned his back on his mother. Mr. Depp loved his mother, and he cared for her until the day she died. You will hear how Mr. Depp came to Los Angeles as a teenager. He first planned to be a musician, then became an actor, and eventually, thanks to his talent, his dedication, and a lot of hard work, grew into one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He had relationships with major figures in Hollywood and elsewhere, like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss. And before he met Amber Heard, he was with the same woman, Vanessa Paradis, for 14 years. He had 2 children with her. And even though he was a megastar, they had a quiet, domestic life. In fact, you'll hear, as Mr. Chu already told you, that in Mr. Depp's 58 years, not a single woman has ever accused him of violence. And nobody in Hollywood or the world had any reason to believe he was an abuser, until Ms. Heard publicly accused him in 2016. You're also going to hear evidence about Ms. Heard. You're going to learn that she's a profoundly troubled person who manipulates the people around her just like she manipulated Mr. Depp.
Okay, opening statements today in the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. We've been hearing from Johnny Depp's attorneys as he has filed this defamation suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard, the actress. Right now, though, we want to play out for you some of the opening statements now on the other side, just in relation to fairness here from Amber Heard's attorneys as they presented their opening statements and talked about how they think this trial is going to go for their client. Here's some of that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rottenborn.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Rottenborn, and together with Elaine and Adam, I represent Amber Heard. In a few minutes, Elaine will get up here and she'll introduce you to Amber. And she'll address the allegations that you just heard in Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez's opening statement. And she'll explain to you why all those inflammatory things are things that are designed to mislead you from the truth. She'll explain to you what the evidence will show, and that's something that we're going to focus on in this trial, not attempts to distract you. We're going to focus on the evidence. Not what we wish the evidence showed, not some crazy conspiracy theories, but what the evidence and the facts actually show. And as you assess the evidence in this trial, I would ask that you keep one question in mind above all else, which is this: why are you here? What are you being asked to decide? You're being asked to decide a very simple question. And that question is, were the words that Amber used in the December 18th, 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post protected free speech under the First Amendment or not? That is the question, and that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation and what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to establish defamation. And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law. But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove that the words Ms. Heard used were about him and that they were false. And if he can't do that, and if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that claim. And he can't do that. He can't come close to doing that. And for that reason, you're going to hear, in this trial, Mr. Depp's team is going to make it about trying to distract you from that very simple question. Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera. Why? I'm not really sure, because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes, you're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words, in the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber from the earliest days that they were dating, through their marriage, and after their marriage. You're going to hear about that. But this case isn't about that. This case isn't about a day-to-day chronicle of their marriage. It's not about who is the better spouse. It's not about who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. You're going to hear that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspects of their relationship and their marriage. And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to list all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose to bring. And we're not going to stand idly by and let him sling mud at our client and make inflammatory and false statements like you just heard in opening and not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment, about that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech, is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's a very simple question. It's a question you could decide this afternoon. And it does not require you to stand and serve as the umpire of 2 movie stars' imperfect marriage. It doesn't. And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look at those words. And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words. Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were written. Now, whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Heather to put up the article, put up the opinion piece, and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp. That this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment to look at this. And I'm going to read it to you, and I'd ask that you follow along if you can. But either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. I knew that men have the power, physically, socially, and financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never again work as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing, in real time, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power, and these institutions are beginning to change. We are in a transformative political moment. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment. Outrage over his statements and behavior has energized a female-led opposition. Me Too started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress can reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. First passed in 1994.
Okay, Amber Heard's attorney there is her lead defense attorney, reading the op-ed that she penned for the Washington Post back in 2018, alleging some of the abuse, describing what Johnny Depp did to her in their marriage and as they were seeking a divorce. So this trial is definitely going to be must-watch, must-see TV. There'll be plenty of witnesses as well, potentially witnesses, other celebrities and the like that might testify to both the character of Amber Heard and of Johnny Depp. So this is all going to be very interesting. We'll give you the latest. This is supposed to last several weeks there in Fairfax, Virginia, but you're not going to want to miss any of it, and we'll have it here for you on Live Now. We want to hit one more entertainment story, if you will, because the world of comedy has been mourning the loss of Gilbert Gottfried today, dead at the age of 67. I spoke with Fox 11 Los Angeles reporter Christina Gonzalez about how the comedy community, especially in Los Angeles, is grieving this comedic legend. Here's that story.
Gilbert Gottfried, R.I.P., on the marquee of the Laugh Factory, where Paul Rodriguez was still in shock.
We knew that he wasn't well. He had canceled some jobs, but we didn't know he was this ill.
Gottfried's family confirming his death in a tweet citing a long illness, which his publicist confirmed to be type 2 myotonic dystrophy. He had just posted this selfie with fellow comedians Bob Saget and Louis Anderson, who recently passed away.
Yes, it is kind of eerie, 22 has been a terrible reaper for stand-up comics. We lost Bob and Louis and Betty.
I remember doing the roast of Bob Saget.
Gottfried appeared on Fox 11 speaking about Saget's death.
And they asked him what it was like being roasted. And he said, well, I enjoyed it because I was surrounded by wonderful people and Gilbert Gottfried.
His sarcasm as much his signature as the voice.
I am so sad right now because all I remember is that parrot from Aladdin.
Look at this, I'm so ticked off that I'm molting.
I mean, that crazy voice that he had, that intensity,
And, right away, like he just, he was very lovable, even though he said shocking things.
You know what a moron is? That's what your dad is. Anyway.
A fixture in films and TV shows, well respected within the comedy community and more.
The world's going to miss him because that's a guy who made you laugh every time out at a time when people really need to laugh.
Just kind of a great look back on this titan of comedy that we lost just today, Gilbert Gottfried, dead at the age of 67. My generation, those who came up with the late 90s Disney movies will always remember his voice, that iconic voice as the parrot there in the movie Aladdin, the evil sidekick to Jafar, of course. But so many roles. And of course, he was ubiquitous on TV shows, on game shows, in sitcoms. He always had a cameo, at least somewhere, it seemed. So a very sad few months for the comedy world. First Bob Saget, Louis Anderson, now Gilbert Gottfried. Lost way too soon, kind of exemplified in that photo eerily posted by Gilbert Gottfried just a few months ago at the loss of Bob Saget and Louis Anderson. So if we get any more reaction from the comedy world, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More stories where that came from on this Tuesday in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. We're monitoring this really severe storm system that has moved through parts of Texas at the moment. We're learning that there are reports tornadoes have touched down in this area of Texas. This is in northeast Texas, near the Arkansas-Louisiana borders here. We're getting reports of injuries and multiple residences destroyed in Bell County, Texas. And so we're going to be monitoring this. If we get any live pictures from that area of Texas, we'll bring it to you here. But over the last several weeks, just really severe storms have really wreaked havoc across parts of the southeast. But we'll update you if we hear from our folks at Fox Weather as well about this string of storms. We'll make sure to bring it to you. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Just want to throw up this beautiful Live Now look across the pond at the skyline there in London. Well, earlier today, we learned that UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to be fined by police for breaking COVID-19 protocols when his office reportedly threw multiple parties in the middle of lockdown during the height of the pandemic. Now, remember, this was all known in the London press and tabloids as Partygate. Johnson's wife and the UK Treasury chief, Rishi Sunak, will also be fined. The scandal saw dozens of politicians and government officials investigated after it was revealed Johnson's staff reportedly held office parties in 2020 and 2021 while British residents were barred from social gatherings. The PM denied any wrongdoing but allegedly attended several of the parties. It's not clear at this time, though, how much the fine will be, but the fine is going to be levied nonetheless on Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So maybe the Partygate scandal is behind us with this fine there, but Johnson did apologize, but he did not admit wrongdoing at the time. Remember, we saw the feisty back and forths in the House of Commons as many fellow MPs from his side of the aisle and the opposite side of the aisle really lambasted him for his actions during the height of the pandemic. So just wanted to make sure we got that news in there from our friends across the pond. Right now, though, let's get an update on the war in Ukraine. Fox 13 in Tampa has the latest. Here's Fox's political director there, Craig Patrick.
The rest of the world may be condemning him, but Russian President Vladimir Putin has nothing but praise for himself for attacking Ukraine and has his troops converge on the Donbas region. U.S. intelligence warns the attacks on civilians are about to get a lot worse. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is following new developments, including reports that Russia may be attacking civilians with a chemical agent. Craig, it just seems he has no limits.
He does not have limits based on what we've seen in the past as well, which is raising concerns of chemical weapons. Now, those reports of chemical weapons have not been confirmed, but there is enough there that it is sounding alarms and investigations by the United States, by the United Kingdom, by Australia, and of course, the government of Ukraine itself. Based on the early reports and what we're hearing about this, it's possible that Russia may be using a chemical agent in attacking civilians, but one that is not officially listed as a chemical weapon under the International Convention. But to give you context on where we're going here and where this may be leading, let's start with a closer look at the map of the coming battle. This is the Donbas region in southeastern Ukraine. It's made up of Luhansk and Donetsk. Pro-Russian rebels control this part, but not all of the area. And that's why the Russian invaders are moving in as we speak, with tens of thousands of additional troops and hundreds of tanks, as we see in this 8-mile convoy tracking east. Now notice Mariupol is at the southern tip of Donetsk. This makes it strategically important in terms of access to the seaports and in connecting Russia to Crimea, which it conquered in 2014, and in the surrounding communities they're invading now. Most of Mariupol is already destroyed. Russia cut off the flow of food, water, and heat for weeks, with reports of killing some and rounding up and sending others to camps in Russia. And unlike Bucha, Russia is reportedly using mobile crematoriums to get rid of the bodies and dispose of the evidence, making it difficult to determine how many may be either dead or sent away.
It is unclear how many people were killed.
And despite all of that, the resistance has still kept Russia from seizing all of Mariupol. And for weeks, the United States has warned that Russia may use chemical weapons to break a resistance it cannot defeat by other means. And that's the context which brings us to these reports of Russia now using a chemical agent on the survivors of Mariupol. Again, this has not been confirmed and is now the subject of international investigations. For background here, Russia has used a range of chemical weapons in league with Syria, including chlorine gas in Syria, which is banned under international agreement. And in Syria, they also used white phosphorus, which does burn people exposed to it, but is not banned under the Chemical Weapon Convention. Based on the early reports at this point, there appear to be some similarities, perhaps some hallmarks of a phosphorus attack on civilians, but again, it bears further investigation at this point. And militaries have used phosphorus as a means of lighting up a target, a military target, which is one application which differs from using it directly on civilians for the purpose of burning them, which is why there has been a distinction in its use and why it has not been formally banned under the International Convention.
Well, all of that sounds awful. How many civilians have fled the Donbas region, and when do we expect the attacks to intensify, Craig?
Well, in terms of fleeing since this weekend combined, it's more than 7,500 who have made their way out by train or by volunteers driving them out by bus or by car. We don't know what percentage that is because we don't know how many people are still there. Before the invasion, there were 6.5 million people in the Donbass region. That was pre-invasion. We know many of them have already fled. At this point, we just don't have any sense, nor does Ukraine, of specifically how many are still there.
All right. Craig Patrick, thank you for staying on top of all this.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa for their daily summaries of what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. Well, let's hear from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby at the Pentagon press briefing today. This all coming on the heels of what's expected to be a major announcement that the Biden administration is going to dramatically expand the scope of weapons it is providing to Ukraine. John Kirby gets asked about this today at the briefing amid so much more.
Chance this morning to speak with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov. This follows a constant dialogue and conversation that the Secretary has with the Minister. They talked about all the things that the United States is doing to help Ukraine defend itself. Minister Reznikov thanked the Secretary for that support and offered his assessment of the situation on the ground, as you might expect. Secretary Austin highlighted again our ongoing efforts to deliver security assistance to Ukraine as much as we can and as fast as we can, and our commitment to meet Ukraine's most urgent needs and evolving battlefield requirements. And obviously, all of this was done in the context of what we continue to see as Russia's reprioritization of the East and the South. And of course, the Secretary talked about our coordination efforts with other allies and partners. We'll have a full readout of the meeting a little bit later, probably before the briefing is over. With that, we'll take questions. I don't see Bob or Lita, so okay. Idris.
Two quick questions. There were some social media reports about some equipment moving to the border, Russia's border with Finland. Have you seen anything, any buildup? And secondly, on Mariupol, it does increasingly seem like it will fall at some point. And I was just curious, there's this sort of narrative being built up in Russia that if Mariupol is taken by the Russians, it would be a massive success and it would change the tide of the war, and then they could refocus back on the West again. And I was just curious how your assessment is if Mariupol, not if, when Mariupol falls, what that would mean.
Well, first of all, I don't think anybody here is ready to be fatalistic about what happens in Mariupol. But your first question, no, I have not seen anything to confirm social media reports about Russian equipment, weapons, or systems or forces near Finland. Our assessment today is that Mariupol is still contested and that the Ukrainians are still fighting to defend Mariupol from a Russian seizure of it. You've seen the images yourself. You've seen the devastation that Russian airstrikes have wrought on Mariupol and the city. But our assessment is that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it. Look, it's obvious that the Russians want Mariupol because of its strategic location. They're at the south of that Donbass area and right on the Sea of Azov. It's a major port city, one. Two, it would provide them unfettered and unhindered land access between the Donbass and Crimea. And three, because it's south, to the south of the Donbass area, if in fact what they say is true, that they that they want to secure for themselves that Donbass area, the area that they claim is predominantly, basically Russian provinces, then Mariupol, from a geographic perspective, you can understand why that would be important to them in terms of their efforts in the Donbass. So it has significance on many levels. It also has great significance to the Ukrainian people. because of what it represents to their economic lifeblood, and because it is their city and it's part of their country, and they haven't given up on it, and we're not giving up on them either. Sylvie.
Can you confirm that some of the U.S. Marines who participated in some exercise in Norway recently stayed in Europe? Can you tell us how many and where did they?
We already talked about this, Sylvie. Yeah, there was a Marine exercise in Norway, cold response, and most of the Marine units that participated did redeploy back home. But I announced this last week. We kept some headquarters elements, and we kept some F-18, F-18 strike fighter aircraft. A few, half a dozen or so, kept them in the region. So we've already talked about this.
Okay, yeah,
nothing new.
It was on the eastern flank, or did you keep them on?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look exactly where they went, but it was I think they were largely, we were going to reposition them or redeploy them into the Baltic region. But we can get you a better answer on that. I don't have their exact locations with me today, but this is not new. This is something we talked about at the end of the exercise. Yeah, Tara.
Thanks, Sean. I wanted to follow up on Andresa's question. To the extent that you can, why do you think that Mariupol is potentially in danger of falling where Kyiv held? And was the Pentagon ever able to get weapons to Mariupol, much like it was able to get fortified defenses to Kyiv in time?
Were we able to get?
Was the U.S. able to, any of the weapon shipments that went in, the security assistance?
We don't designate where the Ukrainians use the systems that they're getting from us and from any other nations. We get them into Ukraine. The Ukrainian armed forces literally drive them in, and where they drive them to and how they're applied, that's up to Ukrainian armed forces. It's not, we don't get to decide, and we don't dictate where our security assistance is used. That's really up for the Ukrainians. So I can't answer that question. Only the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense could answer the question about how much security assistance that were provided to them is and has been used in Mariupol. And look, I mean, I can't speak with great specificity as to why they had a harder time in Kyiv than they appear to be having in Mariupol. I mean, they are two different cities, two different geographies, two different levels of effort by the Russians and by the Ukrainians. The point is, it is a strategic city for the Ukrainians too, and they continue to fight over it. And again, we continue to maintain that it's contested. Yeah.
A senior defense official today said the U.S. provide useful information to Ukrainians to defend themselves.
I've said that myself.
Yes. Ukrainians are massing tanks and artillery to east, to Donbas area. We saw them in the previous 6 weeks. They have waged a successful insurgency against Russians, but now they are going to a conventional face-to-face kind of fight against Russians. Do you think it's logical or wise militarily to go against Russians in a conventional formation?
You're asking me to give a report card to your assessment of the Ukrainian military strategy. I'm not going to do that, and we're not going to talk about how the Ukrainians are deploying and using their forces or the systems and security assistance that they've been getting. That's for them to decide and for them to speak to if and when they're ready to speak to it. They continue to fight bravely for their country. We continue to try to support their efforts to do that through truly an unprecedented level of speed, and that's what we're going to focus on.
Also, of course, I know that Ukrainians are taking care of the security assistance that you are providing. Do you track if the security assistance that you provided is being transferred to the east, and is it not kind of hindered?
No. I mean, we get the stuff into Ukrainian hands, and we know that's happening. Minister Reznikov confirmed that again today. But what it belongs to them at that point. and where they decide to employ it, how they employ it, with what units they provide, that is a Ukrainian decision to make. We respect, of course, their right and their responsibility to manage that assistance the way they see fit. It's up to them to decide. Yeah, in the back there.
Thanks.
Who are you?
Valerie and Senna with Breaking Defense.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Hi. Nice to see you. Sorry to take focus away from Europe, but Sankei Shimbun, a Japanese newspaper, is reporting that the U.S., UK, and Australia have informally asked Japan to become part of AUKUS. Can you confirm that report at all?
I cannot. First I heard of it.
Okay. Then, if I could ask about Europe. Slovakia is considering giving its MiG-29s to Ukraine. Is there any talks within the U.S. about potentially speeding up the delivery of its F-16s to Slovakia?
I've heard some reports about this potential Slovakian decision. We don't have anything on that. Certainly, we would refer you to the government there in Bratislava to speak to. That's really, again, if that's true, that's a decision that only they can speak to, and I'm not aware of any discussions about accelerating F-16 sales as a result of this. I mean, I don't have anything on that. I'm sorry. Barbara Starr?
I wanted to follow up on your statement last night about reports of chemical munition use by the Russians in Mariupol. And you said in that statement that the U.S. has had concerns about Russia potentially mixing riot control agents, tear gas, with chemical agents. Can you give us a bit more of the U.S. assessment on that? Is this something relatively new that you've been tracking since the invasion and all the aggressive action by Russia? Is this more something that you've been seeing for some time? Can you give us some context and perspective on this notion that they may be mixing up their own version of chemical agents?
Well, look, I think, as you know, we have tried to share with you intelligence that we see and we feel that we can and we should make public, and this is something we have had justified reason to be concerned about, that in the prosecution of this war, that this could be a tactic they might employ, which is to try to mask a potential more serious chemical attack with riot control agents. Again, it comes from a mosaic of information we've gleaned. It's related more to what is unfolding in Ukraine rather than some long historical practice. Although I would add that the Russians have certainly proven more than willing to use chemical weapons when it suited them in the past. I mean, this is a military that has a history here, but it's more related to what we've been picking up in terms of the invasion of Ukraine. I want to add, though, Barb, as I also said in that statement last night, that we cannot confirm these reports of the that have been emanating on social media about the use of potential chemical agents through, I think the social media reporting was through the use of a drone or something like that. We just are not able to confirm it. We're obviously taking it seriously, and we're monitoring it. We're trying to do the best we can to figure out what, if anything, happened, but we're not in a position to confirm it right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ask you about the botched U.S. airstrike in August in Kabul that killed 10 Afghans, including children. You had said before that it was the DoD's intention to compensate family members or potentially bring them to the United States, and we haven't gotten any kind of substantial update on that for months. Should we assume at this point that those efforts have failed?
No. Carla?
If I could follow up. And obviously, this Secretary of Defense has initiated this review of policies on, civilian casualties. Are these types of efforts to pay victims or family members of victims, is that going to be part of this process, review process? And is DOD looking to come up with a better way that allows it to make these types of payments?
Okay, we just wanted to show you parts of the Pentagon press briefing. We'll have it in full in our overnight programming here, but John Kirby there, the press secretary, answering a number of questions about the U.S. response and role as we assist the Ukrainian war effort. Remember, the Washington Post reported today that the Biden administration is poised to dramatically expand the scope of weapons it's providing to Ukraine as the theater of war intently focuses on the eastern part of the country, the Donbas region. It borders Russia. There, Luhansk, Donetsk, those regions are expected to see very, very heavy fighting very soon. Some of the weapons possibly being talked about are Mi-17 helicopters that can be equipped to attack vehicles, also armored Humvees, and a range of other weapons. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're almost at the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, some more of our domestic headlines here at home. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt signed a bill into law today that makes it a felony to perform an abortion, punishable by up to 10 years in prison, as part of an aggressive push in Republican-led states across the country to scale back abortion rights. This would become the nation's most restrictive abortion law. It takes effect 90 days after the legislature adjourns next month. It makes an exception only for an abortion performed to save the life of the mother. Now, abortion rights advocates say the bill, signed by GOP Governor there Kevin Stitt, is certain to face a legal challenge. Its passage comes as the Supreme Court considers ratcheting back abortion rights that have been in place for nearly 50 years in the Roe v. Wade decision. Let's hear from Republican Governor of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, as he signed this bill into law.
As governor, I represent all 4 million Oklahomans, and they overwhelmingly support protecting life in the state of Oklahoma. We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country. We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma. Attorney General John O'Connor and I know this bill will be challenged immediately by liberal activists from the coast who always seem to want to come in and dictate and mandate and challenge our way of life.
And that was posted to Governor Stitt's Twitter account, that video earlier today as he signed that bill into law. Now, remember, many women seeking abortions were traveling to Oklahoma because its neighboring border state of Texas also put in place very restrictive measures. So it'll be interesting to see where all of these abortion laws end up. Of course, the Supreme Court will be ruling, making an opinion on the Mississippi law that prevents an abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy in their spring-summer term. So we will have live coverage of all of that as we get into these spring months here. Let's go back out, though, now to the West Coast in Los Angeles. Fox 11 there talking about the mayoral race in the City of Angels. Who is running and who has the best chance? Here's this conversation.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex Michelson does have the night off. He was on assignment earlier. He is off tonight. Well, who will be the next mayor of Los Angeles? A new poll shows it is a dead heat between Congresswoman Karen Bass and developer Rick Caruso, with less than 2 months to go until the primary. Phil Schuman, he's been on the story all day. He joins us now live from downtown L.A. with the latest numbers. Phil.
Well, Mueller, for all the great things about the city of Los Angeles, this mayor's race shows us that we have some serious issues. Perhaps the top two, homelessness and crime. Whoever occupies the mayor's office in that building behind me will have to convince voters they have the best plan to make things better. And right now, there are two names way out in front.
I'm running for mayor because I love our city.
A TV blitz financed by the candidate is credited with rocketing Rick Caruso towards frontrunner status in the LA mayor's race.
It's a testament to when you have a potent message, which we have seen from Rick Caruso around crime and homelessness, and you have the ability to spend about $9 million on advertising, which is what we've figured out it was. It shows what that kind of impact can have.
Ben Oreskes is covering the race for the LA Times, which, along with UC Berkeley's Institute for Government Studies, released a new poll showing Caruso with 24% of likely voters, Bass 23%. However, 40% are still undecided.
Caruso is tapping into this anti-incumbency strain, this view that City Hall is corrupt, that only he can fix it. And it's working for him right now, whereas Karen Bass is very much taking a view of, I'm not going to run against the city council. These are people I need to work with.
The polls show City Councilman Joe Buscaino, Kevin De Leon, City Attorney Mike Fuhrer, and candidate Gina Viola trailing badly with single digits. All this good news for Caruso's campaign, whose spokesperson said, today's poll shows what we are seeing around Los Angeles. Rick Caruso's commitment to dealing with homelessness, crime, and corruption at City Hall is leading to fast-growing support with voters. But a Bass spokesperson slammed Caruso, saying, Caruso has shattered every record for mayoral campaign spending. Bass hasn't spent a dime on paid ads, but they're neck and neck. Angelenos understand the difference between a candidate who has to earn their support and someone trying to buy votes with their personal wealth. A lot of detail on that poll. You can see it on a link to our website, foxla.com. Not surprisingly, Karen Bass leads with African-American voters, Rick Caruso with white voters. No real preference among Latino voters. Tomorrow morning, Karen Bass, who we tried to speak with today for this report, she has a major campaign event targeting Latino voters. As for Caruso, he was at USC today, where Alex Michelson was able to ask him about these latest poll numbers.
My message is resonating. We're talking about issues. I'm talking about issues that people really care about. The homelessness, the crime, the corruption in City Hall. And people are rallying around that. They're tired and they haven't been heard. And I'm listening. And those are the priorities for me. And so I'm honored by it. I mean, I am really thrilled when I got the call about the polling. Obviously, I'm thrilled. I'm energized. And we've got great momentum that's only going to continue to grow, in my opinion.
So again, this is still early in the campaign, relatively speaking. The undecided number, Marla, as you saw, 40%. That is huge. But also huge is the lead, the percentage lead that Caruso and Bass have compared to all of the other candidates, right?
Oh, absolutely, including City Councilman Joe Buscaino, who lost a significant amount of ground, also former LAPD officer, polling at 1%. So, all right, let's expand the conversation, Phil, and bring in John Rigardi, who covers City Hall for Los Angeles Magazine. John, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Let's get your reaction to this new poll from LA Times and UC Berkeley, especially knowing that Caruso was at 8% before he even put his name into the hat, and now he's at 24%.
You know, I don't think it's really that surprising at all, because again, it was literally 2 months ago today that he got into this race, and we know he has engaged in this advertising blitz, reportedly $9 million. And as has been noted in that report, he's had the airwaves largely to himself during that time. So this is important because, you know, a lot of people, as we know, don't even know a mayor's race is approaching. So he's been first, second, and third to the punch. This is really a testament of what you can achieve, not only with a lot of money, but also a clear strategy on how to spend it. So he's been very effective in that. And in that regard, I don't think that where he is now is that surprising. It may have been more surprising if he was not where he is now, after all he's spent in the last 2 months.
Yeah, good point. Phil, you touched on it a little earlier about the Latino vote as it relates to the undecided as well. And the Latino vote makes up about a fourth of the likely electorate. And then we have Bass announcing her big launch tomorrow with the Latinos Cone Bass. Seems to be a good strategy.
Well, it certainly does. But if you talk to political analysts, it's also important to point out that these groups don't vote as monolithic blocks. I mean, in some ways, it's insulting to talk about the white vote, the black vote, the Latino vote, like they only have to vote along certain, demographic or ethnic issues. Nonetheless, there are certain strategies to appeal to certain groups who represent a portion of the electorate. Karen Bass certainly going after the Latino vote. Perhaps some thought that Kevin De Leon would be leading in that area. And she makes a good point in the statements she gave us today, Marla, which is that they're essentially tied, given the margin of error in the poll, plus or minus 3.5%. And she hasn't spent a dime on advertising. So she has to be thinking that she's in a pretty solid position looking ahead to when she's going to launch a campaign on TV and radio.
She hasn't, but she also hasn't gained a significant amount either in that time.
Right. I mean, I just don't think, like John mentioned, a lot of people are really focused on this yet, unless they're, into politics in a big way or in the news media like us.
Yeah, and that's a good point, John. What do you make of that? The fact that most people don't pay attention like we do. I mean, this is our job. We're in this day in and day out. So there is still some time. It may seem right around the corner for us, but there is some time for that June primary.
Absolutely, Marla, and that is absolutely 100% key. What matters is the votes on June 7th, not a poll on April 11th. What's going to get really interesting is, from what I hear, we're going to start to see the other campaigns putting up their ads within the next few weeks or so. And then you're going to get mail-in ballots arriving in the first half of May or so. That's when these campaigns are really going to kick into high gear. And that's also when you're going to see some other candidates probably launching attack ads against Rick Caruso. That could also change the narrative and change some of the numbers that we're seeing. A lot is going to happen. A lot's going to change.
Phil, go ahead.
No, I think John makes an excellent point. Caruso will be the subject of attack ads. I mean, Bass already did it to some degree today, saying that he's essentially buying votes, that he's not qualified, that he cares more about rich people than the average Angelino, which is something that he's addressed directly in his ad so far. So things are going to definitely get interesting over the next couple of months. And this is a big-time job with a national platform, although it hasn't worked out that well for Mayor Garcetti just yet. but things are going to get really interesting and maybe a little bit nastier.
In terms of geographical, with the way it plays out there, San Fernando Valley, he has more of the vote. Caruso does. The West Side at this point goes to, and South L.A. goes to Karen Bass there, 30% versus Rick Caruso's 22%. Well, here's the thing. They're vying for L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti's post. As we know, he is termed out. He is set to be the next ambassador to India. That nomination, though, that process on hold. We had you on a week ago talking about that, John. Have you heard anything? Where does that nomination process stand now?
You know, we are still pretty much, Marla, in the same situation we were last week. We've heard that senators have put a hold on it, that, and that the soonest there could be a vote would be at the end of April. There had been suggestions on the report last week that the nomination would be withdrawn. That hasn't happened. We have to assume that Mayor Garcetti is still fighting for this job. We know it's something he covets. We know it's something he wants, but we really have not heard anything advanced, yay or nay on this nomination for about a week now.
Well, if you hear anything before we do, let us know, John.
Absolutely.
All right. John Rigardi with Los Angeles Magazine, thank you for your time tonight. And Phil Schuman, of course, we always appreciate you. Thank you.
Really interesting in the L.A. mayoral race. Of course, even more interesting what is happening with Eric Garcetti's nomination to be the next ambassador to India. We'll be following those stories here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take it, though, back out again to the East Coast, this time in Boston. The Boston Marathon taking place next Monday. Officials in Boston preparing security-wise for the main event. Here's this press conference from earlier.
Come on in, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today as we get ready for the last couple days of preparation after many months of preparation for Marathon Monday, Patriots Day, and our beloved Boston Marathon. I do want to start just by saying that our thoughts and prayers and every bit of well wishes are with the city of New York, with the experience that they've had on the MTA earlier today. I know various of our officials have been in touch with our sister city there, and I had the chance to connect briefly with Mayor Adams, and so we are following very closely and wishing them... Test. Okay, thanks, Anthony. And wishing them every bit of strength right now. I'm grateful to be here with leaders who have been spending a lot of time ensuring that this year's event will be the glorious return that we've all been hoping for many years. Tom Grilk of the Boston Athletic Association, Chief Ken Green of the MBTA Police, Chief Shumeen Bedford from the Office of Emergency Management, Commissioner Jack Dempsey of the Fire Department, Chief Yasha Franklin Hodge of our Streets Cabinet, Chief Jim Hooley of EMS, Chief Greg Long of our Boston Police, and many others who are, let's see, did I miss anyone? I think I got everyone up here. The past few years have felt like a bit of a marathon for everyone, not in a good way. We've been through a lot in our community, and so after a virtual event in 2020 and a rescheduled event that occurred last fall, we're very excited to welcome back the actual Boston Marathon back to spring for the first time in 3 years. This year's race will mark the 126th running of the world's oldest annually held marathon. We are one of 5 cities across the world known for this level of athletic competition, community, and resilience. Marathons themselves have a long history, a testament to the extraordinary power of the human spirit, of our capacity to expand the boundaries of what's possible when we believe in our ability to do so and work hard and train and bring people together. And here in Boston, the marathon has always been about community, coming together, showing up, persevering, pushing forward no matter what may come our way. In the face of hate and division, fear or violence, not just to cross the finish line, to claim that medal, but to show the world who we are, and to invite everyone to join us in striving to be an even better version of ourselves. This year, more than 30,000 people from all 50 states have accepted that invitation. But you don't have to be putting on your running shoes to take part in this incredible event and this opportunity. This Friday, April 15th, is One Boston Day, a day when we remember all those we lost and remind ourselves of the resilience and compassion of our communities. Commemorating One Boston Day is a reminder to each one of us to never take a day for granted, cherish the time we have with the people we love, and to find some time to perform an act of kindness, however big or small, in your community. I also want to acknowledge that this year marks the 50th anniversary since women were officially allowed to participate in the Boston Marathon. And I say officially because well before then, we know that women like Roberta Gibbs, athletes who refused to let discrimination dictate the rules of the race for them, hid in the bushes near the starting line and ran anyway, wove their way into the crowd of runners once the starting gun went off, running the full marathon, even though the scorekeepers didn't acknowledge them. In 1972, the first year a women's division was officially established, 8 women ran. And this year, among the thousands of women and girls who will be participating in the marathon is Molly Seidel, a former Boston resident who made our city and our country proud on the world's biggest stage last year, bringing home the bronze medal in the marathon at the Tokyo Olympics. So on behalf of your hometown, congratulations, Molly. Welcome back. We're so excited to cheer you on. Finally, I do want to say a word about COVID. As always, the safety of all of our spectators, runners, and residents is our top priority. And I want to urge everyone attending this year's marathon and related gatherings to take precautions when it comes to public health. In the last few weeks, cases in Boston have risen. We are now at a 5.4% community positivity rate, which is above our threshold, and we are monitoring that very carefully. And so it's important that we take steps to protect ourselves and those around us who might be at high risk of severe infection. You can do that by getting tested before or after this year's race. We have free testing sites throughout the city. There are several walk-in sites, and results are usually available within 24 hours. For more information about where you can find a test, you can go to boston.gov/COVID-19-testing or call the Mayor's Health Line at 617-534-5050. Wearing a mask can also minimize your risk of catching and spreading the virus. Masking indoors is still optional, but we know it's one of the best ways you can stop the spread of COVID-19. And if you're sick, please stay home and isolate to prevent further spread to those around you. I'm looking forward to celebrating a safe, fun marathon with everyone in our city and all the visitors that we are eager to welcome. Okay, un poco en español, and then I'll hand it over to our CEO of the BAA, Tom Grilk. Hola a todos, gracias a todos por estar aquí con nosotros. Después un evento virtual en 2020.
Okay, so that is Boston Mayor there, Michelle Wu, speaking in Spanish. We're going to be kind of moving ahead here in this press conference as Boston officials, Boston police in particular, prepare security-wise for the marathon next Monday. And so this is a huge event for the city of Boston. I believe it's going to be back in full force after having been put off because of the pandemic. Let's listen into some more of these officials from earlier today in Boston.
That their guidance will allow for a successful and safe return now in April. And we look forward to not only the return of the marathon on its traditional Patriots' Day date after over 1,000 days, but also to our BAA 5K and our invitational miles and our youth relays on Saturday. We're also delighted to offer free events and programming for everybody in Copley Square Park, beginning on Friday morning and lasting through Sunday evening. At our BAA website, you can find a full schedule of all events, and we are very happy to be able to do our part part in the reopening of society. And noteworthy in that regard, as was announced yesterday, the Boston Marathon will bring in more than $200 million to the greater Boston economy, as announced by the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, we couldn't do any of this without the support of Mayor Wu and her team. We thank her. We thank the City of Boston for helping us get the Boston Marathon back on the roads on Patriots' Day on the third Monday in April. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite up our Commissioner Greg Long.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to start out by thanking all our federal, state, and local partners, including the BAA, as well as the other city agencies, including emergency management, for all the planning that's gone into this for the months leading up to this, all the way through the weekend. Without those partnerships, we wouldn't be able to put this plan in place. Obviously, the Boston Marathon is an international event. It attracts thousands upon thousands of runners and visitors and spectators each year. Again, this year, we're expecting, a lot of people out there. There's a lot of excitement about this year. As a result, the Boston Police Department has developed a robust and comprehensive security plan in an effort to provide safety to the runners, the spectators, and all the visitors that are coming to the city of Boston. This weekend, starting Friday, it's going to be extremely busy down in the Copley Square area, Boylston Street area. Fan Fest starts on Friday. It runs through Sunday. On Saturday, we have the 5K race, the 1 mile race, and also the children's race. We'll have runners down there getting their numbers, taking pictures. So there'll be a lot of activity down there. Anyone down in that area from Friday through Sunday can expect a visible police presence in the area of Copley Square in Boylston Street. In terms of Marathon Monday itself, the department has a full department call-up, meaning every available officer will be working. I want to make note, in addition to the resources that are deployed down along the route, every neighborhood in the city of Boston will have the same coverage that they're accustomed to on Monday. On Marathon Monday itself, people can expect to see police officers in their uniform with their green vest. Also in the crowd, we're going to have plainclothes officers and detectives that we've utilized for the last several years. We're also deploying our EOD assets, our hazmat teams in conjunction with the fire department and the National Guard. Special operations, personnel from Special Operations Division will be along the marathon route. We'll have observation posts in addition to drone detection equipment. I just want to make a point that flying drones over the course is prohibited, and we have drone detection equipment available to us. As we have for several years now, we're going to stand up enhanced security checkpoints that'll run all the way from Kenmore Square down to the finish line.
Okay, that is Chief of the Boston Police there, updating the public. We just heard from Mayor Wu out in Boston as well, as they prepare for the marathon happening next Monday. It's a really premier event for the city. It's an international event, and they're taking all security precautions. And of course, we all know what happened at the marathon back in 2015, and they spare no expense to make sure this event is safe. Right now, we want to just take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about the latest when it comes to the NYPD's investigation in trying to search for the Brooklyn subway shooter. The manhunt still underway. What we know in this investigation, all of that and more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look at the Manhattan skyline. At this moment, it's about 12:30 on a very early Wednesday morning as the manhunt is still underway for the Brooklyn subway shooter. The shooting was reported early this morning in a Sunset Park, Brooklyn subway station. Officials say at least 29 people were injured, including those who were shot. 10 patients suffered gunshot wounds. 5 were in critical yet stable condition. The NYPD is asking anyone with information related to the investigation to come forward. There is a $50,000 reward for any information with this incident. And it was just a tragic incident on the subway. Mayor Adams say the train turned into a war zone. Take a look at some of this video from the train and the train platform itself. And you can kind of get a sense of what exactly unfolded. People running out of the train here. This is an N train in Brooklyn. You can see because it's smoky, many smoke bombs were deployed. And so right now there is a person of interest. This person, Frank James is his name. He's a person of interest in the shooting that took place on the N train in Brooklyn. The NYPD News Twitter account posting this photo of him. He was the last known person to have rented this U-Haul truck right there. That U-Haul truck now taken away as evidence. Joining me on the phone to discuss all of this in this investigation, police practices expert Darren Wyatt. Darren, thanks so much for being with us tonight. My first question to you, Darren, why do we know so little, so many hours after the shooting took place?
This is just conjecture on my part, but my belief would be that there's a full-on manhunt going on right now with the NYPD and partner agencies, probably some federal agencies involved and task forces involved in trying to locate Mr. James. I think that they're probably hot on his trail. There's going to be some sleepless nights for some detectives in the next couple of days until he's taken into custody. And they're probably trying to keep things close to their vest right now so that the information doesn't get out and the suspect or his allies don't know how close they are to coming into contact with him and taking him into custody.
Darren, it's really just a miracle that no one was killed in this shooting. It was so indiscriminate. It was on a New York City subway car, which are very cramped, especially on a morning commute, especially as we get away from the pandemic and many more commuters are choosing to ride on the subway. What do you think they'll be looking for, though, at the scene specifically still, but also with this U-Haul truck?
First of all, I think that you're absolutely right about the pure miracle of how few, the fact that there were no deaths. And realistically, with 33 shots being fired in such close proximity and only 10 people actually being shot, and all of them expected to survive is absolutely miraculous. But they're going to be going through the van looking for forensic evidence. Mr. James has been named as a person of interest, but was he alone? Did he have an ally? Did he have an associate or somebody with him? Was it somebody other than Mr. James and he just rented the van? So they're going to be looking for all kinds of forensic evidence in the van at the scene. My guess is the subway will continue to remain shut down through tomorrow morning's commute as they collect evidence. There's going to be a lot of stuff to go through there. And then they're going to be, writing search warrants for financial records, for social media accounts, for cell phone records, anything that can get them closer to finding this suspect and or suspects in this crime.
Yeah, and there were some reports we heard from NYPD Commissioner Sewell today that from preliminary kind of looks at Frank James's social media, he had posted about Mayor Adams. He had posted about the homelessness problem in New York City and other kind of hot-button political issues. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean Eric Adams was a target. We know they're increasing his security detail in light of all of this. But this manhunt underway, we don't really have many details into what it consists of, where it's taking place. We really don't know, about essentially, Frank James. We don't know much about him. We know he's in his 60s. We know he has residences in Philadelphia and Wisconsin. But let's game out some scenarios here, Darren, because Frank James, he could have been the last person to rent the U-Haul. What if the U-Haul was stolen?
Well, exactly, and that's why I said they'll be going through the forensic evidence, both from the crime scene and from the van. They'll have they have his face, they have his picture. Law enforcement can avail themselves to facial recognition technology that is out there. There's cameras all over New York City. We know that the subway system, unfortunately, at this particular station, the cameras weren't working this morning. However, if he was riding another subway, they're going to have it, and they're going to be able to go through and look at that. But they're going to be going through every single detail. They'll be going back to the U-Haul facility where it was rented and find out, do they have cameras there? Try and track it from where it goes. Many of these vehicles have GPS trackers that can show where they went, and they'll just be tracking it all along to see if James rented it, did he hand it off to somebody else or not. And all of that is going to be part of this ongoing investigation. Like you said, residences in Philadelphia and in Milwaukee. There's likely U.S. Marshals or FBI task forces surveilling any locations that they can put him to, going out and doing interviews. And like we said, it's a full-on manhunt. And, these agencies are very, very good at tracking down these suspects.
Let's go back to the fact that those cameras on the subway platform in the station were not really operational, or they were not transmitting the video. He was on the subway car for quite some time. Presumably, he escaped the car and the platform as the melee was underway. That's what I'm surprised by.
Yeah, I think that some of it's being held back intentionally as the investigation plays itself out. There were reports that he had a gas mask on, so the video of him himself might not be helpful in identification purposes if he was wearing a gas mask and you can't see his identity. That's why they're relying on the other forensic evidence that they've found, some keys, a credit card, the U-Haul, that are kind of tying them to James, and that's why they've put him as a person of interest as opposed to an actual suspect. So I really think that they're intentionally holding stuff close to their vest while they play this out, so that it doesn't compromise the investigation and compromise their tracking of the suspect or suspect.
Yeah, and Darren, let's talk about what this is being investigated as, because authorities had ruled out terrorism, nexus, but all hallmarks to this kind of suggest domestic terrorism, and we can get into that because we know there were smoke grenades that were opened on the subway car itself. There were also, fireworks. I'm going to put up this image that was found in the U-Haul, and you can see there about, some of these explosive devices, to which later police had said they were not, functional or operational. But why do you think they're not investigating this as terrorism? This is New York City. They are the best at this.
They are, and I think when they say they're not investigating it as terrorism, they're meaning international terrorism. I agree with you. It does reek of domestic terrorism, and especially with the posts on Mr. James' accounts, it does kind of sound like domestic terrorism. But I think that what they're trying to do is calm people down, let them know that this was not an international attack, that this is something that's occurring within the United States, that it's not necessarily an organization or a group, it's a single person, or maybe he and his friends acting in concert, but it's not an organized group that many people would associate with terrorism.
So, Darren, from what you have kind of described to me here, are you kind of angling to the fact that Frank James is the suspect, or do you think, being just a person of interest, there could be another prime suspect that we don't even know about that is being pursued right now? Or do you think that's not kind of operative?
I think that's certainly a possibility. But I think that they're narrowing their focus on Frank James right now based on the information that they've released. I think it was a very tactical decision to release his photograph to the media and get that photograph out there and see if anybody sees him and recognizes him and calls police. But I think that that's where they're focusing right now. They're certainly not being myopic about it. They're keeping their minds open and investigating all possibilities. But right now, it seems that Mr. James is their best lead.
And Darren, just lastly for you, we're just watching video of them kind of loading this U-Haul van on the back of this flatbed truck to take off for evidence, towing it away here from earlier tonight. But you know, many New Yorkers probably are going to go to bed tonight, and there could be information, new information, when they wake up tomorrow morning. I mean, manhunts, if they're effective, if the NYPD and other law enforcement know what they're doing, I presume they do, we could have some more new information about a possible, apprehension when we wake up tomorrow. Manhunts don't last that long, particularly.
Well, it depends on where the suspect goes. You know, we've seen them where they can last weeks or months sometimes, where people flee into. I'm thinking specifically of the Atlanta bombing and some other bombings where suspects have gone into national forests or places like that, and the man can last a long time. But in an urban environment, you're right, typically not. I wouldn't be surprised if we have additional information tomorrow morning. But I think this is something that everybody needs to take away from this, is to be vigilant anytime you're in public. We're living in a day and age where we're seeing these types of incidents occur all the time. I personally don't let my wife and kids go out in the public without carrying body armor in their backpacks, just for an event like this, because it's so prevalent now that people need to be vigilant and prepared. One of the shots that we saw a person with a leg injury and saw a citizen applying a tourniquet to that injury. I don't go anywhere. I have tourniquets in all of my cars and all of my briefcases and all of my backpacks. And that was something that we learned from the Boston bombing in 2013. So people need to be vigilant and they need to be prepared.
Yeah, and of course, we really saw the best, especially out of New Yorkers, out of Americans, there in the subway car and on the platform in Brooklyn today, as so many helped their fellow man and woman try to get through this. But it was chaos. It was a melee situation. And hopefully we do have more details going into the early morning hours. Darren Wyatt, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a good night.
And we were just looking at this aerial picture from earlier as that U-Haul truck was loaded and towed away to take into evidence here. But like Darren and I were discussing, not many details still at this hour as we go into the night here and the early morning. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, if you missed it, we're going to play the NYPD press conference talking about all of these things Darren Wyatt and I just discussed as the investigation and the manhunt moves forward.